the Black Sea close to the Crimean coast. The Russian army also said it had destroyed 2 Ukrainian naval drones in the Black Sea that were heading for Crimea. Well, let's talk business now. The total number of approved digital lenders in Nigeria has surged by 64.16% since April last year, reflecting the growing credit appetite of Nigerians facing weaker purchasing power and higher prices. According to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, the number of digital lenders rose to 284 in May this year from 173 in April of last year. Now, the FCCPC registers digital lenders under a limited interim regulatory and registration framework and guidelines for digital lending of 2022, which governs the digital lending space and ensures that registration and approval are prerequisites for companies seeking to operate. Now, the Commission has 2 approval categories for lenders: full approval and conditional approval. The number of fully approved lenders grew to 232 from 119, while conditional approvals decreased to 42 from 54. Additionally, 11 lenders on the Commission's list are approved directly by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The growth in the population of digital lenders coincides with the growing demand for personal loans. In entertainment news now, the National Medical Services Laboratories Management in Pennsylvania, United States, has denied the assertion made by the Lagos State government regarding a toxicology test conducted to determine the cause of death of singer Ilerioluwa Aloba, also known as Mohbad. Our correspondent initiated an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the musician's demise, prompting a response from the NMS labs. Before the fact-finding mission, concerned members of the public protested against the pathologist's statement at the coroner's court on May 15, indicating that an autopsy was inconclusive due to the decomposition of Mohbad's body. Now, the state government's counsel, O. Akinde, informed the court in November last year that a toxicology test was carried out in the United States to establish the cause of Mohbad's death. Supporting this statement, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, confirmed during a live television show that the toxicology test was being conducted at the NMS labs in Pennsylvania, United States. Upon reaching out to the Commissioner for Information, Omotosho mentioned that the lab's name was provided by the State DNA and Forensic Center. And that's the news update. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Women are shattering glass ceilings around the globe, making indelible marks across sectors, and the Nigerian banking industry is not left out, as Adora Umeoji joins the list of female chief executive officers (CEO) in the sector. In this feature, we bring you the profile of female chief executives of banks in the country. Adora Umeoji. Umeoji has over 30 years of experience in banking, including 26 years at Zenith Bank. Before Umeoji was appointed GCEO designate, She held the position of Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from October 2016. She obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors in law from Bayes University, Abuja. Umeoji is also a graduate of the University of Salford, United Kingdom, where she bagged a Master of Laws degree. She also obtained a Master's in Business Administration (MBA) from the University of Calabar and a doctorate in Business Administration from Apollos University, USA. Bolaji Agbede. Bolaji Agbede, acting Group CEO of Access Holdings, took over on February 13 following the death of Herbert Wigwe, the company's former GCEO. Agbede has worked in banking operations, customer relationship management, and human resources management departments for over 27 years. Beginning her career in 1992 as an executive trainee, she worked her way up to manager in 2001 at Guarantee Trust Bank, where she also held various positions such as vault custodian and relationship manager. She subsequently served as CEO of JKG Limited, a business consulting firm, in 2003. Agbede joined Access Bank in 2003 and as an assistant general manager and was responsible for managing the bank's portfolio of chemical trading companies. She also headed the bank's human resources department between 2010 and 2022 and was appointed the company's founding executive director, business support, in 2022. Agbede holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, 1990, and subsequently obtained a Master of Business Administration degree from Cranfield University in 2002. Miriam Olusonya. Miriam Olusonya is the MD of Guarantee Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO PLC, a position she assumed in July 2021. After beginning her career at the bank in 1998 as an executive trainee, Olusonya advanced through the ranks and now possesses over 25 years of experience in a variety of banking-related fields, including corporate finance, investment banking, financial markets, asset and liability management, investor relations, and transaction services. Before her appointment as the bank's MD, she was appointed Executive Director in 2018 and held positions as the group's treasurer and head of its wholesale banking division. Olusonya currently serves as a non-executive director on the board of GT Bank Gambia Limited. She is also a non-executive director of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) and the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities (SANEF). She graduated from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, with a bachelor's degree in pharmacy (B.Pharm) and the University of Liverpool, UK, with a master's degree in business administration, finance and accounting. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe took office as MD CEO of Fidelity Bank on January 1, 2021, becoming the first female MD CEO in the bank's history. Before the appointment, she was Executive Director, the Southwest Region, overseeing the bank's business in the region's 6 states from January 2015 to December 2020. She has professional experience of over 30 years across various banks, having commenced her career in 1986. Onyali-Ikpe has worked at Standard Chartered Bank PLC, Zenith Bank PLC, and Citizens International Bank Limited, where she held several management positions in legal, treasury, investment banking, retail commercial banking, and corporate banking. Onyali-Ikpe holds Bachelor's of Law (LLB) and Master's of Laws (LLM) degrees from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and King's College London, respectively. Yemisi Edun. Yemisi Edun is MD and CEO of First City Monument Bank, the first woman to ever hold the position at the organization. She assumed the position in July 2021 following an allegation of marital infidelity against Adam Nuhu, the former FCMB MD. Edun started her career in 1987 as a corporate finance specialist with Akintola Williams Deloitte, a member firm of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. Thereafter, Edun joined FCMB in 2000 as the divisional head of internal audit and control before assuming the role of Chief Financial Officer (CFO) of the bank in 2015. Edun holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Ife, Nigeria, and a master's degree in international accounting and finance from the University of Liverpool, UK. Tomi Somefun. Tomi Somefun was appointed MD CEO of Unity Bank PLC in August 2015. Prior to her appointment, she served as the executive director overseeing the Lagos and Southwest Business Directorates and the Treasury Department of the bank. She has 35 years of experience in the private sector, 26 of which are in the banking industry. From 1982 to 1986, she worked as a senior audit assistant for KPMG, which was the beginning of her nearly 40-year journey to become the formidable banker she is today. After working for a few more years as a senior auditor at Arthur Andersen, she left in 1989 to become an associate at Ventures and Trusts Limited. Veering into the banking sector, she began working with Credit Bank Limited before joining UBA Group, where she served as the MD CEO of two significant UBA subsidiaries, including UBA Pensions Custodian, a startup company which was founded with her as the pioneer MD. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981 with a Bachelor of Education in English Language. Yetunde Oni. Yetunde Oni in January 2024 was appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as the MD CEO of Union Bank of Nigeria. Until her appointment with the bank, Oni was a financial services leader with a successful career spanning over 30 years, holding senior positions in international and local banks and focusing on emerging markets. Before she made it to the top of the financial institution, Oni had an 11-year stint at EcoBank Transnational Incorporated as a relationship manager from 1994 to 2005. In September 2014, Oni held the position of Pioneer Head of Commercial Clients at Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited, before becoming the lender's MD and country head of commercial banking in West Africa in 2017. In January 2021, Oni achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first female MD CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Sierra Leone. Oni is a University of Ibadan graduate with a bachelor's degree in economics and has an MBA from Bangor University, Wales. Ireti Samuel Ogbu. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, appointed in September 2020, doubles as the CEO of Citibank Nigeria and Citibank's country officer for Nigeria and Ghana. Before appointed CEO of Citibank Nigeria, Samuel Ogbu was the Europe, Middle East and Africa EMEA head, Payments and Receivables Treasury and Trade Solutions (TTS) under Citi's Institutional Clients Group (ICG), based in London, UK. She has also served as a non-executive director on the board of Citibank Nigeria Limited. For the past 32 years, Samuel Ogbu has held various roles across Citibank's businesses in the UK, Nigeria, and South Africa, having worked in each of the countries twice. Samuel Ogbu obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Middlesex University, UK, and has an MBA from the University of Bradford, UK. Kafilat Araoye. Kafilat Araoye was appointed in 2020 as the MD CEO of Lotus Bank. She started her career in 1988 at National Oil and Chemicals Marketing Company PLC, now Cornell Nigeria PLC, and moved in 1990 to GT Bank as the pioneer head of HR. Her last position at the firm was General Manager and Group Head, Human Resource Group, a position she exited in 2015. Subsequently, Araoye moved to XYZ Outsourcing and Management Consulting Limited. From 2015 to 2020, Araoye holds a first degree in history from the Obafemi Awolowo University and a master's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos, graduating as the best student in her class.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. On today's show, we chat with event organizer Osita Oge, commonly known as Duke, about what it takes to put together an African festival in the United States. We are looking at the legacy of Paulina Chiziane, a pioneering Mozambican writer who broke barriers as the first African woman to publish a novel. We are also visiting the National Building Museum in Washington, D.C., which has been turned into a wonderland of children's literature. Those stories, plus the latest on the death of Nigerian actor Junior Pope, are coming up right here on Red Carpet. Let's get on with the show. Nigerian singer Tems made her debut at the Coachella 2024, surprising her fans by inviting Wizkid and Justin Bieber to join her on stage to sing their viral hit song Essence. The song, which catapulted the young singer to superstardom in 2021, made history by topping Billboard's R&B hip-hop airplay, peaking at number 9 on Billboard's Hot 100, making history as the first Afrobeat song to reach that level. Ghanaian fans of American rapper Ja Rule were excited to meet him during his recent visit to the country. Ja Rule was in Nwaso in the eastern region to commission a school building in the community. Nigeria's Enugu State is mourning the death of Nollywood actor John Paul Odwodo, also known as Junior Pope. The news agency of Nigeria reported that Pope, who hailed from Enugu State, alongside 4 of his colleagues, lost their lives in the tragic boat accident on River Niger while returning from a movie location on Wednesday. In a statement, the state governor Peter Mbah said Junior Pope's death came at a time Enugu State was working hard to develop the creative potential of its youth for self-reliance. Organizing the first Ghanaian music festival for Africans living in the US is not an easy task. It takes meticulous planning, coordination, and curating a diverse lineup of artists representing different genres of Ghanaian music. But that's just the kind of task that trailblazing Nigerian event promoter Osita Oge, also known as Duke, is known for undertaking. From organizing Burna Boy's sold-out concerts around the US to Davido's timeless North American tour, his calendar is always busy. We caught up with him during the inaugural Rolling Cocoa Festival to chat about some of the challenges of organizing such a grand event. Tell us about Rolling Cocoa. What's the concept and what inspired you to start it?
So I've always loved, and I've always, many years ago, I said I was going to do something particularly for Ghanaian music. I remember in DC, Stonebwoy and I spoke a vision about something like this. And I told him I was going to do that. There was going to be a time that we would take Ghana music and put them on the world stage and make it bigger, right? The first thing is, after this, Rolling Cocoa is going to London, New York, and Toronto for 2025. Yes,
expanding.
Correct.
Wow.
So the goal is to, like the way you push every culture, music from every culture, like we've always done right from time.
Right.
We're about to do that for Ghanaian music now. So it's an intentional push for people to pay attention to Ghanaian music, because there's a lot of attention on Amapiano, South Africa.
You've done it for Nigeria.
Nigeria, exactly.
Right.
You saw when we started 10 years ago. So it's time to do that for Ghanaian music, and that's what we're doing.
What was holding back Ghanaian music from being on this platform? I mean, they're the originators of high life, iconic musical genres.
That's arguable.
I know you're trying to be politically correct because you're from Nigeria.
No, that's arguable.
Yeah,
you know how we document documentation of history in Africa.
Yeah.
However, they are still authentic to the music, like we always know. But I think that people don't want to take chances. Everybody wants to go for what's trending and what's profiting.
Yeah.
Nobody's ready to build. But in this concept, we want to build. We've always built, like, all our artists we built with them from the scratch.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
And we're going to take this to...
So who are some of the artists? Who are the people that are helping push the culture forward? And what's the name of music coming? Let me know so we know Afrobeats. What is Ghana? What's the thing about?
Well, Ghana has several types of music. Like I said, the high life, they're very big on high life. They also have, funny enough, Stonebwoy does variety, does Afrobeat, he does dancehall, right? And you have people who are, hip hop, right? Like Blacko, right? So hip life. So there's a lot of music that comes from the continent, but they all box everything into alphabet, which sometimes is good and is bad. But the intentionality is just people to see that there is music from Africa beyond music from Nigeria or Amapiano, which is the new love, right? Let's showcase the other parts of Africa, which is not getting as much attention as it should.
Dio, thank you so much for taking time.
Thank you for
I
having
know you're a
me.
busy man, but thank you for taking time to
I
talk to
appreciate
us.
it. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you, brother.
All right.
Paulina Chiziane, a pioneering Mozambican writer, broke barriers as the first African woman to publish a novel without prior knowledge of it. That despite her initial aspiration to become a singer, she found her voice through writing and continues to champion the causes of women and Africa. Recognized with prestigious accolades like the Camões Prize, Chiziane's legacy resonates as a beacon of inspiration and empowerment. Here is more from Paula Alves Silva.
I am Paulina Chiziane from Mozambique. I'm 68 years old. I never wanted to be a writer. I wanted to be a singer. My father wouldn't let me. And when I started writing, my father would say that she's studying. And that's why I ended up writing. My father was a poor tailor, my mother a peasant. I learned to write on the floor. I wore my first shoes at the age of 10, but that didn't stop me from flying through life. Human beings, wherever they come from, whatever the condition, can fly. I didn't realize it. I just wrote a great story that others called a novel. That's all. That doesn't change anything about me. But every now and then I say, it's not possible. How did that happen? But it's a happy event. But now that I'm an adult, I've gone back to music. When I can't write, I sing, and I have to say something. Books are elitist. In other words, only those who can afford them and who have learned to read can read them. But not music. If my neighbor plays music, even if I don't want to, I'll hear the message. And I think that's why I think it's very human. We don't have as much developed writing, but we have this soul that we transmit through sound. It's remembering that the black people in the holds of the ships, deprived of everything material, not even the right to exist, even tied up, only had a voice. And they sang those songs that 5 centuries later lull us and inspire us. Which means that writing is a human invention, while the voice is the power of the soul. The power of essence. Sometimes it bothers me when people say that Africa is about orature. Orature is humanity. I have to celebrate every moment I've lived. The moments of hunger, I have to celebrate. The moments of pain, I have to celebrate, and I light. And I come from a land that knows no peace. So the search for peace is also one of my motives, because Africa needs that peace, and the world needs to hear Africa's cry.
And let's go to Panama, where the Scuba Mermaids dive community unites women of all ages, races, and backgrounds over a shared passion for the underwater world. VOA's Jania Dulo reports from Panama, where she joined some of these women on a dive.
Scuba diving instructor Myra Thomas gives a navigation refresher class to a group of women from the United States. She brought them to Panama to explore the underwater wonders of Coiba National Park. Scuba diving is a predominantly male sport, says Thomas, who tailors her instruction to women.
how to teach women, you know, how to incorporate some of the knowledge and skills specifically to women. And also being a little bit more caring, because I feel like women need a little bit more care.
Thomas, a scuba professional for 15 years, says she was often turned down for jobs for being a woman. Potential employers argued that she couldn't carry heavy tanks or that she might get too emotional in an extreme situation. To help more women get involved in scuba diving, she started Scuba Mermaids several years ago. Based mostly in the US, it's an online community of women who travel and dive together. Stephanie Benjamin, a police officer from Texas, says scuba diving is an escape from the stress of her work.
Scuba diving is so calming. Being in the ocean is so chill. You just go down there, you hang out with the turtle, you breathe, you don't have to talk to anybody. You're like, wow, look at all these fishes. It's like traveling to Mars. It's wild. It's wild, like I'm with a shark. There's nothing better than that.
Lauren Green, a swim teacher from Kansas City, Missouri, says people often are surprised when she tells them that she scuba dives.
I think for me, the opportunity to show other young black women, like, hey, I'm diving, I'm a black woman that dives, you could do this too. Like, don't be afraid. All you have to do is put in the work, put in the time, obtain the knowledge.
In just a few years, the mermaid community grew from 80 people to almost 5,000. Members say wearing pink underwater is their way of showing that they are strong and adventurous.
Washington, D.C. has turned the National Building Museum into a wonderland of children's literature. Using children's books, it's an immersive journey into architecture, engineering, and design. Maxim Adams has the story.
Showcasing over 150 children's books from 28 countries and 5 continents, written in the last 200 years. The new exhibition at the National Building Museum is called Building Stories. The exhibition is one of the most ambitious ones the museum has ever had and will stay open to the public for a decade. Aileen Fuchs is executive director of the National Building Museum.
Well, the National Building Museum, our mission is to inspire curiosity about the world we design and build. And I can't imagine a more joyful, wondrous, on-point way to do that than through the lens of children's books.
Classics like Winnie the Pooh and Alice in Wonderland meet contemporary children's books like Harry Potter and Jumanji as immersive landscapes, 3D pictures, video and audio installations bring them to life. The exhibition also shows how books can change the societal narrative.
Think of Pippi Longstocking, a book from Sweden, originally from the 1940s. She's totally self-sufficient, and which is the opposite of the way children are often allowed to live in the world.
Leonard Marcus is an expert in children's literature and the exhibition curator. He handpicked every book for this exhibition.
Some of the books are about home itself, some of them are about leaving home, some of them are about not having a home and having to cope with life in that situation. Some are about being forced to leave your home, as a refugee.
On top of exhibitions, the museum has a reading room with over 200 books to be enjoyed. And the youngest visitors can also create their own story from special soft blocks. Maxim Adams, VOA News, Washington.
And thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. On today's episode of Red Carpet, we chat with the Rwandan musician Bruce Melody on his musical roots and influences. Nigerian chess champion Tunde Onakoya breaks the record for the longest chess marathon. In the UK, we check out an art installation at Barbican Center. Those stories plus some highlights from the Basketball Africa League's Nile Conference. Let's get on with the show. Nigerian chess champion Tunde Onakoya has broken the record for the longest chess marathon after playing non-stop for 60 hours in New York City Times Square. The Guinness World Records organization has not yet confirmed Onakoya's attempt. The confirmation process can take weeks, and so we have to wait and to be patient. Onakoya, a child education advocate, is attempting to raise $1 million for a charity to support education for children across Africa. And staying with Nigeria, Grammy Award-winning Afrobeat superstar Burna Boy has made it to the Time magazine's list of 100 most influential people in 2024. The list, which was released on April the 17th, recognized individuals who had shaped the world in the past year. It features luminaries from the world of sports, entertainment, music, and politics. The Basketball Africa League's Nile Conference is underway at the Hassan Mustafa Indoor Sports Complex in Cairo. This year, 52 players from 11 countries across Africa, Europe, and the US are playing for a spot in the playoffs. One of the biggest names in African sports are hoping to defend the championship this season.
Club of the century in football, like one of the biggest names in African sports, and it's a huge institution. It has over 80-90 million fans all over the world. So I mean, it's an honor and it's a privilege to be able to play for such a big name.
Giants of the BAL clash. Start Malian and out Ali. Start and Amin steps back. This break Thompson goes up, goes under, and it's Al Ali who are victorious today, and they will advance to the finals.
So last season we had a tough group in the Cairo conference. We had a loss against Petro, last second offensive rebound. and I think that helped the team to understand how hard it is to beat every opponent. And I think that prepared us for the Rwanda games.
Final day here at the BK Arena. AS Douanes of Senegal take on Al Ali of Egypt. Zoran did beautifully. Sky and Omar Tide. Oh yes! Oh yes!
The BAL is, it's a tough league, competitive league. A lot of athletic guys. I had a lot of friends who played in this league, so I just know the competition is very high.
Being a defending champ, every opponent has an extra motivation to beat you. Same time, I think we have to forget about it and approach every single game with the motivation to win. Like I always say, if we win games regularly, we will end up.
23 Basketball Africa League.
Win the championship, and that was probably the highlight of my career. It's a great achievement for us and for the club and for the country, and win our championship and win it again this year.
Rwandan singer and producer Bruce Melody is having what is promising to be a great year. He joined me in studio to talk about his music career, upcoming world tour, and surprise, surprise, a new album. Let's check it out. How would you describe your musical style? What elements of, say, for example, your culture do you have or you incorporate in your music?
So as I started, I used to be an R&B artist because the Afrobeat was not that big, was still there. Now I started as an R&B artist. I remember I used to hear Craig David all the days. I was like, I want to sing like Craig David. So I started as an R&B artist. That was before Afrobeat. And then when we realized that we are Africans, and then there's a style called Afrobeat, I was so impressed. I wanted to learn more even in Afrobeat. So we started mixing R&B and Afrobeat. So by the time we were doing Afrobeat, then Amapiano comes.
Yeah.
And then we started doing Amapiano. So
Amapiano
I don't
now.
have this particular genre that I do. I just do music. And when it comes about...
When it feels good.
Yeah, when I feel like doing it,
Yes.
I just do it.
So
because
you infuse all types of elements.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's Afrobeat, whether it's Amapiano, whether
like the third song I told you about, the third song I released, it was a hard rock song.
Hard rock song.
Yeah,
wow.
it's called Ozanda. You go and
that takes a lot of courage to do a hard rock song
in Kinyarwanda.
Yeah. So talk to us about your creative process when you're writing your music. How do you typically approach writing and composing songs?
It depends on inspiration, but one day, like I have a song called, it's not yet out, it's on my album, which is going to be out soon.
Oh, big news, breaking news, you have an album coming out.
Yeah, I have an album coming out.
Yeah.
So I have a song on the album called Colorful Generation. You know what happened? I was asleep, and then I woke up, I was like, I feel like doing a song, and I have a home studio in my house. I went to the studio, it was 3 in the morning.
In the morning, yeah.
And I went to the studio, I played some piano, I was like, nah, I cannot do this. I went back to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. So I took my phone and just trying to write something, and in my mind, the first word was like, colorful generation. And I started writing the lyrics. Normally I don't do that. I'll be in the studio, I start with the beat, I put some melodies. When I'm good with the melodies, I start writing lyrics.
Around the melodies,
By the time it was totally different. I started writing things.
Yeah.
I wrote, and then boom, done. I went back to sleep. In the morning, I did some chords on piano. I liked the chords. And then I started exactly same
What you
things I
wrote.
wrote.
Wow.
Fit in the beat.
That's amazing.
And that was it. Very easy.
That's an interesting process. So what are usually some of the messages you have in your song? I know most of your songs are feel-good songs, happy songs,
I
have
even
fun.
have some sad songs.
Yeah.
Like on the album, I have a song. I even posted that on my TikTok. There's a song called Narinzi Kuzagaruka. It's a song I did for my mom. Like she passed away when I was young, and I was like, I did the song for my little sister, the young sister of mine. She was very young. And then I tried to feel how she felt. So the song is like, I thought you would come back.
Yeah.
So I have some sad songs, happy songs, dancing songs. You know my song called, the same song you mentioned,
Yeah.
It's a party song, you know. I do every kind of message depend on how I'm feeling.
How you're feeling at the moment.
Yes.
A huge art installation by Ghanaian artist Ibrahim Mahama enveloping a side of London's brutalist Barbican Centre in toises of purple cloth is unveiled in London. Purple hibiscus, named after Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's eponymous 2003 novel, is 2,000 square meters of purple panels with traditional Ghanaian Batakari robes hand-sewn into the fabric. Let's check it out.
Passed down from generation to generation, the brightly colored fabric panels feature scores of traditional robes known as batakaris, previously worn and cherished by everyone from Ghanaian royals to everyday people. Mahama began collecting them more than a decade ago for eventual use in his artworks. Known internationally for creating massive installations that clad buildings, Purple Hibiscus is his first large-scale UK public commission. For it, he worked with networks of female weavers in his native Ghana to embroider the robes onto the striking fabric, now draped over a sliver of the famously grey concrete Barbican complex.
It's pretty difficult to convince people to give you like things that they've owned for generations. It's also because when people pass it on from one generation to the other, they somehow believe that their soul of the family is somehow contained within the cloth.
On display in the Barbican until mid-August, the exhibit resonates with the district's history of mass destruction during World War II and as a one-time home to the cloth trade. The artist appears unconcerned by the potential impact of London's notoriously wet weather on his
times where the material will be raised because the winds are too strong. There'll be times where there'll be rips in it which it will be repaired. So I think the audience will see the material going apart and coming back together.
Michelle Joseph for VOA News.
3 years ago, Felicia Palm-Passy was making YouTube videos in her mother's basement, and now the Congolese-born star is featured on the big screen alongside Hollywood heavyweights like Oprah Winfrey in her film debut as young Sally in The Color Purple. Felicia Passy tells VOA's Roger Muntu that landing the role was a pivotal moment in her career. Let's check it out.
Color Purple, again, was, this is in the middle of the pandemic.
Right.
I think this is beginning of 2021. I was watching the movie The Prom on Netflix and was just like, they filmed that during the pandemic. I think I can film something during the pandemic. I want to be in a musical movie. Didn't know what it was.
But you just wrote it
I just wrote it down. I just knew it was going to be a musical movie by the end of this year. I really wanted to do it. I left Lion King to do more TV and film. I'd heard The Color Purple was going to be made into a movie musical. I think they'd announced it, and there are a couple of articles about it. And we went to the Democratic Republic of Congo to bury my grandmother. And in her passing, I remember just saying, something big is going to come from this.
That's grandma?
Yeah, and I remember just lying in a bed, and something told me just Google The Color Purple auditions.
This is in Congo.
This is Congo, yeah. So something said use that 1 gigabyte of data to Google The Color Purple auditions.
What?
And I Google it, and it comes up on a website, and it's like auditioning for the role of Celie. And I said, oh my God, I want to be in The Color Purple. Wow, I'm going to be in The Color Purple. So I tell my agents I'm going to submit a video. We get the audition. My sister is helping me read the lines on the plane. We didn't have a printer, so I wrote the lines down and learned them. Came back home. I had no voice, but was able to still kind of sing through the big song at the end, I'm Here, put the video on tape, sent it in, and then they said no. Yes, they said, we love her, but she's reading a little too young, but we'll keep her in mind for other things.
You're like, okay.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, but something in me was like, no, this feels very anointed. Like, I think I'm supposed to do this. So again, I wrote down, I'll be playing the role of Celie in the Color Purple movie musical, and I've been hand-selected by the director, Blitz Bazalule, to play the role. I wrote it down. So this all happened in like June, so then come September, I get an email from my agent, and they said, they're opening up the role of young Celie, so they're gonna separate the parts. Would you like to be considered? So I did the audition. They come back again and say, they really liked you. The director would like to do a work session with you.
How did you, so finally when you met Oprah the first time, how did she react?
She was so kind and was like, Felicia, all that stuff. She's exactly as you think she is.
Yeah.
And said, I've been watching, there's something called the dailies where they film and then they can send them off for people like the producers to watch and give notes and feedback. Yeah, so it's such an honor to be part of a project where so many different people have their own personal connection to it. I think that's very rare.
Right.
And thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganye. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and
Hi, from Berlin, Germany. There seems to be a conversation going on around within young people. And there's an entire group that think young people need to review bride price payment. What are the gender roles for women in a family unit? What does religion say? How should society respond to these conversations, especially as it concerns women? You have to listen to our debaters and hear what they have to say, the for and the against.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. My name is Mercy Abba. Welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We will be talking about gender roles as it affects young people in Nigeria. What does it mean to be female in Nigeria? In 2015, if I recall, women in Nigeria used the hashtag on Twitter to share their experiences of everyday gender discrimination. Across the world, women juggle work with family and care for responsibilities, and Nigeria is no exception. On today's episode, I have guests in the studio. I am not physically present with them there because I got in close proximity with someone who contacted positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I am staying away for the safety of everyone there. I'd like to introduce my guests. I'll start with Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who is a PhD student in Germany. Hello, Pius.
Hello.
Pleased to see you.
Same here.
And there's Kola Akintola. He's also an MBA student in Berlin. Hello, Kola.
Hi, Mercy.
Thank you for coming. I have Abubakar Bello Ismail. He is a Nigerian student as well in Germany.
Hi, Mercy.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi. And we have Victoria Essen. She's also an MBA student in Berlin.
Hi, Mercy.
Before we introduce our colleagues, we're going to start with the conversation with our guests in the studio. Let's talk about patriarchy. This is an issue that concerns women, but more often than not, it comes off as though it's a conversation that sees the other gender being on the defensive. I am excited that we have more men in the studio to talk about this. Perhaps I'll start with Kola. Why is it, can you just, in your own assertion, explain what it means to be female in Nigeria? I know you're a man, but I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. Based on my experience back in Nigeria, to be precise, I was living in the southwest part of Nigeria, Lagos and Ibadan. So to be a female in Nigeria, though the role is evolving, traditionally females are known to be having a supporting role in the society in Nigeria. So like husband and wife, so you are meant to support your husband. The husband is the head of the house, but due to westernization and how the influence of social media, we started seeing what is coming, because Nigeria, we are largely being influenced by what is going on in America. So we started shifting the roles. So women are taking their place in the society, in the corporate world. We started seeing women into leadership position in Nigeria. But those are educated women, but in terms of those are not educated, that are not in the middle class. So the role is still largely based in terms of male are still largely domineering in terms of what they expect, because there are some things that are expected of women in Nigeria to do, like support your husband, or look after your children, and so on and so forth. So largely they are like second fiddle in terms of how people see them in the society back then in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kola. Pius, I listened to Kola talk and he kept saying, see them. Like it's, it's a gender that is them. Interesting. But I'll take it up with you. Do you think a woman is a second fiddle?
No, I don't think so. I think basically the issue with Nigeria and the relationship between the man and the woman are placed in the society in Nigeria is based on education. The educational system of Nigeria, one, education, two, I would attribute it to religion. Because of the dynamic nature of the religion aspect in Nigeria, some religion accept the role of human showing herself, coming forward to speak the truth, to say the truth whenever she pleases, while others or other religion believe that no, this should not be. Woman is not supposed to talk when the man is talk. While traditionally, again, the woman is not expected to talk when the man is talk. So based on these three factors, the women found themselves in that position whereby they have to fight to get their place in the society in Nigeria. And the major issue there now is how they place themselves in that level that the society will appreciate them, we see them in the light, not being, because right now, so religion will tell you that, no, she's trying to overrule me, she's trying to dominate me, she's trying to take my place as a man, she's trying to take my place as a father, she's trying to take my place as a manager. But all this is based on education, civilization. If the educational system in Nigeria is balanced and people are well educated, then each person will know his place in the society.
Victoria, does a woman need education for her rights to be respected and for her to, for her not to contend with issues like gender-based violence?
No, I disagree. Even if you are not educated, you are not supposed to be seen as a weaker vessel, because let me say like 30% of Nigerians now, they still see the women as weaker vessels.
Now, if I may chip in, Mercy, Victoria, I will tell you that in that point I will say, if you are not educated, how will you know what is right and what is wrong? You must be educated to be able to say, yes, this is my right as a woman, this is my right as a lady, I need it, this is my right, give it to me.
It is not
because if you do not fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
But it's...
Excuse me? I mean, in addition to what they're saying, I think woman doesn't need education before her right.
Thank you.
Before she express or practice her right.
Exactly.
The society should preserve or make a room for their rights.
Education. Where does she know that?
Like,
right?
yeah, she needs.
She can't say her right.
Her rights needs to be reserved for her.
I think the bone of contention here is we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Now let's take it to Nigeria. In the north, you find out that if you go to the north in Nigeria, you find out that the female there are oppressed. They are oppressed in this sense. I will tell you.
Excuse me, how do you define oppression?
Oppression can be in diverse
forms. See, in terms of education, let me say something. Yes. I have someone, she's well educated. Yes. She did her master's. She was doing so well. Do you know her husband told her to stop working, to just take care of the house, just cook and clean? And she's educated. Why? Because she still has the info.
She can fight for her rights. Let me just make this point. In Nigeria, we are 90% of Nigeria, I would say we are religious. Yeah. So if you look at culturally and religious wise, so that we are being largely influenced by that. But if you move, so if you want to look at it, we have to look at it based on region. So if you're in Lagos, you can still say, okay, in Lagos, more people are more liberal. But if you go back to...
Why is it that so in Lagos? Because
can I just chip in something? Yeah. I heard an argument that suggests that in some parts of the country, or perhaps in the north, the rights of women aren't as respected as it were. Yeah. But across the country, not a northern problem, a Nigerian problem, you can also see that the issue of gender-based violence is still top in almost all the states of the Federation, even in states where the law has been passed. When it comes to implementation, when a problem that concerns a woman, even if it is violence within the home, the priority isn't placed as a human rights issue. This is where I'll probably have to ask Victoria this question. Okay. Are you, as a Nigerian woman, and if you are in Nigeria, are you scared about your life?
Not really. Because for example, based on my education, I like doing certificate programs and all that. Yet somebody told me, Vicky, you know all this education, you have to stop and get married and take care of your home. And what if your husband does not even want you to work? That's most of the mentality in Nigeria. That's why I said like 30% of Nigerian men are still thinking that way. They believe as a woman, your role is in the kitchen. Your role is just to take care of the children, not to be in the society, not to take up higher positions. So it is still existing in Nigeria, education or no education.
I agree with her, and we still have to go back to based on religion.
All is still based on education and religion. The three factors I mentioned in the first place. I mentioned religion, I mentioned education, and I mentioned the other, I will now call it society factor as well.
I mean, talking of the education part of it,
yes,
I think, education is an added advantage for the woman to know her right.
Thank you.
But she doesn't need education before her right is respected. Thank you. All religion provides, how women should be respected, how man should take care of his...
The education is not per se for the woman alone. It's for the both.
That is what I am saying.
It's for the both
an added advantage for her to know her right.
The man is well educated, you know what is good and what the lady should get, because they said, if you train up a woman, you've trained a nation. Why is it so? Because they believe that she has the tendency of grooming the children to the expected stage in the society.
Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? Okay, there's a friend of mine. He was doing so well. Before he got married, the wife was also working in an oil company. And people that work in oil company, they believe, they are influential and all that. Working, there was complaint in the house. Oh, all she does is just to watch movies, to do this one. She's not productive and all that. But you told this woman to stop working.
I understand what you were saying. I understand you can be oppressed after marriage, but you have the right to choose the person you want to marry. I know you can't know everything about the man before marriage, but you should know the person you are getting married to.
Can I have Uthman so you could join this conversation?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for having me. I will approach it from two perspectives. From the perspective of religion, which is Islam, which happens to be my religion, and the other second one is from the point of African and Nigeria stereotype. First of all, when you come to Islamic religion, woman is not placed as a second gender in any way. In fact, Islam encourages that you should train women as much as you give priority to men, because when you train a woman, it is as if you have trained the whole nation. And there is no anywhere it is provided in Islam that if you train a man, you have trained a nation. It means that Islam gave priority to women. But I think it is even the women themselves that is getting it all wrong, probably because our society here in Nigeria and Africa has given them that second position. And that is why it seems like when you are not educated as a woman, your rights should not be enforced. And I think this is where I would differ from what is happening in the studio. A woman does not have to be educated before her right should be respected. Her right is a follow-come right. Her right is bet with her, and she does not require education to recognize such right and be respected for it. Because I just noticed that in Nigeria, every enlightened woman in Nigeria is a feminist. What do I mean? If you look at most of the women that are canvassing the support for feminism in Nigeria, they are enlightened women. They are people who go to school. They are people who understand what the world is talking about in terms of education and rights. But those who are really suffering this issue, those women whom those enlightened women are fighting for, calling themselves feminists and feminism concept, they did not go to school. They don't understand what is called right. And then it becomes like a burden for them that because they did not go to school, they do not understand what their right means. And then again, that is on the other side. On one part again is that women it is time people should understand that women are the future of everything that engender national development and advancement in nation building. Whatever you are doing and you do not carry women along, to my mind, that thing will certainly not have a headway positively. So what am I trying to say? I think it is important that we should begin to rewrite the narrative of all the injustices that have been done against women gender in Nigeria. And I think the scholars of Islam should be hitting on this issue for them to really understand that there is nothing wrong in a woman holding a political position. There's nothing wrong in a woman, leading the men if that man does not have what
Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? You're from the south of Nigeria. You're from an area where bride price is, the conversations around bride price tops the charts. Do you think the culture of bride price is good in terms of how it has gone over the years? Do you think it protects the sanctity of a woman?
Well, I think differently, but if you ask me to speak on this, I may have a kind of biased perspective in the sense that I am a Muslim. If I want to marry today, they will not bring it from the culture of what is obtainable in the Southeast as a whole, Igbo tradition. Igbo tradition may not likely to apply fully when I want to marry. They want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. And under Islam, we have a standard of marriage rights. And I'm bound by such standard because I'm a Muslim, despite the fact that I come from the South. So I may not, it may not be too fair for me.
But in Islam, do you pay bride price when you want to marry a woman?
In fact, that the bride price in Islam is compulsory because that is what gives you a legal access to a woman as a wife to copulate with her. If you don't pay such bride price, whatever you does with her is against the Sharia.
But there are women that are advocating against bride price, the culture of bride price, as it sort of sells of a woman.
Probably because it is exorbitant. On the argument of the fact that it exhausts the woman, you are selling off the woman. I do not think they are correct. I would differ because in Islam, Allah recognizes the payment of bride price, and Allah made it in a way that it is exclusively from that of a woman. Let me make this point. It is important to note that bride price does not necessarily have to be money. Bride price is something that has value, and it must be requested by the woman, by the bride, to the husband. It's not to the bride's guardian or parents. It's the wife that will request it from the husband.
Can I say something? You said it's supposed to be requested by the woman, but that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the woman is never there when it's negotiated.
I mean, this is why I say that. You see, in Nigeria, we are ungodly religious. Ungodly religious, in quote, in the sense that we claim to be religious by being too godly to worship God, but we are playing insincerity in our worship. That is the practice. The practice is wrong. But in the letters, what it provides is that a woman who is going to be married is the person that is going to sit with the husband and say, guy, this is what you are going to pay me for my bride price. Really? During the time of the prophet Messi, some people married with the recitation of some portions from the Holy Quran. The wife will say, he should just come and recite so portion of the Quran or Bible for me, if you are for the Christians, so that you can understand the idea. You just recite it and bride price has been paid. It doesn't have to be money.
Uthman, I would really love to tell a man how much he has to pay without my
I mean, yes.
I'm telling you that is your right.
In addition to what he said.
Let's go back to the studio.
In addition to what he said.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Fali will come to you. I know that you're itching to talk. Let's go to the studio. Can you guys react to what Uthman has said? Perhaps Victoria, you want to say something?
Okay.
I wish I can actually say that maybe my husband should pay so amount, because it's never done. Where I'm from, I don't even know how much they are going to pay. It depends on my family and the husband's family. So what the amount that they pay, I have no idea. I don't even know how much they pay. So it's actually different, very different from my own side. I don't know if it applies to your own side too.
Do you think the culture of dowry and bride price needs to be abolished?
Why will it be abolished? No. Because definitely, if you want it to be abolished, that means they are giving the woman free of charge.
What do you mean?
It's not like that. Excuse me, no, it's not like that. See, talking of this bride price, it's not as if you are paying for the woman.
Okay.
You are not paying for the woman.
No, it's just appreciating. Oh, thank you for this beautiful woman that you are giving to me on a platter of gold. Just, you know, it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. I don't think it's supposed to be abolished.
I think in my culture, it's changing gradually. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from the Southwest. So now, if the issue of bride price, so the parents usually they might say, okay, bring 2,000 naira. So once you give them 2,000 naira, and they will hand over the money back to you that we are not selling our daughter. What we are asking from you is just to take care of her. Once you take care of her, you've taken care of us. So we are not asking for bride price. So it's waning gradually in my area from where I come from, because the only thing they just collect from you is just maybe the yam and the oranges and all that, just to share it amongst the family, because we believe that it's not just your parents that take care of you since when they get back to you and all that, so they have to share it. And those bride price thing is not just the parent that will take it alone. It's just the family. It's the whole of the family that will share it amongst themselves.
So what's the difference between the money and the yam and all that? Is it not the same thing?
They are all valid. Okay, from the Islamic perspective of it, you can pay with money or something valuable.
But it's the same thing. Money or no money.
Yeah, that's it. And relating it to the women's rights, in Islam, as you are handing the money, the father of the bride is here to state what they are expected of you to take care of the woman, starting from her clothing, feeding, all has, you know.
It's based even in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Now I will tell you this: Nigeria, we are so carried away by religion and some of the practices we overtaking them to extreme. Now, what is it? What does I mean by that? Now look at it now. A lady wants to marry. The family are looking at it as a means of livelihood. They say this guy is going now. They will even decide, okay, who she wants to marry. Is that man rich? Well, I'm telling you, not only it happens in all culture. No. They decide. Wait, I'm ready somewhere.
No, family don't decide.
They have to check even. Some culture, they even tell you the bride price based on the person.
Where are you from?
But do you know that sometimes the reason why they ask if the man is wealthy or not, because they don't want their child to suffer. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, no, wait. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, give her everything, only to give her to a man that doesn't have anything. Come on, no, I won't let that happen. No, I won't let that happen.
Very important. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. I still believe, I disagree with
some parents are capitalists.
The other calling that he said, it does not, education does not, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman. Yes, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman, but you need education to know what is the right of the woman, and the woman also needs education to know what is her right. What is education? Education can mean anything. As I tell you, this is it. It's education. I'm teaching you what it means. So now, if you don't tell the lady, or the lady doesn't know a place in the society, how does she claim a place? She cannot claim a place. We are from Nigeria. We know our problem in Nigeria. Our problem in Nigeria is education and religion.
The religion and education.
Because we are far behind in education, and we are
talking of education.
We carry the religion to become our school. We carry the religion to become our code. While we leave the necessary thing that we are supposed to handle in life,
going by what you said, it depends on what you call education.
Now, if you
talking about education, like qualification, like let's say
NCE,
education is normal. As you grow up in the society, you must know your rights. Going by religion and tradition, you have to know your rights.
A lady is being brought up in the north. I was born and brought up in the the north. I'm a
The point
flesh
is
of
you
the
don't
north.
need education
I have been
before
to
you-
all the 36 states of Nigeria. I have stayed in all the old states not more than 6 months in any of the states in Nigeria. I can tell you fully what is happening in Zamfara as a female lady. I
That
can
is
tell
what
you
you are
fully what
getting-
is
I
happening.
think-
Now I will
listen.
tell you what is even happening in the east. Now let me tell you, a lady can only claim as place in the society when she is ready to stand on her own, whether be it on the man or on the woman. If a lady can stand on her own, whether you feed me, why do most ladies get married? They get married, one, someone to have children, another one, someone to have, they want to have as a source of living, they want to bear feed. Because of what? The economy is bad, everything is poor in the society. That is why people are being frustrated, people are being left behind, and they use the religion to oppress people, use the education, they refuse to make people to get educated so that they will know their right in the society, they oppress them.
Excuse me,
and that is my problem with them.
Who is
Because if they
refusing
know,
ladies
if you go to the
education?
north, my dear,
Who
you
is
will pity
refusing
our
ladies
women and
education
children in the
because
north.
of their rights?
We cry for the ladies.
Who is
We cry
refusing
for the
ladies
women.
education because
if
of
you
their
know the
rights?
ladies of- if you
Who
know the
is
right of a
refusing
woman, you will
women
not treat her
education
that
because
way.
of their rights?
Why would I leave you?
Who
Would I give
is
you 20
refusing
naira?
women education because
I'll
of
give you
their
20
rights?
naira to take care of the home.
Who is refusing women education
man-
because of their rights?
a man
Answer
will
that
give his
question.
wife 20 naira
Who is
to take
refusing
care of
them
the
because
home
of their rights?
With 6, 7
Guys,
children.
can we go? Guys,
No
we've had
way.
an interesting
Nobody
chat.
is refusing
We
women
need
education
Fally
because
to
of their
come in.
rights. Yes, nobody
Fally
is refusing
is-
them because of their
Fally
rights.
is a
Yes,
lawyer.
nobody is refusing them because of their rights.
She's an
It might be for another reason, but
influential
not for their rights.
Nigerians,
Yes.
I know, I am privileged to know. And I'd like her to look at the law and what it says about the place of a woman in Nigeria. And I need her to perhaps also talk on gender-based violence and how it affects women in Nigeria.
Yes, Mercy, thank you so much. And what an insightful conversation. Specifically to answer your question, I think Nigeria as a society or within our legal framework, women have equal rights in terms of the salaries we earn, amongst other things, as compared to other international societies. The challenges women face legally, there isn't that barrier. However, in some societies, there were situations where women were not able to inherit certain landed properties because the customary laws do not allow that. And luckily, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has been able to deem that law unequitable. And in a society where there is natural justice, that custom is not able to stand or be sustained. However, having the law is one thing, but what are the customs and norms that govern each and every society, whether you're in the north, whether you're in the south, wherever you are? And we have critical challenges, and it's not because of our laws, it's because of entrenched cultures we have lived with for so long. So more often than not, the challenges you see women face in Nigeria are usually culturally ingrained, not necessarily provided for in law or provided for in religious doctrines, or perhaps even, we would even say it's not to the extent that the society or the country as a nation does not recognize the value of women. But being that as it may, a critical challenge for women in this, our time, is sexual and gender-based violence. 1 in 3 girls every day is a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. Women in their homes are victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And the challenge we have within the legal framework is because not many states have been able to pass the Violence Against Persons Act. And what that act does is, if for any reason, as a woman or as a human being, someone has meted out some sort of violence against me, I'm able to take action in court as a criminal case. And specifically when it comes to issue of rape and when it comes to young girls, the challenge we're having is there is a dichotomy when it comes to the age of marriage in Nigeria. And this dichotomy comes because there is a disparity between what happens as stated in the penal code in usually the northern countries and what happens in the southern countries. So in the northern states that are usually governed by the penal code and the sayings of the Quran, I think a girl is of age after her first menstrual period, which is an Islamic argument that is consistently going on. But legally, no one can cohabit or have unlawful carnal knowledge of any young girl below the age of 18. And because of the prevalence of this incident, not only in our homes, but even in our schools, where we take number of girls to go and learn, and the teachers are found victims, are found harassing these young girls, and the girls fall victims of this harassment. A number of states have passed the Violence Against Persons Act, and in addition, some states have even passed a law that will cause incarceration for young men who are found guilty of raping young girls and even their wives, amongst other things. But passing the law also is, again, one thing. How do we implement this, and how do we make people within the society understand that women basically have an equal footing with you in society? And it begins with a cultural shift that we have, and we as educated people have a responsibility, not only to just tell people, oh, women should be educated before they understand their rights, but we have a responsibility to create a rethink in society, because we cannot claim to be educated, we cannot claim to be advanced or aware and proclaim that until you have education, you would not understand your rights. Because this is all about morality.
Yeah. I just want to ask a different question, and I like the input you've given and what the law says and and whatnot. Can I just, can I want to get married now and tell my father I don't want you to, to negotiate that bride price thing for me? The conversations that they were having in the studio. Can you just talk more on that?
Okay, so specifically on the bride price, I think the point was made in terms of two perspectives, right? One, when it comes to bride price, it's a completely customary and religious circumstance. And I will speak to the religion that I'm aware of, which is Islam. And in Islam, as I think Tochukwu has beautifully highlighted, the bride price is just anything of value. And anything of value can equally be negotiated between you and your husband as a Muslim or a northern girl if you happen to be practicing Muslim and you're from the north. However, the process of let's say execution of your marriage, which is more or less a contract if you think about it, are usually handled by your representatives, by your legal representatives. And in that case, it will be your father, your uncles, or whoever is appointed to take care of you. But it doesn't mean that you or me as single girls are not able to negotiate with whoever we are marrying what we deem appropriate to be our bride price. And the money is not even given to our fathers or our uncles or whoever those representatives are. The money, it's for us to do what we feel we want to do with it. This is already stated in the Quran. However, more often than not, there is a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of what the religion says and what happens culturally. Because we're an overly religious society, our culture and our religious doctrines have intertwined in such a way that the lines are even almost invincible.
Thank you, Fali.
So this has created this notion of you can't negotiate amongst other things.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the studio. Fali talked about sexual and gender-based violence, and I feel like that's a point we're here to really talk about in the studio. More often than not, people do not, the community and the society does not see sexual and gender-based violence as a human rights issue. On a daily basis, a woman, at most 3 girls, out of 5 in Nigeria have been raped or molested or sexually abused at different times. That number is high up there. Perhaps I should throw this to the guys. Why do you think sexual and gender-based violence is not so much, amidst the concerns, the fact that some states are already implementing the VAP Act, but making a law is different, is away from implementation, as it were. We currently have, I think, a sex offenders register that was recently launched. Why is it that when a woman is raped, it doesn't carry the kind of weight it should carry? A police officer might even ask me what I was wearing before I was raped. Perhaps anybody that wants to react to it, please.
I would like to talk about that. I mean, even though dressing is not an excuse for you to be raped, even though your dressing, how you dress doesn't matter. If somebody wants to rape you, I mean, he doesn't look after your way of dressing. But at the same time, I think there's a kind of lack of orientation to the young girls, which we need to. We need to enlighten them on how to you know, we need to enlighten them on how this thing works. Like, if a man looks at you in this way, this is how you should do. And if a man is looking at you or is trying to approach you in this way, this is how you should do. And, you know, you enlighten them. Dressing is not an excuse, but we need to enlighten these young ladies about it.
But why must the body be on the lady? That it has to be educated, it has to be enlightened. Why must the body be on the lady, not on the men that are
raping? This rape thing almost happened to me when I was younger. When I was in, I think, primary 4, I was just a young girl. My parents were not home. I had a neighbor. He's always calling me, my wife. You know, as a child, you just smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. And this day, I finished doing my assignment, and my mom was like, you just told me, when you are done, go to Big Mommy's house, which wasn't far away. So I finished with everything, and I was just a young girl wearing a T-shirt and a shorts. I wasn't indecently dressed because I was a young child. And I was leaving, and this uncle came, my wife, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Big Mommy's house. He said, I like your hair, thank you. Before you know it, they're showing your favorite cartoon. And I was like, really? I went, and before you know it, I like your hair, I like this. And my grandma has already told me as a child, if a man touches you, you get pregnant.
That is one of the enlightenment I'm talking about. One.
He said, if a man touches me, I'll get pregnant. So I had this issue that, no, I don't want to get pregnant when I'm still a teenager. I want to do this. I want to achieve this. So when it was coming close, I was thinking, my grandma said, if a man touches you, you get pregnant. And this man tried to rape me. And what saved me was because I was still in school then, so they taught us all these rape things that in case anything happened, even if it means breaking the person's head, do anything to survive. And he pinned me down. Luckily, I did exactly what I was taught. I was not indecently dressed. What if I was not able to escape? I won't stand here and be telling this kind of story. Yeah. So I think we need, not the girls, they need to teach these young men when they are growing up all these things. How to behave.
Apart from that,
not dressing, not being.
Let me tell you, the society matters a lot. In Hamburg, because I stayed in Hamburg, when there was complete lockdown, a case of rape was reported in Hamburg. Now, and when they find out, they say, it was because the sex, what do they call, prostitute station, that is, we call the sex center, commercial sex center, was locked. So then I said, okay, it may be as a result of the sex center being locked, that is why guys are now raping ladies, because they have wear. So immediately what the Hamburg government did, they now said, okay, let them open the sex center. But the ladies must wear masks, because I read some of the law. The ladies must wear masks. The guy going there for sex must wear masks. Now, this is in Nigeria.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
The analogy you're sharing is that because there's a lockdown,
yes,
the commercial hotels are locked as well.
Yes.
A woman, women are now
they're not prone. Yes, they're not prone to rape.
She's to be raped. Is
no,
that what you're saying?
she's not supposed to be raped. But these guys now, they find out that may be because if, for instance, there is an avenue, that place is open, maybe that person might not have done it. So it must have. So the government, in our wisdom, decided to say, okay, let's open. Now look at Nigeria now. If you check out some of the Nigeria cases that have been dropped, some of them will tell you they committed the act under drugs. They were under drugs when they committed the act. Why some? I have seen 90 years, 80 years. All these are problems of the society. The society, you can never take away crime from a society as far as we're on this planet Earth.
Why
but you can mitigate it.
Society? It is an individual person. You have to
look at it.
No,
it is the society. The society, because of what? We are lag behind in everything.
Okay.
Now,
what if I was almost raped? Will I say that guy is society?
No, what I mean by the society, I mean by the society in terms of living.
Now, listen, so like I said earlier, there is no excuse for it. In Nigeria, yes, we are religious. So I think the solution to all this problem is government still need to work with our religious leader. Because in church, they hardly talk about rape and they hardly talk about all the social
sex.
vices.
They hasn't talked about
so
sex. They haven't even
what we
preached
talk about is money,
in the public.
money,
They find it as a crime
and
to discuss about it.
give your life to Christ.
And that is
So are you saying
about.
that it is the church or the government that has to teach
The
these
government,
young men
the
not to rape people?
No, society in
Listen,
general.
even though I said there's no
Society
excuse
in
for
general,
rape,
because
there's no excuse for rape, even though, like, maybe, like, the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place was this, like, we need to educate the young ladies and even the society in general.
Is it just young ladies?
Not young ladies,
why
the
are we
society in
educating
general.
It does not apply to ladies alone.
There is no
I've
excuse
also
for
been-
rape.
One
There is
time,
no
ladies
excuse
wanted
for
to
rape.
me. 2 ladies attempted to rape me. But I came out of it. So if
I
such
know
a
a
thing,
guy that has been raped.
so things
before,
like that are
So, I
happening
mean,
in
there
the
is no
society.
excuse
What do
for
you
rape.
do?
There is
You
no
teach
excuse
people
for
and
rape.
give them the liberty. You find out that they say no commercial sex. That there should not be a state will tell you that there is nothing like commercial sex. No lady is permitted. People are doing it underground. And guys, it's a feelings that you cannot hide from. And some can control these feelings. Some cannot control these feelings. So when such a thing comes up, it depends if they are well taught, well groomed, and say this thing will come. All borders on education. If Nigeria is well groomed in education, things people will learn, people will know how to even address. Ladies will be equipped in defending themselves. The guys will also be equipped in how to distance themselves from such feelings once it comes around. Because sometimes it's a feelings that come. Some people don't have controls. Before you know, they fall into it.
Listen, feeling and whatever is not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yes.
It's not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yeah.
Raping is rape. You could be raped as a man.
Yeah.
And women are raped like multiple times. Like we have reports of women being raped. So there's no excuse for raping. Whether you are in the feeling or not in the feeling, you have no excuse to rape somebody.
There is no excuse. There must be
There's
a
no
reason
excuse
to
for
it.
somebody.
There is no excuse.
That is the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place.
You must be able to address that reason and what causes it. If you are able to address it, you may be able to reduce it, but you cannot eliminate it completely. What I'm trying to say here is that if Nigeria educational system is functioning in the appropriate order, there will be a reduction in crime. Now there is surplus of crime because of what? Lack of unemployment rate. Even the ladies. Even the ladies. What are you saying?
There are a
People
lot of
just
educated men that were caught raping young ladies. So education is not part of it.
I can tell
it
you
could contribute, but not
in
part
Niger
of
State,
it.
in Niger State.
Education is not.
In June,
there
I
are a
was
lot
in
of
Niger
educated
State.
people
In
that were caught
94,
raping.
Your education. What do you mean by education?
Now, education
you
is
are
all
confusing
about
education, I
telling
think.
people how to, what they need to know before time.
Sensitization.
You teach them, yes? You sensitize them.
The same professor, I mean lecturers from university harassing young ladies.
Yes.
You know, so education
And the
is
same
not an
pastors,
excuse.
the same imams, the same ladies,
the point I was making is
ladies.
you have
So
no
what are we
excuse to
talking
rape
about?
somebody. There's no excuse for raping. If you rape somebody, you must, like, there's no excuse. You can't hide
There is
behind
no
someone
excuse.
and hide yourself.
You cannot take
Thank you
it.
for your input. Can we have Sadao too has been itching to speak. Can we have comments from Fali, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for bringing me in. First of all, I want to clarify that when you discuss issues of rape, it has nothing to do with education. We have to get that out of this conversation. It's an issue of morality and how we think as individuals. And it's critical to recognize that some of these rapists are sick. They are actually sick, mentally sick, and they also need help. So the perspective or the conversation that it is a feeling and we should take care of it does not even arise. And you can't comfortably say that the ladies need to be trained. Ladies need to be trained in what exactly? So this goes back to what I was referencing earlier. It's a conversation of the values and morality that we have as individuals, irrespective of the education that we have. Education is just a pathway. It's not a solution to all of our challenges, of all of our problems as human beings. So it will be irresponsible for us, and I think even unfair on our society and our ladies to focus on saying ladies should be educated or should be better focused on how to dress amongst other things and men have feelings. And specifically to mention, I think our target should be now, how do we ensure all of these rape cases, now that we have the legal framework to challenge it, do not end up as hashtags or just mere conversations? Because this conversation line about, oh, there are mere feelings that men have, of course, would almost make the issues seem irrelevant, not only to society, but even more irrelevant to the prosecuting officers who have a responsibility to ensure that our rights and safety in the society is protected.
Thank you so much, Fali, for that. Thank you.
I think she mentioned
Uthman, you perhaps want to say something so we can wrap. Just solutions from you.
Yeah. Solutions. So I think she mentioned something about.
Hold on. Uthman wanted to say something.
Okay.
I think one of the solutions in the first place to combat the issue of rape in our society is for us to go back to the religious institution, and then again to the family specifically. Like one of the sisters in the studio had rightly pointed out, how her mom or parent used to tell her that when a woman is touched, she gets pregnant. That culture of orientation, even though it's not the right thing, like it's not the real fact, but then it will build that consciousness in her to know that this is issues that has to deal with her sensitivity and future. The family has a long road to play, as well as the religious institution. We need to have a rethink on the mindset about rape. Rape culture is a mindset. Rape culture, we are what we think. A PhD holder can rape a girl of 6, 7, and to me, that is madness. So you must be psychologically imbalanced for you to do that. So to hold an argument that education has to be given priority in order to combat rape, I think the society and the whole world had gotten enough education, if education is really something that is going to help us in curbing the issue of rape in the society. The society is enough. Because if you look at our society right now, the society are even facing more ills than before when education was not that well known. And everybody can agree with that. So what we should be looking at is the religious institution, because these guys have a lot of activities in shaping public opinions. They have a lot of followers who believes in them, whether true or false, they believe in them. The family also has a lot. Your child will most likely to believe you when you are lying. So whatever you tell her, she's going to believe you. So that orientation must have to start from the family and the religious institution.
Thank you so much. Kola, your final take, please.
Thank you. I just want to corroborate what they were, both of them said, because I mentioned it earlier. Our religious leaders, they hold so much power in Nigeria, both Christian and Muslim. And if government can work with them in terms of orientating the society in terms of morally what is acceptable in the society, what is not, another. But if you look at Nigeria now, I'm a Christian, so what an average church preaches is prosperity, because that is our number one problem in Nigeria. We are so poor. So that's that about religious side. And the other side about mental health. Mental health is real. When I was in Nigeria, I've never thought about mental health, but during this COVID, I knew what was mental health, or what is called mental health, because of when the COVID just started. But back in Nigeria, I wouldn't consider myself saying I'm mentally challenged because of COVID, because when COVID started, the news just bombarded us like, am I going to have COVID? But if I'm in Nigeria, I'll still continue going about my business. I won't even consider myself like, let me go and check myself and see if I'm mentally balanced and all that. So I think culturally, as a society, we still need to go back to our religious leader, because those guys, they hold so much power, because when election is coming, politicians go to them and meet them because they can sway people's opinion. And Nigeria, we are like 95% religious country and all that.
The same thing again comes to what I mean by education.
Final takes, please.
Even in schools, if they are well sensitized, the ladies are well sensitized from primary to secondary. The guys are well sensitized. Do you know that some schools don't even talk about sex education? Even in secondary school level, they don't talk about sex education. So how do you teach these people this thing? How do you make them to know? You go. I'm talking from first-hand information that you go to some parts, they don't even want to hear that thing, sex education. They don't want to talk about it. A lady who finished the whole secondary school, she has not been taught on how to manage herself. So how do you expect such society to grow?
I mean, not in all religions.
So you have to teach them.
There's a provision for that in Islam.
You have to, excuse me, please. You have to teach them. You have to teach them in the religion. You have to teach them in school. You have to teach them even in the family. Let all this issue come up. Let the children be carried along, and everything will be okay. But one thing I must stand up: you must educate the ladies. You must educate Nigerians, and that will reduce the problem of Nigeria.
My final take, it's not all about the education. Right from the family, right from where you are worshiping, these are already put in place. Like in my house, I have more of the boys. They've been teaching them this, all this sex thing, all this rape. In churches where I worship, they teach the male child against this rape. They do the same thing for the female. So by the time all this thing continues, I think there will be minimal cases of rape, which is already happening, against what you were saying, that they don't teach that. They are already teaching it.
There's provision for that.
So it's a gradual thing. And again, when they teach those people, it is an individual education.
Thank you.
When you teach those people, it is not left to them. Maybe when they are, they are mentally, they still go.
You need to be enlightened.
They are still enlightened.
Morality.
Yes.
Education itself.
Not education, the morality, not education, the morality.
Can we have your final take, please?
Okay, mine. I think if we should go back to the religious belief, I'm a Muslim, and I keep saying it, we have a way we teach the upcoming generation, starting from, let's say, with each year, like from 5 years, 6 years, we have how we impart the knowledge of how to take care of self. Like, for example, the first time you experience your period as a lady, not even before that, we have a way where we educate them on how to take care of themselves. Mm-hmm. Not only the ladies, even the boys. Like, what you should do in this step, if you experience this is what you should do. So I think we have that in Islam. Yes. We need to carry the religion and the religious people.
We're talking about real life.
I'm telling you, we have that.
Thank you.
We have that. I'm telling you, we have.
You cannot tell us that this is it. When you go to the far north, people are being oppressed. Ladies are being oppressed. Ladies do not have the right.
We have it in Islam. Is the truth. I am saying we have it in Islam.
The end product is marriage.
All I am saying is we have it in the religion.
And from the north, you have a system where you tell you that the lady product is marriage. So what do you expect? Then we know what
Can we have your final thoughts, please? Final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for convening this conversation. I think as we move forward as a nation and as young people, we must recognize that our education only gives us more access. It doesn't define who we are. It doesn't take us away from the challenges that are within our society. And specifically when it comes to issues on rape and sexual and gender-based violence, not just us, but I think our mindset need a radical shift. The mindset of the society needs a radical shift towards understanding that the issue of rape is a persistent problem within our society, and those who are responsible for this act within society must be held accountable. Otherwise, we will keep pushing it as a cultural issue, amongst other things. And then finally, when it comes to the status of women in our society, I think as a country, Nigeria can do better in terms of the engagement and inclusion of women, not only in the decision-making processes, but also in how the affairs of the home are run, because it is at that point that we'll begin to change the mindset and the moral values of young men and the young people we're raising, for the girls to understand that they have an equal footing in society, and also for the men and boys to understand that the woman is not below you, but an equal member of the home and an equal member of the society with you, who based on her rights, her intelligence, is able to achieve anything equally with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadatu. I want to say thank you to Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who came in all the way from Hamburg. Abubakar Mohammed, thank you so much.
Abubakar
from Munich.
Bello.
Kola Akintola.
Thank you.
a big thank you to you for your insight and, of course, your argument as well. Victoria Essien, you are brilliant as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Uthman Tochukwu, are you in Abuja?
Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
All the way from Abuja. Thank you so much. And Fali Hamo Saadatu.
Thank you.
All the way from Abuja as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And thanks to our viewers for tuning in. We'll see you again next time. My name is Mercy Abang from Berlin. We're wrapping this up now. Bye-bye.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home
works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Good evening. I am Destiny Momo. This is News Update. President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the Wuyi Flyover Link Bridge for public use. He described the project as a critical project to boost the economic well-being of citizens living on that axis, including the surrounding communities. Tinubu seized the brief inauguration ceremony to commend the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, saying his commitment to birthing a standard capital city with adequate infrastructure was unrivaled. In his remarks, Wike said residents of the FCT had lost hope in the completion of the interchange bridge linking Wuyi and Wuse district, but now have a reason to rejoice because of the support from the president.
Our determination to succeed and extend happiness to teeming populations, bring about prosperity and value of immense proportion to our people is the goal of the government. And thank you for making a dream realizable. It is my great honor and singular preference to declare this project inaugurated. Once again, I commend the entire team.
We're happy. Let me use this local balance. Those of us who are from local area, they say, monkey the jump, monkey the jump. Now we're 3 near 3. FCT is performing. FCT is performing. It's because you are giving us tremendous support. All this we are working. It's because of your massive support. I know that could also create a problem for us. The kind of support you are giving us may create a problem for us, but it's a good problem. It's not a bad problem. So we are very, very happy. Because if you don't give all this support, all this wouldn't have happened. And I thank you very much.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court on Thursday ordered the governors of the 36 states of the Federation to, within 7 days, enter their defense to the suit the federal government filed to secure full autonomy for the 774 local government areas. The order followed an application that the federal government, through the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Prince Lateef Fagbemi SAN, for accelerated hearing of the matter and for the abridgment of the time allowed for all state governors to file their response to this suit. In its ruling, a 7-man panel of the Apex Court, led by Justice Garba Lawal, said the AGF should, upon receipt of the processes contained in defense of their governors, respond to it within 2 days. The panel fixed June 13 to commence full-blown hearing of the matter. And a High Court in Port Harcourt has issued an order of interlocutory injunction restraining the 27-member of Martin Amehule-led River State House of Assembly from parading themselves as lawmakers. The order was issued by Justice Charles Wale of the River State High Court, Port Harcourt Division. This was with Victor Oko-Jumbo and 2 other lawmakers loyal to Governor Siminalayi Fubara as plaintiffs, had Martin Amehule and 24 other members of the Assembly who had defected to the APC listed as defendants. Governor Fubara, the State's Attorney General, and the State's Chief Judge were also listed. The legislative seats have also been declared vacant with effect from 13th December 2023, pending the hearing and determination of the substantive suit. That case has been adjourned to 1st July 2024 for mention. And many people are reportedly trapped as a two-story building collapsed in the East Saleh core area of Lagos State on Thursday. The structure alleged to have been defective gave way following a fire in part of Dosumu Market on Lagos Island. The Lagos Territorial Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Ibrahim Farinloye, who confirmed the incident, said 14 other buildings were seriously impacted by the fire. He said emergency responders, including the National Emergency Management Agency, federal and state fire services, the Nigerian Police and Fire Service of the Nigerian Ports Authority, were already at the scene of the event. And an unspecified number of people are feared killed after bandits attacked Maru Junction Market in the Maru ward of Kajuru local government area in Kaduna State. Kajuru is said to be one of the hotbeds of banditry in Kaduna State. The police in Kaduna State have confirmed the death, stating that while 5 people were injured, 1 person lost his life during the attack. However, locals say no fewer than 12 people were shot dead during the attack. And 2 soldiers have been reportedly killed by unknown gunmen enforcing the sit-at-home order on Thursday. The military men were attacked at Obi Kabia Junction in Abia State by over 15 masked gunmen who also set their patrol van on fire. A trending video shows the assailants shooting sporadically before setting the military van ablaze. The Abia State Police Command and the military have not spoken on the reported incident as of the time of filing this report. And the Defense Headquarters says troops have killed no fewer than 640 terrorists, apprehended 1,051 suspects, and rescued 563 kidnapped hostages in May. The HQ spokesman Edward Buba disclosed these while briefing newsmen on the Nigerian military's operations on Thursday in Abuja. He said some senior terrorist commanders and fighters had degraded the potency of the terrorists as a result of intense pressure from troops across theaters of operations. Mr. Buba said the troops apprehended some suspects, including their logistics suppliers and informants. He added that the troops also recovered 707 assorted weapons, 16,487 assorted ammunition, comprising 411 AK-47 rifles, 234 locally fabricated guns, and 43 pump-action guns, amongst others. And the website of the Student Loan Fund has received over 60,000 visitors since its launch. The Managing Director of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, Akintunde Sawyer, made these known during an ongoing press briefing in Abuja on Thursday. Sawyer also noted that over 90% of federal institutions have submitted the list of students, noting that only 2 federal universities and 2 federal polytechnics are yet to do so. Sawyer also noted that the scheme will be made available to students of state universities in the next 3 weeks. On June 12, 2023, President Bola Tinubu signed the Access to Higher Education Act 2023 into law to enable indigent students to access interest-free loans for their educational pursuits in any Nigerian tertiary institution. And over 10,000 rural women in Gasol local government area of Taraba State have lauded the Global Alliance for Vaccine and Immunization, Gavi, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, for introducing Mama to Mama initiative to help in reducing maternal mortality and improving health among women and children in the state. A rural woman in Gasol, Hajia Sumaya Aji, who spoke during the media field trip during the initiative, has assisted women across the 16 local government area of the state. She noted that since the introduction of the Mama to Mama initiative, Gavi and UNICEF has improved their access to new and underused vaccines for those living in poor communities.
To create awareness about the antenatal care and immunization between the women in the community. We refer them back to the primary health care close by, where we met them if they started their antenatal, they do not complete it, we now refer them back to the hospital. We make awareness about their self-hygiene, scale business within their limits at home, for them to help their husbands in times of anything, if they do not have any means of helping themselves during the treatment or health problem.
With the strategy of Mama to Mama that was brought up by the Gavis or UNICEF, I do call them their twin brothers because they are doing wonderful in the States. Actually, with the coming in on board, Mama to Mama, the activities they are doing, being the LGA, we are having an improvement seriously. And that will be attributed to the efforts of State Primary Care Development Agency for the initiative to ensure that there's improvement in primary care activities across the 16 LGAs. So the Mama to Mama initiative is a good one where we have tremendous improvement in areas of immunization, in areas of delivery, ANC, and all across all the activity of the primary care in Gaso LGA.
Just watching Plus TV News update. We will be back.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
TV News update, and now moving on to other parts of Africa. The first results have been announced from what is seen as South Africa's most closely fought election since the African National Congress came to power 30 years ago. With results from around 14% of voting districts counted so far, the ANC is leading with 43%, followed by the DA with 26%. The radical EFF and the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, which is an MK party of the former President Jacob Zuma, are both on around 8%. Final results are expected over the weekend, as opinion polls suggest the ANC could lose its majority in parliament for the first time in 30 years, forcing it into a coalition. The ANC has lost support due to anger over high levels of corruption, crime and unemployment, but it is too early to predict the outcome. Wednesday's election saw long lines of voters outside polling stations late into the night across the country. And for news outside Africa, pressure is growing on U.S. President Joe Biden to allow Ukraine to use West-supplied weapons to strike Russian territory. A number of U.S. allies this week signaled they were open to this possibility after months of concern about escalation. And Russia's Vladimir Putin has warned of serious consequences, especially for what he called small countries in Europe. On Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Washington's stance on the matter would adapt and adjust based on changing battlefield conditions. He is currently in the Czech capital, Prague, for a meeting with NATO foreign ministers. Ukraine has been struggling to counter a Russian offensive in the east of the country, while the city of Kharkiv has suffered weeks of deadly attacks, often launched by Russia from military outposts near the Ukrainian border. And from entertainment desk, the National Medical Services Laboratories Management in Pennsylvania, USA, has denied the assertion made by the Lagos state government regarding a toxicology test conducted to determine the cause of death of singer Ilerioluwa Aloba, also known as Mohbad. A correspondent initiated an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the musician's demise, prompting a response from NMS Labs before the fact-finding mission. Concerned members of the public protested against the pathology statement at the coroner's court on May 15, indicating that an autopsy was inconclusive due to the decomposition of Mohbad's body. The State Government's Counsel O. Akinde informed the court in November 2023 that a toxicology test was carried out in the United States to establish the cause of Mohbad's death. Supporting this statement, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Bengal Motoshaw, confirmed during the live television show that the toxicology test was being conducted at NMS Labs in Pennsylvania, USA. Upon reaching out to the Commissioner of Information, Motoshaw, he mentioned that a lab's name was provided by the state's DNA and Forensic Center. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good evening.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes. From a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert, this is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. it's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at, simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow, there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply if you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit, or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here. The heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have, both in Darfur, ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have, in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
أنا ما يلي رأي إن خير إسحاق يلي رأي بلتين سقاد راسان وحضور أكد على ذي حضور أها نتاك كوري muddo badan aan tahay roogi iskoolaha ku dhakaday belitan haddii aan warbixin kooban siin ku sii degmada Xudur waxyaabo ma jare iyo caanka ah tanibada caanka ah taasoo oo soo jireen macnaha muddo badan iyo hahayti dad oo ammaanada ka fayl waaye beerajo beeraley waaye dadka beeraley boqol beeraley lan hoolan qabnee beer qab wal arageen laakiin lan beeran qabna sidiisba ma jira beera ka noolin belitan may caanka iyo gaala xoolaha madileer gaala caanka iyo gaala eed miinka shaqdo anka hormarsan yirleen ka dhaqade erinka hakiga looda anka yar may kale la ka dhaqday shani la ka dhaqday wadankan malabka isiin ba aragteen oo koonfurtan iyo waqooyiga meel walba lagu isticmaalo oo la dhoofiyo aragteen wadankan Allah ku saare wadankan isgaaraasan Xudur isgaaraasan burburkii dhibaatooyin badan la kulmay khaasatan dadka oo dhibaatooyin kulmiya kumadahay anna dawladda intii aan burburneeba dagaalada sokeynay bilowday daduna min sheegdo Soomaali oo oraad weligaaneen dhamar dad soo deginyi daris ana hasta korni ilma adeer dad iyo in oo una markii hore Soomaali la haysanay walaalhayni macnaha isquracdaan isla qadayani ehelsho madihan weerareeron qabiil hanin weerareen maalintaas in ka dhabadanay oo beledkii aan ka dhaladay ku roori loo duqdi agaglagay la balagaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan ay ka yaab badanay macnaha dabaatadii ninka humaytayna taas haytay xilligaasana martay walla ama baan lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jareen mo rabbaani kullina hadee may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna noo gooyay macnaha xaaladda Xudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqtiyaan saniyaan dhow waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'ad lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefada la heliyo dayuuriha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo ka nagdeen qof oo dhab la ka deersay mas'ala ka dili ma jira oo macnaha amaan humu ku dhiiday male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
Malika the African warrior queen, Shuri the Black Panther princess, all superheroes with afros or even city girls following their dream are just an example of African women superheroes in animation and comics that is growing in popularity. On this episode of Our Voices, we will dive into the comic world where creators contribute to the richness and diversity of the medium through their art in ways that resonate with all races and genders. Hello, I am Jeannie Niwa, and I am joined today by my superhero co-host, Anastasie Tudies and Seminish Yekoye.
Hi, or should we say Wakanda or something?
Something like that.
You made us do that. You made us tell them.
We're all superheroes today. So, let's dive into it. Is comics and, this world, is that something that you're familiar with? Do you have like a African superhero that you look up growing up?
Well, I just have to be honest. I was never into comic growing up, like reading the books and all that. Probably I saw even the Western superheroes like the Spider-Man or Batman after they turned it into a movie. But I don't remember seeing any black character in any of those animations I watched until very recently, like the Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. But I think time is changing and we are seeing more and more of them. Even the first Ethiopian superhero created in 2019. Her name is Hawi and she's a character whose mother is abducted and tries to save her. And, she is something inspiring for me right now to see and, for the future generation. So it's a very recent thing for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're new to that.
I'm very new to that.
I have never been very interested in it. The only comic character I can remember being interested in was Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Because of course the beauty, the power and whatnot, but I've never been into comics that much, so really doesn't do anything to me. No, I'm not.
Same thing for me. I would say comics is not something that, black in comics, that's not something that I grew up with. However, I don't know if you guys heard about Aya the Yupougon. You heard about Aya the Yupougon. So it's this city girl in Ivory Coast, and I think everything was made. When it came out, it was a boom. So
when was this? When you were a kid?
No, 10 years ago.
Okay.
So when I was a kid, black cartoon that I can remember.
So it's a recent thing.
Very recent. And, I think it worked because it stayed very authentic with African, culture in the city and everything that goes around it. She's a young girl with younger friends and, stories, of boyfriends and things like that in the animation. So it was something.
Great.
And I'm so happy that now it's growing in popularity.
Now, does your daughter like Aya the Yupougon?
No, because it was more like in French.
Okay.
But she has variety of
probably that's why I don't know her. It's in French.
Oh yes,
it's in English too.
It's in English
but
too. Okay.
It's not as advertised as it is in France.
Yeah. But now
that's the reason why we are having this show, to make sure that people know these characters and be inspired by them. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So it's growing in popularity, right? And that's what we're going to see now in this report.
That's right. In this original animated series from Africa that has made its debut on the Netflix streaming platform, the series, dubbed Super Team 4, was written by a young Zambian and takes place in a futuristic version of Zambia's capital, Lusaka. Kathy Short reports from Lusaka.
4 teenage girls who happen to be superheroes on a mission to save the world. That is the plot of the African animated series Super Team 4, now streaming on Netflix. Zambian writer and creator Malenga Mlendema told VOA that she loved watching cartoons as a child but never saw herself represented in any way. She says that with Super Team 4, she gets to see Africa, African characters, and Zambia's capital Lusaka on the screen.
So using, these fun, relatable characters, we tell stories that are full of action, lots of humor, some silliness, but lots of heart.
Mlendema enjoyed the collaboration that went into making an animated series.
Very cute, Temwe. I can't wait to buy them. I'm going to get them.
It was fun to know that we could move forward and incredible artists from around the world could come on board and then just put everything together that we now see streaming on Netflix now.
Zambian voice actor Zowangwira portrays K Bongo, a teenage superhero who is passionate about science and education.
For me, my experience was, I think it was a mixture. It was a mixture of exciting. I was a bit nervous, but most of all, I learned a lot from the experience.
Many film animators in Zambia are self-taught but lack technical support, says Akende Muyumbana. Despite the challenges, Akende Muyumbana, creative director at Utopia Studios in Lusaka, has persevered.
I think Super Team 4 had one of the best releases for animation in Africa, because genuinely there is a disparage between Africa and animation, with art in fact as a general whole, but they really did open a door for animation.
South Africa's Triggerfish Studios, which produced Super Team 4, is set to release other animation shows this year on the Netflix, Disney and Showmax Entertainment platforms. Triggerfish creative director Anthony Silverstone told VOA that 2023 has been a great year for African animation.
The medium of animation actually could employ so many different people across the range, from concept artists, writers, to lighting artists, to production people, to finance people. But then the other part, which is the kind of side that excites me, is just the fact that people actually get to see more African stories and more African people and more cultures from the diverse continent that we actually are.
Industry experts like Silverstone say that production of animated films and television is on the rise in Africa, and that talent is also in abundance. All that remains is for opportunities to open up for the continent's animators. Kathy Short for VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Well, to expand more on the topic of comics, we have a full house of experts here with us. The first one is the award-winning filmmaker Roy Okupe, known for his animated short Malika Warrior Queen and Iyanu the Chosen. He also serves as the CEO and founder of Unique Studios based here in the nation's capital. Welcome, Roy.
Thank you for having me.
And first, congratulations on the release of your animated film for Iyanu the Chosen, based on the book series, right?
Yes, it's not released yet, but it's in production, and hopefully soon people will get a chance to see it.
Yeah, and Iyanu is a superhero teenage girl from Yoruba land who is on a mission to save the world on the brink of destruction at the hands of the corrupt, cursed wildlife and divine beasts determined to destroy humanity. So, Roy, what inspired Iyanu?
So I grew up as a very young boy watching cartoons on TV, but I never really saw anything that took place in Lagos, Nigeria, or West Africa or Africa in general. So for me, it's always been a dream of mine that if I ever had the opportunity, I would create stories like the one I grew up with, like Spider-Man, X-Men, Batman, but do it from an African perspective for a global audience.
Mm-hmm. You mean being able to see your identity and yourself in the superheroes and
correct.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's very, very important. I always try to tell people that entertainment doesn't just entertain; it actually educates people, whether you like it or not. So I think it's time for us as Africans to control more of the narrative about the stories that are out there about ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's what we missed growing up, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So you were saying that entertaining means educating. Entertaining means also lots of work.
Oh, yes.
And I'm not sure we realize that to get to such an album, it's hours and hours of work.
Yes.
But it all starts with passion. So
yes.
Who was your favorite character that made you want to do that?
This is going to sound very cliche, but my mom.
She
is my original superhero.
It's not cliche, it's excellent.
Yeah, exactly. But for me, my mom has always encouraged me. She raised me in the right way, and just growing up, see a strong African woman doing all the right things, inspired me to create. Obviously, this Malaika, for instance, is fantastical, but a lot of what you see in my books, you know, I've taken from people close to me, my mom, my sisters, and now my lovely wife as well too.
Okay. That's why you went with sheroes, not heroes.
Yes, I do have male heroes, but I'm very, very, for me, it's important to also diversify what I'm doing in superhero genre by creating more African women and putting them in the spotlight
Why
as well.
though?
I think, you know, a lot of times, you know, not a lot of times, but growing up, I didn't really see a lot of black women, you know, being the stars. And I think for me, it's one thing that I've always wanted to change because, you know, black women are awesome.
What role do you think comics play in shaping the perception of African culture in the continent and out of the continent?
I mean, I think comics, like any other form of entertainment, like I said, you know, whether we like it or not, as a child, you know, we are attracted to things like animation, comic books, video games. And a lot of time, that's your first exposure to the bigger world that's outside, and you learn about different cultures. I feel like if you have false narratives in animation or narratives that aren't necessarily told by the people that you're representing, it can set a stage where people, you know, misunderstand culture or appropriate it in the wrong way. So I think for me, this type of storytelling is actually very important for the continent, and I would encourage more people who have the talents to do it because it gives us the opportunity to tell our stories our way for a global audience.
And how popular are these she-heroes or heroes you've done? How popular are they in Africa, in the continent, like Nigeria or other parts of?
Yeah, it's a growing popularity. We just recently announced that for the Iyanu animated series coming out, we have an all Nigerian Nollywood cast for the voices.
Wow!
So we're gonna have Nigerians talking like Nigerians in the show, which was very important. So we have people like Adesoy, Tommy Wellington, Shafi Bello, Blossom Chukwudreku, a lot of big stars in Nollywood who have decided to lend their voices. So yeah, there's a lot of excitement about this type of thing.
And then when they turn into film, it will expose it even more and reach more audience.
Yeah, film is more expensive, but hopefully we'll get there.
About that,
yes.
Why do you think we haven't seen things like this earlier?
I mean, it's a very complicated thing because obviously, you know, Hollywood is Hollywood, and Hollywood has had a lot more time to develop into what it is now. If you look at industries like Nollywood, for instance, right, it hasn't been around for as long. So I think for us, it's just time and also taking control of the narrative and also getting global supports like we're seeing now with like Afrobeats. Like you're going to start seeing just how big the music is. I think this is the next thing from Africa that people are going to start enjoying.
And the music will be a very interesting part of the
Oh yes, yes.
Like I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah. So what will be your advice or tip to, you know, young creators like yourself, especially in the continent?
Yeah, very good question.
I think for me, one of the things that I would like to say to people is that you have to believe in yourself. I think, you know, again, it sounds easy, but it's not because you don't, right now in our culture, it's not something you see everywhere where people are working on stuff like this. So to think that I can do it as well is a very difficult thing. But if I had any messages, believe in yourself and one day it'll happen for you.
Just real quick, you know, this is fiction. Do you impose yourself some limits when it comes to stereotypes and, you know, things like that so you can keep like a right image maybe of Africa?
Of course. I try to stay away from, you know, stereotypes that I feel like for a long time have existed about the portrayal of Africa, like, oh, poverty and corruption. It's not like these things don't exist, but it doesn't paint a full picture of what we Africans are about. So for me, it's about painting a full tapestry where you get to see the good, the bad, and really telling people the truth because Africa has just a wealth of like inspiring stories from history and the culture and the mythology, and a lot of those things I actually integrate into my characters as well.
Okay, thank you
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure having you.
Definitely. As you can see, I was inspired. Well, we have to say goodbye to our award-winning filmmaker, Royal Coupe, known for his animated short, Malika Warrior Queen, and Iyanu the Chosen, produced by his company, founded Unique Studios. It was a pleasure for you to join us today. It was a pleasure for us, of course. We'll have to take a pause right now, but more is yet to come. We would love to hear from you on this So connect with us on our social media platform at VOA Africa. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Please use hashtag VOA Our Voices. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linoch Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You are tuned into Our Voices and welcome back. Today we are discussing African women superheroes in animation and comics and how they can empower and redefine Black girls and women in popular culture. With us now in the studio is award-winning author Chris Rene Murphy, founder of Virtuous Con, an online sci-fi and comic culture convention that celebrates the excellence of Black, Indigenous, and people of color creators across the media of comics, books, film, visual arts, and more. Miss Murphy, welcome to Our Voices with these amazing books, characters you created.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Of course, it's a great pleasure. And in your book, In the Garden of Light and Shadow, The Chronicles of Ada St. James, you wrote, I will quote, as a member of the Sisters of Light, Lilavoie St. James swore an oath to use the magic of the moon to battle the demons and defend humankind. Until one day she met a demon and fell in love. And I was born. My name is Ada St. James, and these are the chronicles of how I came to be and the destiny that awaits me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. How do you create these stories? How do you come up with these ideas?
I think I have a clue, if I might. In the foreword of the book, you very kindly brought us and gifted us. There is this sentence. It starts like that. Several of the stories in this collection came to me 2 years ago or more. I first dreamt the story for First Blood 10 years ago.
Wow, is
but
that
they
true?
all came to fruition between the latter part of 2019 and 2020, and that is significant.
Is that how you come up with the ideas?
It is. I dream the stories.
Oh, wow.
And you carry them for years?
Yes. Well, first I dream them, and then I get up and I have notebooks everywhere. So I write down, because if I try to remember it forever, it won't work. So yes, so I write things down, and then as they come to me and as I sit with them, they emerge. And then as I get time, I have 2 kids, busy life and all of that. Each story has its own time. And so some stories like First Blood, I had to sit with for 10 years. And then other stories like The Chronicles of Ada St. James came to me about 2 years ago. And I knew I had to get it out. But I was working on another book, so I had to wait.
when it comes to you write it down, or when you wake up from your dream, you just write it down.
Yes,
wow.
in the dark, I'll write notes.
Okay. And how do you connect them with African culture or history or Black women? How do your dream and how the reality? How do you connect them?
I'm dreaming of Black women. I'm dreaming of the excellence of our history and our culture.
Wow.
So it's not even something that I have to make an effort to bring forth. I mean, our culture, our people are the example that I follow. They're my superheroes in real life. We slay dragons every day, big and small. We just don't call them that. We call them bills. We call them, PTA meetings. We call them,
If I may,
difficult relationships.
Another excerpt from the book, page 88. In Between the Two Seas, you say, a black woman's life is hard, it's true, but because this society has given them no place, they have been forced to define themselves, and in doing so have acquired the skills necessary to thrive on their own terms. There is power in that, Mr. James, don't you find?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I didn't mention you also have a background in being a social worker.
Yes.
I'm assuming that came, after that experience, all those dreams and thoughts.
No, I grew up never wanting to be a writer. I'm a reader. Okay. I love to read a good book. And even more, now that I'm a writer, I love to read a good book I didn't have to write. It was like a gift. Social work and international development came because of the neighborhood I grew up in. Yeah. I grew up in D.C. at a time when it was the murder capital of the world and the crack capital of the world. But my parents chose the neighborhood that I grew in and the house I grew up in. And they said, if you want to make your community better, you can't leave. You have to stay and make it better. And so it was a place I was really inspired by. And that's how I came to social work and international development and all those things.
Fantastic. So, Simonish, we're mentioning Africa. Let's hear from people on the continent and get their views on women superheroes. In Your Voice segment, we hear from people on the streets of capital city of Kampala, Uganda. Reporter Mugume Davisi Rwakaringi spoke with entertainment lawyer Sentongo Abel, comedian, actor, and artist Gerald Lutaro, another artist, Fina Mugerwa, and last but not least, Zubida Biantolo. Take a listen.
My name is Sentongo Ebo, an entertainment lawyer in Uganda, East Africa. Women have taken the center focus in the comic industry because of inspiration of successful women in the industry. Inspiration from women in leadership positions in the country has also pushed other women to also do something and be so prominent like others. The women emancipation drive that has been worldwide and globally funded by the different governmental bodies has also fostered women to come on center point of the comic industry.
My name is Gerard Rotaro. I'm an artist with Fan Factory Uganda. In regards to your question, being me as an artist, I see that the female side of us human beings sells. That female sexuality, as women, they sell on their own. So let it be musical, let it be arts, film, a woman will go and take center stage. And in this day and era, I think they're more powerful than us now.
African women are taking over in comic because we have realized the beauty of African culture. African culture is a unique product. We are a unique product. We've been seeing a lot of people coming on top, but when you look at the African woman, you see a different, unique product. Actually, they are like flowers. When you look at an African woman, you just don't want to look aside again. So that is why, yes, we are pushing to be on top, but then even the brand, the unique brand is pushing us because we have a unique product.
I think African female are becoming more in the film industry because they are determined and we are competitive. When you see the years back, men were too much in the film industry and they were too competitive. You were saying he's a director, he's a writer, he's the main character, and female were left behind. So when we joined with love and passion. We have that passion, and we are determined when we do something, we do it with passion.
Thanks to our Ugandan reporter Mugume Davisi Rwakiringi. Now that what are some I'm sorry. I just want to go back to what this gentleman said. Do women sell?
Absolutely.
Is that why we create them?
Well, you know, yes, women sell, but also women hold a lot of the purchasing power across the world. And we need to see ourselves reflected. We deserve to see ourselves reflected as powerfully and wonderfully as we are.
So they sell and buy.
That's right.
Yes, they are both ends.
So just quickly, you also founded the Virtuous Con. Yes. Why is that, and what do you do with that?
It's an online sci-fi convention celebrating Black excellence in comics, books, anything that you can think of in fantasy, horror. And I created it to celebrate and elevate wonderful stories about Black and brown people across the world, because so often you get a mad, bad, sad narrative, and that is not our history, and that's not half of who we are.
Don't you feel like she deserves a round of applause? Yes.
We really had amazing guests and creators, and I hope they inspire young people watching us are now inspired to see themselves in these books and characters.
For sure. Thank you for your work. And that is our show for this week. A very special thank you to our guests who joined us at our Voices table today. Award-winning author and founder of Virtuous Con, Ms. Sarisi Rainey Murphy, and award-winning filmmaker Roy Okupe, founder and CEO of Unique Studios. You can rewatch this episode and the previous one on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or on our YouTube channel. This has been Our Voices. Thank you for tuning in. Please continue to be a light for yourself and others. And remember, we all have superpowers. Until next time, shine on. Cheers.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
In the 12 months since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's inauguration on May 29, 2023, Nigeria has embarked on a transformative journey towards stability, prosperity, and security, guided by the 8-point Renewed Hope agenda. This milestone is meticulously detailed in the Ministry of Information and National Orientation's report titled 1 Year of the Tinubu Administration, Forging a Safer, Stronger, and More Prosperous Nigeria, highlighting the significant strides made under President Tinubu's stewardship to address critical national challenges and implement comprehensive policies aimed at fostering national growth and development. Despite economic challenges marked by turmoil and unemployment, the administration's decisive economic reforms have stabilized the economy and ignited growth. A pivotal move was the abolition of the unsustainable fuel subsidy, redirecting approximately $10 billion annually towards vital sectors such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, and security. This bold action alone resulted in a 50% reduction in petrol importation and increased revenues for state and local governments. The elimination of the foreign exchange subsidy and the harmonization of forex rates fortified the Nigerian economy, propelling the Nigerian Stock Exchange to the pinnacle of global performance and bolstering the strength of the Naira. These claims by the Ministry of Information. To mitigate the impact of these economic measures, the administration rolled out several interventions, including a wage increase to 35,000 Naira monthly for civil servants, the establishment of a tripartite committee for wage restructuring, the creation of an infrastructure support fund for states internationally. The administration has successfully attracted over $30 billion in investments, enhancing Nigeria's global economic strength. However, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, on Tuesday said President Bola Tinubu's policies did not create prosperity, but have rather pauperized the poor and bankrupted the rich. In a statement on Tuesday, Atiku reviewed the administration over the past year, criticizing the All Progressives Congress-led government for not presenting any plans for economic remodeling, but instead implementing a mix of policies to address it. Joining us is the immediate past chairman of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN Lagos and District Society, Alistair Wilkos. We also have joining us a public affairs analyst, Dr. Kachi Ononuju, and the executive director, Center for Rights and Grassroots Initiative, Nelson Ekujimi. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bala, for having
good
me.
to
It's
see
my
you.
pleasure. It's my pleasure to be around, Bala. Thanks for having me.
Alistair, how would you want to summarily start your take on the last 1 year of President Tinubu's administration?
Well, Bala, I think I would say it's a mixture of the good, the bad, and the ugly, depending on the side of the stick you are holding. The president came in with, didn't mix words right from Igbo Square. He began to set out his policy directions. And well, people criticize him for that you made a statement without having the plans to manage the aftermath. But sometimes it's also good. I criticize it, but sometimes it's also good for you to shoot before you aim for the second bullet. So the economic agenda of the president was clear. We are moving away from departing from the old structure that has not worked and has put Nigerians in debt, even though it seems we are the so-called proverbial common man was having certain things easy. You just had to change the narrative. So economically, I think quite a wide range of options on the table, and they are trying out every one of it to see which will be better suited for the economy. In the last few months, we've seen where the CBN has come into play heavily in the monetary policy arena. The MPR has moved from about 22 basis point, 22,000 basis point to now we're on a 26. That's quite a substantial move. And is it the right policies? We need to allow them to mature for us to know. But generally, apart from the economic space, one area that Nigerians has always had issues talking about security and food and security of the land, and then agricultural production, food security. Now you discover that Nigeria has been plagued with wide range inflationary trend, especially food inflation, and
Alistair,
yeah,
I think it may be a good idea for us to make references to the inaugural speech of the president, especially as it relates to the sectors. I was just wondering, maybe I should start by reading out what he intimated the Nigerian public with his objective in security, although it must be accentuated at this juncture that is only 1 year into a 4-year tenure. But this was exactly what he said in his inaugural speech in relation to security. Security shall be the top priority of our administration because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amidst insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this menace, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and this means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and firepower. What is your take? Taking each of those points, a review of the security doctrine and architecture, which would ordinarily, I would want to believe, given my understanding of English language, a total review, strategic reform of the security system, and his promise to improve the welfare and the operational wherewithal of the security personnel. Your take in the last 1 year of the administration?
Well, many Nigerians like me, sitting from my unvantaged position, Bola, will think that the president is not doing much in security. Well, because we are not seeing certain movement or which we expect to see. So one will expect that he is not doing much. But I would say, since I said from my unvantaged position, because I'm not in the theater and to know what is happening behind the scene. But in terms of on the street, we've not seen anything dramatically change with respect to the security architecture of the country. Yes, there were service, the heads of the services were changed, the persons were retired, but we still have this widespread fear in the land, public fear in the land with respect to kidnapping, which is a major crime, with respect to banditry, which is a major crime with respect to even the so-called the high-headed Boko Haram and other insurgent group. They still have headway, but like you said, 1 year in a 4-year administration is well, it's just 25% of the time for us to see that meaningful and appreciable level of change that we expect to see.
How would you want to respond to the fact that there's a dictum in one of our major nationalities that speaks to the fact that the morning makes the day. What somebody is going to be doing later in the day would have been defined in the morning. Is this morning good enough for you in terms of the security progress thus far made, or security lack of progress thus far are discernible, depending on which direction you're looking at it? Okay, is
Well,
like
I
Dr.
wouldn't say
Ononuju.
that the money is good for me. With respect, yeah, I can.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, Alistair.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you. But what I'm saying is, yes. What I'm saying is, I am not sure the money is good for me with respect to the security. How this president has tackled security. Like I said, I consider the fact that I'm in an unvantaged position. I wouldn't say vantage because I am not at the theater, but many Nigerians want to have this sense of being secured, whereby they travel on the roads without much praying, just as we used to do. I remember some years back, I used to travel to the north by road, and sometimes the night catches up with us, so anywhere in it, be it forest, and then you are just relaxed. But I don't think many Nigerians can do that today. Even going to Ibadan in the broad daylight, you might just be looking at your left and your right. So one will want to see, so the morning is not yet good for me. So one will want to see us returning back to that era when you are traveling from here to Bini and you sleep off and the driver is just going and you can sleep off in your car without having much to worry as to looking out on the road.
Okay.
So those kind of a thing. So
Okay,
the money is not yet good, but like I said, 25% over 25% is too small to judge a student. So let's see when 50%, when we get to 50%.
I'll come back to you, Alistair. I'll come back to you. But before I come back to you, I need to say this. As somebody who did a course once in criminal justice system, I know that the perception of crime is usually bigger than the reality of crime. However, that does not excuse the fact that if people are not comfortable emotionally and otherwise in an environment, security is also a game of perception. Once the confidence is not there, it's not there. Dr. Ononuju, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Let's go in the direction of the economy. Let me read out verbatim what the president promised in his inaugural speech on the 29th of May, 2023. Regarding the economy, he said, on the economy, we target a higher GDP growth. On the economy, we target a higher GDP growth and to significantly reduce unemployment. We intend to accomplish this by taking the following steps. First, budgetary reform stimulating the economy without inflation will be instituted. Second, industrial policy will utilize the full range of fiscal measures to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. Third, electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double and transmission and distribution networks improved. We will encourage states to develop local sources as well. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all their complaints about multiple taxation and various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividends and profits home. Dr. Ononuju, what would be your take, be your response to
what you were reading out are rhetorics that had to do with expectations. What we are reviewing after 1 year is reality. A lot of those expectations did not materialize. As you can see, economically, it's been one policy after the other, trial and error. And that's why somebody would say economically, it's been all motion and no movement. So we have to pray that the government changes tax, and start to think through policies before they are released onto the public space. We have seen 1 year of well-meaning economic policies that had not come in well because of the government did not take care of what it should have done. For instance, the issue of the foreign exchange market and the petroleum and energy markets. When he removed the subsidy, it was supposed to be something free for all private importers. But as you saw, the private importers were now battling for scarce foreign exchange, which those who are in custody of the 29 trillion ways and means extra printings by Mr. Mefeli and Buhari's administration. If you are not able to rein in those with that excess liquidity, they will continue to use it to compete for the ownership of the scarce foreign exchange you have in the economy. And by that doing, the importers of petroleum products wouldn't find the foreign exchange that they need. And that was why the removal of subsidy was met with scarcity of foreign exchange. And that forced the skyrocketing of prices, which we saw damage our economy. So if you will look at it, I will tell you that the government lacks the political will to rein in the activities of those with the excess capital, which they got through the printing of $29 trillion. So if you're not able to rein in those people, you're not going to stop them from seeking for any valuable dollars in the economy. And that's why I think it's a good thing about rhetorics. It's very important that the government finds the political will to fight corruption.
So for you, the major debilitating factor against what he had intimated the Nigerian public that he wanted to achieve is the potency of corruption. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, his lack of political will to fight corruption undermine his ability to go after those keeping custody of the 29 trillion printed, Mr. Meveli. And that's 29 trillion they now use to chase any available dollar within the foreign exchange market. And that's why you saw that scarcity of dollars that actually forced the painful inflation that you see everywhere, because everything has to do with imports dependent economy. And we have not stopped being an import dependent economy. So where is the foreign exchange? If those in the APC that had the foreign exchange from the ways and means of a printing of Naira, of course they will use that money to pursue the few dollars you have in the economy. And that was why he was so challenged. He started using our foreign reserves to actually try to fund the foreign exchange market, but that was not sustainable. And now we're back to where the dollar is 1.52 the Naira. Yes.
I'll come back to you. Dr. Nonoju. Let me go to your colleague. Alistair. Okay, Dr. Nonoju. Okay, Alistair, here you are. Okay, let me read his declared intention for job creation. He says, my administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million new jobs in the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. This bill will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural improvements, encourage light industry, and provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. Alistair, your take of that in the last one calendar year, and with the caveat that it is still one in a 4-year tenure. Alistair Wickham.
Well, I've not seen that omnibus legislation with respect to the job creation that the president promised. However, Bola, some of the bold infrastructural activity of the president is a spin-off, it's a job creation, creating adventure. Now, are those jobs there? Look, I know that the admin is doing quite a number of things, but unfortunately, the seemingly high-headed monster inflation that is characterized the system is what is diminishing some of the president's noble steps. Quite a number of things is going on in providing the much needed critical infrastructure in the country. And when you're building infrastructure, you are creating jobs, direct and indirect. Now, if that's what the president means, I think he is working in accomplishing that. I also know that the Ministry of Digital Economy is up and running, and there's a lot happening in the digital space. So those numbers I don't have, but every day we see them roll out plans and activities. And the president has also gone ahead to do quite a number of, like for instance, now the highway is being built, the Lagos Calabar highway. I mean, it has kicked off, and you can't imagine the number of jobs that we create. So infrastructural development creates jobs, but Nigerians want to see maybe more blue collar jobs. This industry springing up left, right, and center. But again, with the, like you said in your intro, with the over 30 billion in terms of pledges of what do you call it, FDI, coming to the country, some will go into manufacturing, some is going to business creation. So there's no way those money will come in or those pledges will be made that jobs will not be created. I think marketing the country is key for this kind of things to happen. And I think the president is doing a good job in terms of marketing the country. And it also behoves on us as citizens to throw away our political leaning, our political frustration from the elections. A lot of people, the elections give them frustrations, and we've not come out of that frustration. So that is undermining some of the bold moves. And rather than applaud some of the moves of the president, we find fault, we carpet it, we rubbish it, and that is not good enough. I am not satisfied. Like I said, I've not seen that omnibus.
Amlesa, okay, I was just going to ask you a follow-up question on the promised omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. To the best of my understanding, and especially to the best of my understanding of the legislative processes, bills coming from the executive tend to get more priority. One would have thought that at this juncture, 1 year into a 4-year tenure, the ministers of finance, trade, youth, and say the minister of the digital economy ought to have gotten themselves together and ought to have packaged an omnibus bill, and that ought to have been submitted to the National Assembly as an executive bill that will naturally and normally in the process of lawmaking get more traction. Because an average person watching us now may think it's the failure of the National Assembly that they have not passed, they have not started deliberating on such a bill. But because the president promised it, one would have thought that the resources within the executive arm of government would have packaged it and submitted it to the National Assembly. What would be your response to that opinion?
Well, you're not far from the truth. That is the reality. And like I said, I have not seen the omnibus bill. I've not even heard that it's in the works within the state. Within the Federal Executive Council. In all their meetings, I've not heard of any such omnibus bill. Maybe did the president forget that he promised that bill? Remember the speed within which the student loan board bill.
Alistair, don't let's overflog it. Your point is well made. Let me go to agriculture now and go to Dr. Ononuju. Dr. Ononuju, okay, we have the third guest available. Is he on audio? Okay, Dr. Ononuju, let me go to you on this. Agriculture. Rural incomes shall be secured by commodity exchange boards, guaranteeing minimal prices for certain crops and animal products. A nationwide program for storage and other facilities to reduce the spoilage and waste will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in value-added processing. The livestock sector will be introduced to best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict over land and water resources in this sector. These actions, food shall be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more, while the average Nigerian pays less. Dr. Ononuju, your take.
These were all wishes expressed through rhetoric, but in the real life, insecurity has impacted negatively our agriculture. You know that. So until we're able to deal with the insecurity that has impacted agriculture severely, we will not be able to see what has actually happened in the agricultural area. What I can tell you is, against all those dreams expressed through rhetoric, our problem has been insecurity, largely in the agricultural field. And until government is able to do something to reverse the situation about insecurity, where farmers are not allowed to go do their farming, neither are they allowed to go do their harvesting without paying the taxes levied on them by the terrorists. This is the problem. The earlier the security services dislodge the terrorists and allow the farmers to have say over their land, the better for Nigeria's agriculture in general.
Okay, welcome to
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me. Good evening. Sorry for joining you late.
Oh, never mind, my brother.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Thank you for, oh, you're welcome. Thank you for gracing the show. And Nelson, we're doing a review of what the president promised in his inaugural speech, especially the areas where he detailed some of the things he would want to achieve. And now let's go to infrastructure.
Yeah.
On infrastructure, the president said, thus, we shall continue the efforts of the Buhari administration on infrastructure. Progress towards national networks of roads, rail, and ports shall get priority attention. Your take in the last 1 year of that promise relative to the reality?
Well, thank you very much. I must confess that we have seen the present administration key into the policies of its predecessor with regards to infrastructure renewal. We cannot run away from the fact that what the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari achieved with regards to infrastructure. And you can see that the present government has embarked on that same course of action. We can see the Port Harcourt Abia train running now. We can see the linkage of the southwest and the south-south through the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. And quite a lot is going on with regards to road, bridges, railway as a means of transportation. So if you look at infrastructure, I think the government has lived up to its word with regards to, keying into those infrastructural transformation that it met on ground, that it is building on. It's a fact that the government is well home and dry with regards to that.
Thank you very much. Alistair, about time now we went to the direction of fuel subsidy. And I'm happy that, Alistair, you are the chartered accountant amongst the three guests we have this evening. I know Dr. Ononuji has a background too in development economy. I think I'd love the two of you to take this on. But let's go there. Alistair, I'm reading what the president said during his inauguration on fuel subsidy. We commend the decision of the outgoing administration in phasing out the petrol subsidy regime, which has increasingly favored the rich more than the poor. Subsidy can no longer justify its ever-increasing costs in the wake of drying resources. We shall instead rechannel the funds into better investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve the lives of millions. Alistair, how would you want to compare reality to this promise?
With the announcement at Ego Square, subsidy is gone, Nigerians woke up to the sad reality of the fact that we need to pay more for petroleum products, especially the PMS, which is the only link of the process that was being subsidized. Did we go the full hog? Apparently no, because if we compare what we pay now and what we should be paying, we have gone the full hog. I think the government is still magnanimous in still absorbing some of the cost elements, because if you look at other economies, other countries, you understand the fact that the government is still magnanimously absorbing some of the cost on PMS. I just came back from a trip to Accra. I know what fuel costs in Accra. It's almost at the equivalent of 1,500 naira per liter. And conversely, transportation cost in Ghana is far cheaper than that in Nigeria, even though they pay far more for PMS. How they do it, I just cannot tell. But you see, the flip side, the good side of it is the fact that removal of the subsidy has brought in more money into the government coffers. If you look at FAC now has far more money to share. If you look at state government, they now have more money. Unfortunately, we still do not hold our state accountable. We still rely and put all our focus on the federal government. And everything that happens, we think the federal government is the one doing it. Meanwhile, the states have increased resources. Local governments have increased resources, but we don't look at them. We keep bombarding our attention to the federal. The federal cannot provide you primary schools, secondary schools. That is work of the states. The federal cannot provide you primary health care or even general hospitals. That is the work of the states. So we should look at our states. With the increased resources available to them, we should not only be putting our attention on the federal government, but we should look at our states. These states are autonomous. They are autonomous and they control their resources the way they are supposed to control it.
Alistair,
I'm with you.
If one were to juxtapose what the naira used to buy to what it now buys, an average governor or an average spokesperson of the governor may tell you about the increased, the so-called increase is only increase in paper figure, but the reality is that what it can buy relative to what the naira could achieve before has been so deprecated, not even depreciated, deprecated. So what would be your response to that? Just a quick one before I go to
That is, Bola, that's a lie of the devil, and that is part of what is fueling the inflation crisis in Nigeria. We use that lie to extrapolate everything and to enrich ourselves as government circle. Now, I agree with the fact that the dollar, the exchange rate has gone up drastically, but it shouldn't affect the price of Gari. Gari is a domestically produced item. It shouldn't affect the price of beans, the price of plantain, the price of those domestically produced items. If imported items might go up, yes, I agree. But domestically produced items should not. So we're only lying to ourselves. Yeah.
Alistair, a quick one before I go to your two colleagues. Alistair, an average person producing Gari will tell you that inevitably in the production of Gari, he or she has to buy petrol. An average person producing Gari would have to also factor in countenancing the cost of transporting the Gari from the rural area where the Gari is made to the places where he or she is going to be selling the Gari. So this, although Gari is not imported, like you rightly stated, but the inevitable cost of getting Gari from, like somebody, like a famous Pentecostal pastor once said, salvation is free, like water is free, but piping water from the river to your house, reticulation costs money. Water is free, but reticulation costs money. How would you want to take that before I go to your colleagues?
Well, like I said, it's still lying on the devil. It is not every Gari produced in the rural area is eaten in the urban. The one sold in the rural area, what about that? And I just made an allusion. Let me just be quick. I said in Ghana, which I just came back from yesterday, petrol is 3 times higher than the cost in Nigeria. Yeah, transportation is cheaper in Ghana than in Nigeria. So how do we rationalize that? You see, most times we use the dollar as a benchmark or as a benchmark to exploit ourselves, to alight ourselves, and to exploit ourselves, and then we blame the government. So there are some economic factors that is helping us
Let me go to Dr.
become
Nonuju. Alex, let me go to Dr. Nonuju, but before I go to Dr. Nonuju, let me corroborate the point you've just made. One of the jackets, one of the suits I've been wearing since I came to England a couple of days ago. Somebody came to me and said, Gwela, this is classic Savile suit, and if you want to buy this kind of suit now in England, you're going to be buying it for around £800. And I looked at him and said, the boy who made the suit for me in Lagos, the total amount of money spent on this suit, I may be looking dapper in it, total amount of money with buying the clothes, sewing it, and you see everything is less than, just about £100. It's even less than £100, to be honest with you. And I was telling him that should be the advantage for those of you who are in the diaspora now. The PPP, purchasing price parity, that you could bring things from Nigeria. I have a friend who takes out 10 tons of agricultural produce. He's actually the biggest customer of DHL now. And I was joking with him the other day, about 2 days ago, that now you're laughing to the bank because, what you buy to bring to England, you're buying at a relatively cheaper rate if you change the pounds to the naira through which you buy them. Let me go to Dr. Nonuju. Dr. Nonuju, given what your colleague Alistair stated, And we also have to go to monetary policy. Let me quickly read out the president's promise on monetary policy. Monetary policy needs thorough house cleaning. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct funds away from arbitrage into meaningful investment in the plant, equipment, and jobs that power the real economy. Interest rates need to be reduced to increase investment and consumer purchasing in ways that sustain the economy at a higher level. Whatever merits it had in concept, the currency swap was too harshly applied by the CBN given the number of unbanked Nigerians. The policy shall be reviewed. In the meantime, my administration will treat both currencies as legal tender. Dr. Namuju, your response to that. Hello, Doc. Are you there? Okay.
I'm here and I'm telling you that my response is you're reading to me a wish list. It has nothing to do with reality. Like the gentleman was talking about Gary, I wanted to tell him that Gary has factors of production. And these factors include those who harvest the cassava, the money that brings them to do the harvesting work, their transportation go up. The person who also does the grinding of the cassava to paste for Gary processing buys petrol. The person who also does the grinding buys machines, and those machines that are used to grind the Gary, the prices will go up when you go to purchase any of them or condiment that gets spoiled in the market, because those things are imported items used as machinery for grinding Gary, and those imported machinery do get controlled by the behaviors in the processing market. So Gary is not that local. No, Gary has a lot of factors that go into making them available in our homes and on our breakfast and lunch plus.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes,
how
yes,
would you
yes.
then? How would you then want to? How would you then want to rationalize the point that the gentleman made regarding the fact that he just came back from Ghana, and the price per liter of petroleum product in Ghana is almost double or about twice the price in Nigeria, and yet transport fare in Ghana is not as lousy or lousily exorbitant as it is in Nigeria?
You're talking about Ghana, a nation where people are a little bit measured and people do advise themselves when they behave. That's not the same as Nigeria. Nigeria is not a nation. Nobody's loyal to Nigeria. Just by saying the rumor of what government intends to do, people will astronomically adjust their prices. Nigeria, everybody wants Nigeria on their own terms. Understand that. The government officials are not sincere. So why would you force, as he's speaking, he expects the Gary seller to be patriotic? Who is? Why would they be patriotic when the government officials are not patriotic? That's the issue. We need to do a holistic patriotism about who we are. The politicians are not showing patriotism. So why are you going to demand from the Gary seller or the person who grinds the Gary?
Dr. Nanuju?
Yes.
Dr.
I think I want to disagree. I think I want to disagree vehemently with Dr. Nanuju on that point.
Alistair,
I mean vehemently.
Please, 1 minute. Alistair, 1 minute, please. Dr. Nanuju, you say the politicians are not honest? Hello?
Was this the question he was asking?
Dr. Nanuju, are you still there?
I am listening to you. Yes, I am here. Go on.
Did I hear from your remark that the politicians are not honest? Why would we expect the ordinary Nigerian to be honest?
That is my word, yes.
Is that not an indictment of somebody like you who is also a very visible, very notable political within the context of our partisan space in Nigeria? Are politicians like that?
If 85% of the politicians are not honest, I think that does not encourage the other Nigerians to also show honesty when you now demand patriotism from them. That's what I'm saying. There is a lot of dishonesty in our system. And that dishonesty is also the reasons why you see people arbitrarily increase prices, because they really do not have that patriotism. Yes, we have just changed the version of the national anthem we want to, because the government does understand that there is lack of patriotism amongst our citizens. That's why they believe that a new
Doc. We need to. I'll come back for your epilogue. I'll come back to you for your epilogue. But Nelson, let's go to foreign affairs now. Foreign policy. Nelson Kujimi, I'm reading the president's promise on foreign affairs, on foreign policy. Even the world in which we reside, please permit me a few comments regarding foreign policy. The crisis in Sudan and the turn from democracy by several nations in our immediate neighborhood are of pressing concern. As such, my primary foreign policy objective must be the peace and stability of the West African sub-region and the African continent. We shall work with ECOWAS, the AU, and willing partners in the international community to end extant conflicts and to resolve new ones. As we contain threats to peace, we shall also retool our foreign policy to more actively lead the regional and continental quest for collective prosperity. Nancy, your take of this before we wrap it up finally for today. Is Nelson there? Nelson Kujimi? We seem to have lost him. Okay, Alistair, your epilogue, how would you want to wrap it up? You know, I don't like going the simplistic way of saying what percentage would you give an administration, especially when we were just 1 year into a 4-year tenure. But Alistair, summarily, what would be your take of the first year and what would be your advice to the administration in the direction they should be going subsequently? Alistair.
Well, let me just say a little on just a few words on what my colleague said. I think I disagree on the fact that it's because politicians are not patriotic. Therefore, that's why Nigerians are not patriotic. Look, we have remained unpatriotic even before the time of Idiagbo that came to bring war against indiscipline. And when Idiagbo left government, Babangida tried and Becha tried. But by the time we came back to civilian rule, our indiscipline became extraordinary. It didn't start today. It didn't start by this government. So blaming the politicians or the government as why we are not disciplined. Look, it's not because Ghanaians are not all patriotic. Yes, they have higher level of patriotism. Here, politics divides us, party divides us. We wish the country bad. We're not happy with the country when it makes progress because it's not from our party or from our side of the country. So it is an inborn thing. And the profiteering after COVID.
Alistair, in the last 10 years, the Ghanaian partisanship too has gone rabid. I know that their political environment is as acrimonious, as acrid and venomous as ours is. I guess, and that is a function in most liberal democracies. That is a function of the direction that social media is taking us. Everybody lives in his own cocoon. You want to listen to those in your own group, and the other group, you abuse everybody there. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria. I want to believe.
But the difference is they can abuse the president, they can abuse the the speaker, they can abuse the opposite party, but they don't abuse the country. They love Ghana. They remain Ghanaians. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria. And if the government makes a rule, they obey. I mean, there is infraction for infraction. So just in a nutshell, in a nutshell, I will appreciate that the president does better in the second year.
Thank you. Let me go to, I thank you for being part of this today. Dr. Onanuju, how would you want to wrap it up?
I will tell you that the government needs to wake up and find the political will to do the right thing, fight corruption. Once the citizens see that you're serious through the kind of signs that you give them, they will fall behind. But when the citizens think that you're just not serious, that you're corrupt, you will not get their cup. Yes.
When I hear the phrase "fight corruption," I sometimes think it is too nebulous. What are the strategic suggestions you have for the methodology to fight corruption in Nigeria? Because Buhari's administration supposedly for 8 years fought corruption. We later got to know that the said speech was indeed worse under him. So what strategic points would you recommend for the fight against corruption? It's seemingly nebulous to justify corruption.
Buhari is a fundamentally dishonest person, so you don't cite him. He just deceived us with rhetorics, and then he showed who he is once he got into power. So he is someone I would tell you is irredeemable, and you've seen that he is just not the man you should cite. Let Tinubu show us through signs that he is serious about fighting corruption. Once we see it, we will wrap it up for today and embrace his government.
My good doctor, thank you very much for your virtual presence on Plus Politics today. About time we wrapped it up. I remain Bola Oba, and have a good evening.
Good people, I greet you. My name is Akitomi Waino, and here is my good old days story. My birthplace is Ibadan. I hail from Ijebu, but I was raised and nurtured by my maternal grandmother in Owode Egba, where I had my primary and secondary education. Call me Omo Yagba, and you won't be far from the truth. But I bet you, the wisdom and knowledge garnered under the tutelage of this, our grandparents cannot be bought with money. You grow fast, you learn faster. Growing up in Owode was fun and peaceful. Standard of living was moderate as majority of the people there were mostly petty traders. Our ambitions were really not to be rich overnight. Our ambitions center around academic fulfillment and economic contentment. Growing up, I could not notice any fundamental and remarkable difference between my cousins who were Muslim and those of us who were Christians in the way we were relating with each other. We would eat, play, and do things together. I recall with fond memories the particular incident one of my grandmother's cousins, Mr. Fasasi Ikumakpai, fondly called Baba Pupa because of his complexion, the go-to person whenever there were issues to be resolved. Baba Pupa, a lanky man with Owu tribal marks, was an enigma, very eloquent and intelligent. He commanded so much respect from all and sundry. At some points, you will assume he was a local chief. One fateful day, a man in the neighborhood came to report to Baba Pupa that his wife just packed out of their matrimonial home. Without asking questions, Baba Pupa sent words to the wife through an emissary. Go back home and promise to see the couple the following day to resolve the matter. The estranged wife not only went back home, she also made peace with the husband, courtesy Baba Pupa. Such were the situation in those days. Before the courts, elders always would wade in and settle disputes, be it domestic or land matters. Where are our elders today? What went wrong? Are those communal methods of settling rifts in those days? Do they still have bearing on our community? A food for thought. Moving to Lagos under the tutelage of my late uncle, he inculcated in us high moral standards. Our house on Shubuola Street, Surulere, was not different from a hostel. It was a house that had over 30 children, eating from same pots, from siblings to cousins to nephews, even friends and friends' children, and all sorts of acquaintances. Fighting was prohibited. Participation in church activities was a must for all the children. Everyone had his daily shares, which must be carried out, and it must be done diligently without supervision. NTA 2 Channel 5 then was forbidden in our house because of the station's regular broadcast of foreign movies. Lists will get corrupted with foreign influences. The relationship between us and our immediate neighbors was remarkable. We shared same boundaries with the mosque. The mosque was like our playing ground. I remembered a boy from the mosque had a domestic accident and one of my brothers took him for treatment in our church clinic. When the chief imam of the mosque heard, he was happy. That was how the mosque set up its own clinic. The clinic is still there and even bigger today. Moving to Ogunlano Drive, Mama Lasho, as my mother is oft fondly called, was equally so accommodating, trusting us enough to believe that all those we introduce as our friends are those of strong and impeccable characters. She will always welcome them with open arms and treat them just like her children too. Such was the environment I grew up in. The lesson of those years was still very much on my mind and have become the bedrock of my relationship with people. Today, mutual suspicion everywhere. How many parents can willingly accommodate close relations, not to talk of acquaintances? And do you blame them? Bad precedences abound, enough to strengthen people's resolve not to be their brother's keeper. Another food for thought. Now I think and reflect. Can we bring back the glories of those?
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go, it's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste, it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
There are signs Afghanistan is emerging from the darkness. Recovering from 30 years of war and repression, with a new democracy in place. But the country is still under siege from within. War with Taliban insurgents threatens the nation's security. Corruption reaches into the highest levels of government. Addiction rates rise among women and children. And a booming multi-billion-dollar illegal drug trade continues to thrive.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
At the center of Afghanistan's crisis, a hardy, drought-resistant crop that joins poor farmers with criminals and extremists, while pushing the nation toward the brink of disaster. Under cover of darkness, somewhere along Afghanistan's eastern border with Pakistan, a farmer delivers his opium poppy crop to a local trafficker. Here begins a worldwide illegal narcotics revenue stream, one generating $4 billion a year in Afghanistan. Prior to 2002, opium cultivation was legal and highly profitable for farmers, returning up to 10 times more money per acre than other crops. The source for heroin, poppy became Afghanistan's most lucrative export. And it still is today. Cultivation has been banned since 2002, yet poppy still grows in regions of the country where the central government has little control. The international community, led by the US and Great Britain, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to combat Afghanistan's drug trade, mainly because money from opium helps fuel the Taliban insurgency. But when US-trained Afghan eradication teams plow up poppy plants, like here in Helmand province, it's not always the criminals who pay the price. The United Nations sees Helmand as the center of the poppy trade, supplying over half the opium in the world. But many farmers here see poppy as a means of survival, and eradication by their own government a harsh punishment. Afghanistan's poppy problem began in 1973 with the overthrow of King Zahir Shah, whose family had ruled the country for 2 centuries. A series of political upheavals followed, orchestrated by the Soviet Union.
First of all, you have to know that the Russians spent 200 years trying to get control of Afghanistan because they wanted Afghanistan as the route to the Indian subcontinent and the sea.
The dreams of empire led the Soviets to invade Afghanistan in December 1979 and begin a brutal 10-year occupation.
روسانو په افغانستان کې ډېر بد خاطرې موږ داغونه لرو. افغانان په شهادت ورسول او ډېر افغانان مهاجر کړل د خپل ملک نه، ډېر افغانان معیوب کړل، ډېر افغانان وزورول ورته چې ژوندۍ د خاورو د لاندې کړل. نو موږ داغه نه ډېرې سختې او بدې خاطرې لرو. ټول افغانان داغه نه بدې خاطرې لري. د وروسته د راتګ نه او تر وتو پورې د افغانستان خلک د وروسته ډېر بدې خاطرې لري.
Throughout the 80s, Afghan fighters known as the Mujahideen battled endlessly to force a Soviet retreat.
موږ صرف خپل د علاقو نه د اسلام په نوم موږ خپل عقیدې په لحاظ باندې دا جنګ کړی دی. موږ دوی سره کوم دغه نه لرو، نو خو دا چې ما درته مخکې ویلي چې دوی زموږ په اسلام باندې تعرض وکړه، دا خو داسې تعرض نه و چې دوی یوازې په خاوره وکړو. دوی خو زموږ اسلام نه مانه، دوی خو موږ باندې هغه خپل سوسیالیستي چې دی که نه منل.
The Mujahideen resistance surprised the world. Soviet troops were forced out of Afghanistan in 1989, leaving a devastated land behind. They also left the country without a generation of leaders to move it forward.
Many of them were executed. They were simply thrown into prison, some were tortured to death. Others were driven into exile to save their lives, and they're gone. So a whole generation of experienced leadership has been lost.
Lost, too, was the country's stable rural economy. 10 years of war left farmland ravaged or abandoned. Irrigation systems, livestock herds, roads, and markets were destroyed. Meanwhile, with few alternatives, desperate farmers turned to opium poppy cultivation for survival.
Before the Soviet invasion, there was really no cultivation or consumption of opium in Afghanistan to any commercial extent. It is only at the beginning of the 80s that Afghanistan started to develop the cultivation and abuse of opium.
The victory over the Soviet Union morphed during the 90s into a civil war among competing Mujahideen factions, each vying for control of the country. Opium became a reliable income-generating crop, not only for farmers, but for the rival forces who needed money to fund their military operations. The Taliban's rise to power in 1996 did not slow opium cultivation.
When the Taliban first appeared in Afghanistan, based on their religion, they took a stand against opium. But as they extended their control into more areas where opium poppy was grown, they found that it was not possible to retain control of the territory while attacking people's livelihoods. So instead, they ruled that while it was forbidden for Muslims to consume opium or to sell it to Muslims, in case of necessity, it was permissible to grow it or trade in it as long as it was not consumed by Muslims.
The Taliban's permissive policy caused annual opium yields to double between 1997 and 2000. Its leaders even used a one-year ban against cultivation to boost worldwide prices on the illegal market.
The Taliban is often credited with wiping out the poppy crop for 2001. That's well reported. What has not been well reported is that Mullah Omar stockpiled 300 tons of opium paste before eliminating the crop. And he was one of the #1 dealers in opium the entire time that he was posing for holy pictures with UN officials talking about the eradication effort.
misled ouster of the Taliban in 2001 set the stage for a new democracy which outlawed opium. President Karzai made controlling poppy a top priority.
It destroys our economy. It destroys a good family life in Afghanistan, which is the most important thing to have in any country. And most important of all, drug production and trafficking goes hand in hand with terrorism.
In 2004, under great pressure from the US, President Karzai declared jihad against poppy and promised that in 2 years there won't be any poppy plant left in Afghanistan. Well, obviously, this has not materialized at all. There is more poppy in Afghanistan today than there has been at any point in Afghanistan's history. There is more poppy today in Afghanistan than there has been in the modern history of the drug trade.
That fact was underscored by the United Nations report in August 2007.
Afghanistan produces 92% of the world's illicit opium, so we have virtually a monopoly situation.
A monopoly that many believe makes Afghanistan a narco state.
It is not a narco state, but it does produce a lot of poppies. Afghanistan has the problem of poppies, and Afghanistan has the problem of the fight against terrorism. We're fighting both.
But the fight against poppy is not going well.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
Nor has any country in modern times exported as much narcotics. Getting the product to market starts with the sap from the opium bulb being harvested in the fields. Through a series of steps in secret labs, the sap can be processed into grades of heroin inside the country. Then it's sent out along one of 3 main trafficking routes: east into Pakistan, south and west into Pakistan and Iran, and north into the Central Asian states and Russia. With hundreds of miles of open frontier borders and thousands of people pouring across checkpoints each day, smuggling narcotics out of Afghanistan, while risky, is big business. The $4 billion Afghan opium generates internally grows to over $40 billion as it travels through the Middle East, across Europe, and into Great Britain. This is more than a money-making criminal enterprise. Intelligence reveals links between Afghan drug lords, traffickers, and Taliban insurgents who are paid to provide protection against government counter-narcotics efforts.
The Taliban has been one of the principal dealers in opium paste and in heroin. And we have seen the insurgency fueled by funding from the trade in drugs.
Estimates suggest as much as 40% of the Taliban's income derives from opium.
You look at a map of Afghanistan and see where the poppy is grown, and you look at a second map of Afghanistan to see where there's insecurity, it's the same map. Where there's poppy, there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity, there's poppy. And so what we're trying to do is adjust the strategy. We focus more on a closer coordinated counterinsurgency, counter-narcotics effort. We have to work more closely with the military to make sure those efforts are well coordinated.
Of Afghanistan's 32 provinces, 4 in the Taliban-controlled south produce 2/3 of the country's poppy crop. Signs of the Taliban are everywhere, like this abandoned compound in Kandahar province, where the plot for 9/11 was hatched. Today, it's a reminder of the tensions that still haunt this region. The U.S. military is in Afghanistan as part of a multinational NATO security force supporting the Karzai government and the Afghan National Army. Their mission is not rooting out drug dealers. Instead, they battle Taliban fighters funded in part by illegal narcotics.
If you do get attacked, it's going to be coming from pretty much anywhere.
U.S. Staff Sergeant Lucas Hearn is stationed here at Zabul Province Forward Observation Base in the south, the front lines where the fight against the Taliban is fiercest.
They'll do small arms attacks on us every once in a while. More often than not, though, we just get mortared from up on these ridge lines.
NATO soldiers aren't the only ones putting their lives on the line. Afghan National Police also provide backup by helping man the rugged hilltop posts overlooking the valley. It's dangerous work, trying to control a region that's known as a powder keg, but it's where the future of a nation may be decided. Combating the poppy trade requires a strong government capable of safeguarding its people and enforcing its laws. In 2004, the United States developed a 5-pillar counter-narcotic strategy to help Afghanistan's fledgling democracy rid the country of drugs.
Well, the 5-pillar plan is a combination of incentives and disincentives, and that's the only way to defeat a narcotics problem anywhere in the world. You have to offer farmers an alternative crop for poppy. You have to make sure there's something else they can grow. You have to have an education campaign that explains what poppy does. It's not just a beautiful flower that brings them money. It causes misery and harm in Afghanistan, around Afghanistan. And then there have to be law enforcement. Poppy is illegal in Afghanistan. People have to know there are consequences to growing it and trafficking in it.
Manual eradication is perhaps the most controversial part of the strategy.
The United Nations says that you need to eradicate about 20% of the poppy in a given area in order to deter planting the next year. The objective is not to lower the number of hectares under cultivation. The objective is to interject risk to the farmer. What keeps them from planting the next year is the fear of eradication.
But eradication can also be risky business for the government. On a dusty plateau in Oruzgan province, a joint U.S.-Afghan team prepares for an eradication in Tiran Kot, a Taliban stronghold.
This afternoon, explain some of your ideas. We agreed with the Dutch to start with, at least. We'd stay 67 west.
The operation has been coordinated with village elders and local government officials who've helped select.
در بعضی ولسوالی‌های مثل چوره و چارچینو مشکلات امنیتی وجود داره. روزی گذاشتم طالبان حمله کردند از پوسته ها که دوباره پوسته امروز پس گرفته شد.
Set for the mission, a convoy heads out, including a group of Americans who'll provide security. But soon, there's trouble.
Taliban. They are Taliban fighting. Yes.
With gunfire on all sides, the eradication team flees to safety, leaving the mission unfinished. And the Taliban still in control.
When forceful eradication takes place, the rural population is still fundamentally dependent on the illicit opium poppy economy. It alienates the population from the government and the peacekeeping forces and pushes it into the hands of the Taliban.
Many agree, including a British member of parliament.
If we want to win in Afghanistan, we have to win over the farmers. And in the short term, you do not do that by corruptly destroying their opium crop. You persuade them over time that it is better and possible for them to have alternative livelihoods, to make meaningful money doing something else. And you won't do that till you've got proper irrigation systems, till you've got decent roads, till you've got access to markets. All these things, they need to happen first. Just to, traipse in and, tractor over someone's fields is not the way to, endear yourself.
There's proof that alternative livelihood programs have worked to replace poppy cultivation. Projects for growing and exporting pomegranates and vegetables have been successful. But the challenge is making them profitable and sustainable for all farmers. Failing this can undermine the effort. Case in point, Nangarhar province near the Pakistan border. As late as 2004, Nangarhar was a top opium producer, second only to Helmand in the Taliban-controlled south. Then the government, with the help of the international community, declared war against poppy in the province. Along with eradication efforts, Cash for Work projects supported by the U.S. provided alternative sources of income for poppy farmers. Agricultural aid programs gave farmers an incentive to grow legal crops instead of opium. The result, cultivation in Nangarhar dropped by over 90% in a single year.
2005, Nangarhar saw a 90% decline in cultivation. And this was hailed as a major success of eradication and counter-narcotics policies in Afghanistan. Why was this success achieved? It was because both the willingness of the governor and police chief to arrest and imprison and shake up those who violated it, as well as lining up tribe leaders into persuading the population not to grow. And they did so by telling them that alternative livelihoods would come.
In the Shinwari district of Nangarhar province, Elder Dur Jan was one of the tribal leaders who supported the government ban against cultivating opium poppy. He convinced local farmers to stop growing it, based on the promise of alternative livelihood aid, and helped reduce cultivation levels to nearly zero. Himself a farmer, Dur Jan endured the financial sacrifice the ban imposed on growers. This year, Dur Jan must again persuade farmers to refrain from growing poppy. But it's getting harder. Despite complying with the ban, people have seen little help in return. Making matters worse, a prolonged drought has gripped the region, leaving those wanting to believe in Afghanistan's future with a sense of futility.
ما خپل نظر دا دی چې دې ورونو ته مخکې ما ویلي چې افغانستان اوس په مثال د مریض دی. مریض یو مرض نه وي، زموږ یو مرض نه دی، موږ کې ټول مرضونه موجود دي. لوږه راکې موجود ده، بیکاري راکې موجود ده، مریضتیاوې راکې موجود دي، کلینیک نشته، مکتبونه هم شاړ دي، وطن هم شاړ دی، کاریزونه هم وچ دي.
Water for irrigation has been a particular problem in the district. Dur Jan sees proof of that everywhere. Since poppy plants can survive on rainwater alone and in drought-like conditions, Dur Jan fears farmers may resume cultivating it out of necessity.
مشکلات خو زموږ همدغه مشکلات دي چې د خلک د نفس سره لاس په ګریوان دي که یو بوټی کوکنارې کېده هغې باندې یو مشکل راپکېده کوکنار د حکومت په ضد نه کوي او کوکنار د نفس ته خاطر کوي چې دوی د دې سره مشکل اخته دي خو موږ به هم دا کوشش کوو چې زمونږ رعیت زمونږ عام خلک کوکنارو کروندونه ځانونه وساتي وی نه کوي او دا چې اوس حکومت خو هم دومره وکولی شي چې د دې خلکو سره خو هم یو څه وکړي او هغه داسې څه نه چې موږ ته دا وړي چې ماته ایښي دي دا اوس 4,600 کورونه زه تقسیمولی شم خو دا نه شم تقسیمولی نو که داسې کومکونه موږ سره کوي نه دي کوي.
In 2007, the Shinwari district returned to growing poppy.
The promises of alternative livelihoods never materialized for many. In some circumstances, household income crashed by more than 90%. People lost all productive assets. They were not able to meet basic subsistence. So it was not at all surprising, and in fact, arguably inevitable, that the population went back to cultivating poppy.
The failure of the government to deliver on promises has another drawback. It undermines the authority of the elders, like Durjan, who speak on its behalf.
Many of the tribal leaders who have participated in the eradication campaign have become discredited. The population is alienated from them, they no longer trust them, and this creates key opening for the Taliban to come into the province and to mobilize.
The return of high-yield cultivation to Nangarhar means more business and profits for the traffickers.
دا دوه کارتوسه کم 4 سیره شو صحیح خو دی که نه
6 months earlier, the farmer got an advance from the trafficker toward his future poppy crop. Providing credit is standard business practice and helps farmers make it through the winter. It also proves the value of opium, which generally returns 8 to 10 times more per acre than crops like wheat or rice. The trafficker comes from a long line of those who followed in their father's footsteps.
زمونږ دا کاروبار مونږ ته د ډېر پخوانه راپاتې دی یعنې د خپل پلرونو نیکونو نه مونږ ته په دې سره خپل ژوند په مخ بل داسې کاروبار زمونږ دپاره نشته چې مونږ یې دې ځای کې په دې منطقه کې وکړو مونږ دپاره په دې اندازه باندې مونږ ته کم عاید لاسته راشي.
With the average income less than $400 a year, for many, trafficking makes economic sense, despite the risks. The opium's freshness is judged by touch. Soft and putty-like now, it will later dry out and harden in storage, becoming more concentrated.
ذمہوار تر اخره پورې ذمہوار چې په پیرو
اړول خاطمه زمونږ په کاروبار باندې کې څه لري ځکه چې څومره چې هلته کار کمیږي عمر زمونږ دپاره عاید هم کمیږي موږ خو چېرته د قانون له حکومت د بدیل معاشیات ورکړي یعنې هغو دپاره داسې یو څه برابر کړي چې د دې کوکنارو او د دې اپین نه د هغو حاصل دې کې زیات شي او هغو ته زیاته ګټه پاتې شي نو حتما دې کان په مجبوري کې چې د اپین په ځای باندې بل څه کاروبار یعنې بل کم فصل په خپله ځمکه باندې وکړي او هغې ته توجه وکړي نو خپله قاچاقبر مجبور دی چې اپین چې د کان ونه کوي نو قاچاقبر به د کم ځای نه لاسته راوړي.
Yet for the immediate future in Nangarhar, the trafficker's job is secure. At 2 a.m. in Badakhshan province, and the anti-narcotics police begin their operation. With the morning light, they arrive in a remote village. they've lost time and possibly the element of surprise. Colonel Amin Ali, head of the provincial anti-drug force, hurries with his team through the village. There's still far to go, and no certainty they'll find what they've come for. But the portable generator is a good sign. And further along the ravine, they find it. A makeshift heroin processing lab with 600 kilograms of opium ready to be processed into 75 kilograms of heroin. Wholesale value in neighboring Iran, $250,000. This time, the lab workers were tipped off and escaped, but not before converting the raw opium into a solid morphine base, the step before refining it further into heroin.
او آب انتقال میتن در این ظرف کلان. آب باز میگیرن این بیلرایی را که شما میبینید در این بیلرا این آب جوش میتن. بعد از اینکه این آب جوش آمد بعد از او در اینا باز همون تریاک میندازن.
The opium dissolves into a brown liquid and ultimately becomes the morphine base. It can later be processed into various grades of heroin for smoking or injecting. Given the remote location and difficulty of the terrain, Amin will have his men pour out the liquid here and destroy any remaining raw opium or bags of chemicals. This is the 11th lab Colonel Amin and his men have raided in Badakhshan during the last year. But it's too soon to declare a victory in the province's drug war. Police reports claim many other primitive heroin labs in Badakhshan. They exist because the big money's in processing.
The UN Office on Drugs and Crime has estimated in recent years that the farmers are getting from 20 to 30%, and that traffickers, corrupt officials, Taliban, and other participants in it, like people who make heroin out of opium, are getting the remaining the 70 or 80%.
70 to 80% of a yearly $4 billion revenue stream is a staggering amount of money. The average per capita income in Afghanistan is under $400 a year. Few legal jobs can match the money earned in the drug trade. But efforts to stop trafficking have begun.
د هوایي ډګر د سرحدي پولیسو او د نورو نهادو ارګانونو په کومک سره بیا هم پولیسو امروز وکولی شول چې دوه کسان چې د افغانستان اوسېدونکي وو غوښتل چې د کمیر د الوتکې په ذریعه دوبۍ ته او د دوبۍ نه وروسته چین ته تقریبا په حدود 1200 کیلو هیروینو غوښتل چې د دوه بکسو کې چې ډېر په ماهرانه شکل سره ځای په ځای کړي وو غوښتل چې ولګدي بیا هم د بیدارو پولیسو لخوا د چک په وخت کې دزګیر.
Catching drug dealers and traffickers is only part of the mission of the police. They're also trying to revamp their country's tarnished image.
لکه څرنګه چې ګران هیوادوال په دې باندې پوهیږي چې میدان هوایي و هوایي دروازه ده د افغانستان د خلکو عزت ابرو ده چې زموږ د نړۍ سره ارتباطات تامینوي.
The next stop for these men is a date in an Afghan court.
حضرت وزیر قضایی محترم علی قایی صاحب عبدالوهاب سدید و قایی صاحب عبدالظاهر سدید در مورد قضیه قاچاق مقدار 11.10 کیلوگرم تریاک با اتهام
Typically, defendants go to trial about 2 months after arrest. But they're not the only ones whose lives hang in the balance. Outside the courtroom, judges have been threatened, abducted, or killed for doing their job.
و هر آن ما چون با قاچاقبران مواد مخدر روبرو هستیم و این کلش مجرمین سازمان یافته هستند، چون مسلک ما پیش ما مقدس است، با آن هم ما وظیفه خود همونطور به حساب با مسئولیت و با عشق علاقه انجام میدیم. توقیفیت به مدت 10 سال حبس تنفیذی و به مبلغ 700,000 افغانی جریمه نقدی محکوم به مجازات نمودیم.
While justice should be blind, it's often the small-time growers and dealers who are put in jail, caught up in the interdiction campaign.
افغانان ټول په پوي دي موږ نه واخله تر تاسو پورې له تاسو واخله بیا تر حکومت دولت ریاست جمهوریت پورې ټول په خبر دي. هر هغه کسان چې دوی د قانون تشویقي اوس هم موجود دي، په کابل کې موجود دي، اعلان کې په وزارتو کې موجود دي، په چارواکو کې، په پولیسو چارواکو کې یا په وزارتي چارواکو کې دا وجود لري. هم دا اوس هم ستا په پارلمان کې دا غړي دي د افغانستان، هغوی دا تشویقي ورکوي. خو هغه کسان دي چې هغوی لاسونه اوږده دي، لوی قاچاقبران په ظاهرا آزاد ګرځي.
The problem with interdiction, the way it's been carried out, is that it has targeted small traders with little political clout who have not been able to prevent arrests, whereas big traffickers with important connections to the government have been able to avoid interdiction and arrests.
At the end of the day, if you want to have success in Afghanistan or any country in getting a handle on drug trafficking, then it is very important that the cases are built against the management, against the traffickers, against the mid-level and the high-level individuals. Those people, you have to get evidence against them. They have to be arrested. They have to be formally charged in a court of law. They have to be prosecuted, convicted, and put in prison.
One high-level drug lord that was arrested wasn't tried in Afghanistan. Instead, he was turned over to federal authorities in the United States.
Haji Baz Mohammed, who was extradited Friday, is one of the world's most wanted, most powerful, and most dangerous drug kingpins.
Baz Mohammed was the first defendant the Afghan government ever extradited for drug crimes.
He pled guilty to being a manager of a heroin transportation organization through which he moved heroin from Pakistan and Afghanistan to the U.S. from 1990 through 2005. From 1994 forward, he and his organization used some of the money from the sales of the heroin in the U.S. to support the Taliban in Afghanistan. And in exchange, they received the protection of the Taliban.
Mohammed was sentenced to over 15 years in a U.S. prison, a key judgment to Boyd Johnson.
But I think it does make a difference when you take out a person the stature of Baz Mohammed. You send a message to the people of Afghanistan and to the traffickers themselves that they're not above the law.
Johnson admits that Afghanistan's judicial system has a ways to go.
I think that the corruption in Afghanistan is a significant issue. And it's not going to take a week or even a year. It's going to take a long time.
Corruption is a serious, serious problem. The police are corrupted from time to time. Local government officials are corrupted. Provincial government officials sometimes are corrupted. So it's across the board. Unfortunately, this is becoming all too common in Afghanistan society in general, but it's certainly very much there in drugs.
Newspaper editor Shukriya Barakzai is one of the members of Afghanistan's new parliament, frustrated by the all too common wrongdoing she sees.
چون اگر فساد می‌بینین دراکین دولتی موجود هست، قاچاق مواد مخدره می‌بینین موجود هست، گریز از حسابدهی موجود هست، گریز از عدالت موجود هست و از پشت میز محکمه خو معلوم داره که یادشم نامشان بگیرین اصلا امرایتان قبول نمیکنن. چطور من میتونم که پس همی توقع رو داشته باشم که خب بیا خیر است بیادر جان هرچی که بود تیر شو اما این دفعه بیا ما توی حساب میکنیم. نه.
Afghanistan has a history of regional warlords controlling parts of the country and people having loyalty to their tribe. Barakzai believes this social and political structure hinders the growth of democracy in the country.
امیدوارم مردم افغانستان هم از این مصلحت‌ها دیر شوند و از خیمه‌های کونه و تنگی که دیگه به درد ملت و به درد خودشان نمیخوره و نام قوم و زبان و مذهب خود بیرون بکشن، بیاین به عنوان یک کسی که در یک سرزمین زندگی میکنه به یک تصمیم برسه که او تصمیم حاکمیت قانون، رفاه، صلح، ثبات و امنیت باشه. معلوم دار رای که اگر امیر رای 6 ساله خود لااقل ما تعقیب کنیم بریم به هیچ جای نمیرسیم.
Today, illegal processing in Afghanistan has made drugs cheaper and more available within the country. The result is that increasingly, Afghans themselves are succumbing to the dangers of the country's largest cash crop. A recent United Nations survey puts the number of heroin addicts throughout the country at 50,000. That's in addition to 150,000 people who use opium. Poverty and unemployment are two causes of drug abuse. But in Afghanistan, there's another reason.
During the past quarter century, so many conflicts against the Soviet, against one another, the Mujahideen civil war period, the Taliban rules and the fight against the Taliban, all of this has created a context whereby people, especially internally displaced people, especially refugees, finding themselves in dire conditions, and some of them started to use opium as a way of just forgetting the daily chores and the daily difficulties and tragedies in life.
Drug addiction, unfortunately, has come to Afghanistan, mainly as a consequence of our being refugees in our neighboring countries. It ruins families. It's something that worries me a lot. It's something that we have not yet done much, unfortunately.
Many of the country's addicts picked up their habit elsewhere. In neighboring Pakistan or Iran, where per capita heroin use is the highest in the world. Among them, 39-year-old Abdurrahman, who struggled 12 years with addiction. His life reveals a growing trend in a country where domestic drug abuse was once virtually unknown. Realizing how his addiction affected his family, Abdurrahman quit using heroin. He is very firm about his outlook on those working in the illegal drug trade.
کسی که این کار میکنه اون اصلا مسلمان نیست، زاده این خاک نیست، بر ضد مردم، بر ضد جوانای این وطن، بر ضد جهان. طور یک عیانه که از آساما اون بدتر است.
Abdurrahman escaped from the web of addiction, but many Afghans still struggle. North of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan is where the Central Asian steppes begin, a flat, grassy plain that stretches hundreds of miles into Russia. In Balkh province, farming and herding still prevail as a way of life. Today, the province is poppy-free, the result of the government's rigorous anti-narcotics campaign. But addiction rates are growing. And it's here where Dr. Mohammed Ehsan Hamra practices, serving some of the most remote parts of the country, where access to medical care is limited. Dr. Ehsan sees many addicts whose abuse resulted from war, displacement, or a society in chaos. However, he also encounters traditional communities where drug addiction is rampant. The UNODC estimates 1/3 of the people in this district, mostly Turkmen, are drug addicted.
بیشتر قوم ترکمن به شکل قبیلوی زندگی میکنن و از سالهای بسیار زیاد یا مصروف استعمال مواد مخدر، آن هم به خاطر کاهش دردشان است و عدم دسترسی به خدمات صحی باعث از این شده که سالهای زیاد این مردم از اوپیوم یا تریاک من حیث دوای ضد درد استفاده کنن و عامل اصلی هم معمیر فکر میکنم که یا کارهای سنگینم مثل قالین بافی و چیزهای دیگه میکنن.
In a traditional village, opium addiction may look different than an urban setting. 50-year-old Najiba, a mother of 5, is a carpet weaver whose rugs are sold in shops in the provincial capital of Mazar-e Sharif, 30 miles away.
کل جایم درد میکنم، کمرام درد میکنه، پایم درد میکنه.
وقتی پای کمرتان درد گرفت چی دوا استفاده میکنید؟
تریاک میخوریم.
تریاک خوب میکنه؟
ها، کمتر جمع میکنه جانایی.
Opium also serves another purpose for rug weavers needing to keep their hands free of child-caring duties.
روزانه چند وقت دیوشتکتان تریاک میکنید؟
2 وقت. چی کنم؟
تریاک چی میکنید؟
خواه نمیکنه نتی. نمیکنه. کو بیکار آدم تیره دستش بگیره ده اونجا بگرده بیکار آدم نیست که دیگه.
از نظر ما یک تراژدی است، یک تراژدی انسانی که یک طفل هیچ گناهی نداره که او معتاد شود، او احتیاط کسب کنه و تجربه که ما در این ساحه دارم و کارهایی که در این ساحه ما کردیم این برای من نشان داده که مادرها و عدم آگاهی از ضرر مواد مخدر یا از ضرر تریاک یا اوپیوم و اونمو است که طفلی که هیچ گناهی نداره و گناهی از این اونمو است که جامعه فقیری مثل افغانستان، جامعه که سطح آگاهی مردم آنقدر بلند نیست که از ضرر مواد مخدر بفهمند که اولاد خود که بسیار دوست داشتنی می باشند و زندگی راحت داشته باشند، زندگی عاری از مواد مخدر داشته باشند.
Begun in childhood or later to alleviate work-related pain, opium addiction often continues into old age. While illegal opium is a threat within Afghanistan, it's also a threat to the world community, and solutions must extend beyond Afghanistan's borders. Reducing worldwide demand is one solution.
If you eradicated every opium poppy in Afghanistan, you would still have drugs on the streets of my constituency and, in small-town America. What we have to do is we have to focus on dealing with demand for drugs and not just seeing it as a question on the supply side.
If you look at any success story in the world on fighting drugs, you have to reduce demand in the countries that have the demand while simultaneously cutting off the supply.
Meanwhile, as the insurgency continues in the country, efforts to curb the drug trade have yet to produce results. A UN assessment for 2008 found opium cultivation at virtually the same levels as the record-breaking harvest in 2007. Welcome news for traffickers in the country.
دې واړه کچاکبرانې مونږ د طالبانو د حکومت یعنې هغو سره مونږ کوم ارتباط نه لرو.
نو په دې خاطر باندې موږ په دې باندې مطمئن یو چې دا کوکنار به تر ډېر وخته پورې زموږ کاروبار به هم د دې کوکنارو تر موجودیت پورې دا هم ادامه پیدا کوي.
There's agreement Afghanistan's illegal drug trade slows the country's progress toward becoming a stable, economically independent democracy. But there's not agreement on how best to deal with the poppy problem, or how long it will take.
Putting an end to the opium cultivation in Afghanistan is going to take a very long time. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 25 years. But we have to start, and we are starting now.
It took almost 30 years for Afghanistan to get into the condition that it's in now. It will take a long time to rebuild the institutions, the trust among people, and the basic functionings of the economy.
I think it's totally wrong to say that we are losing Afghanistan. There's a risk of that. But people who know Afghanistan see there's a lot of hope in that country too. And what we need is perseverance, political will. We need to recognize it's going to take some time to do this, and then we can do it.
Tehran's Haftetir Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet. In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view. Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نداره نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم.
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه، بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا، ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ اونا هست.
A number of women described the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه. ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم. الان همه چی گرون شده. بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم دیگه.
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه.
اگه یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی؟
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه. یعنی دیگه باید گشنگی بمیرم. بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم. بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی.
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود؟ من 17 سالم بود که به یه پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من اون موقع حالا مثلا 80 تا 150 تومن بود. گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه. از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره. دیگه با مامانم با هم میریم. ان مامانم جدیدن دیگه یه سال نمیاد. خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف.
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال، 8 سال، 10 سال، 15 سال دارن اینا را توی جمشید شبا میبرن استفاده میکنن. میبرن تو خیابونا میفروشن شبا به راننده ها، به مثلا مردمی که میخرن، به مردای مثلا عرق فرو فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of 1979, the neighborhood was attacked by revolutionaries who set an apartment building on fire. An unknown number of residents died. Months later, 3 well-known madams were executed on the orders of a conservative judge.
خدا می‌فرماید قاتلوا ائمة الکفر با سردمداران فساد پیکار کنید و حالا هم وقت اون رسیده است.
Today, with prostitution driven underground, some sex workers are in favor of legalization, saying that would give them greater safety.
اگه بتونیم کارمون رو قانونی انجام بدیم و بهداشتی باشه هم برای خودمون بهتره، برای سلامت خودمون بهتره. همینه که دیگه آسیبی به جامعه نمیرسونه.
But that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
the best of technology in terms of our equipment, but we lack infrastructure. That is so key to good productions. From what I've heard, a lot of Bollywood productions are done in studios. We don't have a lot of that here. We're still going from house to house, from office to office, and of necessity, because we have infrastructural challenges, generators, so our audio quality is not as clean as it could be. If we were shooting, you can hear the horns and all of that. You can hear generator outside as well. If we're shooting in soundproof studios, then you would have audio integrity.
Whose responsibility is it to build these studios? Is it private?
The private sector and even the government. If you go to America, there are different states in America where if you're coming to shoot in the states, the government of those states even give you financial grants just for shooting, because you're exposing their environment for the sake of tourism and stuff like that. So they welcome you. You want to shoot in the state of California, you want to shoot. Different states have different grants that they give to filmmakers. So governments here, our state governments should look inwards. If a government puts a mega studio, for instance, and I'm not saying they should give it free, but at a decent rate, affordable rate, and people can go there and shoot, we will begin to have better quality, and you will find that a lot of the economy of that state will be affected, because movie producers will go there. So some of these things...
I even think that if the government can just take care of piracy, this individual producers like you will be able to generate enough money to even build private studios.
Yes.
So it's just one thing we have been begging the government to do. Piracy. Say Baba. Kanajiko. Say Baba. Piracy. Deal with them, all those pirates.
Another thing they can do to actually put money in the hands of entertainers, the Copylevy Act. That is a worldwide act. All recording, flash drives, discs, everywhere they go into, there's a small tax on that. And in other countries, the Copylevy Act actually gives a percentage of that tax to entertainers, because it is assumed that those things are used to pirate our works. I save your music on a flash drive, I give to a friend. The friend saves for another person. Your music has traveled, you didn't get income from it. So if you get a percentage of that money from the Copylevy Act, and this money runs into billions, and it has been collected in Nigeria for a while. I hear that between the Ministry of Information and the Ministry of Finance, who is supposed to release that money, there's a lot of stuff, but the Audiovisual Rights Society, of which I'm a director, AVRS, which is the collection body for audiovisual works, just like you have COSAM and MCSN for musicians, the collection bodies, yes. This one is for audiovisual works, films, music videos and stuff. They are working with the ministries.
What's your take on what's going on in COSAM right now?
That is a sad one for me personally. I'm not a musician, but I know that the musicians in Nigeria work so hard. They are so talented, and for them it was a thing of joy when COSAM started sharing money. I was very sad to hear that there was serious friction at the board level. I don't really know what's going on there because I'm not a member, but what I think is, one, we should not hold on to a position for too long.
Exactly.
People should be able to do a bit and move on, let other people try.
So that you also be celebrated as a pioneer and be respected.
That's my take on that. But I think it's in the courts now, and the courts are better placed to look at all of the evidence and determine what should be done. But it's a warning to everybody involved. They should not destroy the music industry. They shouldn't. It's one of our best exports.
Yeah. You travel abroad now. I was in Paris, I will never forget. I got into a taxi and the radio station was playing the music of Scales. My driver was a white lady. I asked her, do you understand what he's saying? She said, no, but it's good music. Nigerian music is good music. Are you from Nigeria? I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. And I told her I was coming to perform in Paris. She was like, wow, where? And she was there. It's like that everywhere you go, even countries that don't speak in English.
Yeah.
You know, I just hope the government would also realize how much they are losing. You know, especially every day. The entertainment industry can fetch more money than even oil.
Of course.
But they don't know. I don't know. You can't be everything at the same time. I also seriously believe that the reason why young people and even entertainers are going into politics now is they have suffered for so long and seen that their problem is actually coming from these politicians, these leaders. Okay, so let's now go there and take it away from them. I strongly believe that if the politicians were doing the right thing, everybody will be in his section, concentrate on what you are doing. But how do you do what you are doing and succeed in it when their policies are affecting you? So I think that's what's happening, and I'm very happy that it's happening. When Trump was coming to power in America, I thought he was going to say, let everybody go back to his country. I really longed for him to say that, because if they deport all the Nigerians in diaspora, I am telling you, Nigeria will change within 2 years.
Yeah.
You believe me?
I agree with you, because they've tested the other side.
Yes.
Like, they know the possibilities.
Look at what happened to the music industry. One of the things when I started music, 95% of our airwaves were Western music. Nobody believes in Nigerian music. We were pushing it bit by bit. We were getting, when these boys from the diaspora started coming in, it caught like fire. Yeah. The More Hits guys, Banky W, or now Tiwa, Savage, all of them are people who came from diaspora. Yeah. So it's the same thing that will happen to, you can imagine what will happen to the entire country. Even our leadership will be diaspora.
They deport our brothers and sisters.
No, well, I'm just saying. They can't deport them, because those your brothers and sisters, the economy of America will run down.
Yes.
They are they are very important personalities in America, so they can't even deport them.
True.
They can't afford it.
True, I agree with you.
Who is the heavyweight boxing champion in the world now? Hey, I'm proud to be a Nigerian anyway.
I am too.
Okay. You know, we've spoken about headsmen, Boko Haram and all that. In what way or in what form do you think we can effectively unite Nigeria once again, so that we would detribalize Nigeria? How do you think we can achieve that?
I think a key method is basically we need to sit down and discuss the Nigerian project until everybody airs their grievances and those grievances are addressed. Whatever we're doing is patchwork, because people have various grievances and they're fundamental and they're key to them. If I'm aggrieved about something, until you listen to me, hear me out and address my hurt,
Even at least say, okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, you know, I know that.
But on what platform do you think, you said they need to be heard? Who provides the platform for this uniting seminar?
It will have to be the government at the center. It will have to be the government at the center. Yes. There's no other person that can galvanize everybody to come together. I know that South Africa had their Truth and Reconciliation Committee after the apartheid era and all of that. We need to have something like that here. And it mustn't be tele-guided or something. People need to be able to speak up honestly and be heard. And apologies tendered when necessary.
Well, I have seen moves. To be honest with you, for Nigeria, I think that this is personal now, that it's not about the sitting and the talking. I have seen some of those similar actions by some presidents. I can't remember. There was one that they assembled all the elders, and there was this 7 days. What was the outcome?
It's not about that kind of talking. You get those ones are about allowances that they recollect for sitting. That's not it. For instance, a move that President Buhari made in his present tenure, recognizing and honoring the hero of our democracy, MKO Abiola. That was key, because that pain, that hurt that people felt was never addressed. Everybody just kept overlooking it. But the singular action of recognizing that this man actually won that election, died without being sworn in, honoring him, that endeared the president to me. I'm not an Abiola, and I'm not Yoruba, except by marriage. But that action, yes, by marriage. But that action,
you don't have to act by
spoke volume. Oh, because most of the firms we get in Nigeria, they will say state of origin. So I have to still refer to my state.
That is why, like Senator Dino Milaye said on this program, we need to remove those things from our curriculum. Tribe, state, religion, indigene, remove it. Yes. We are just Nigerians, that's
exactly.
all.
Until we do, because those are the things that segregate us, that divide us. Until we do, and just recognize ourselves as Nigerians. In America, you're either an American or you're not. Nobody's asking you, are you from Chicago? Are you from Arkansas?
Okay. Is there anything in your past you have done, or anything in your past you wish you can change?
If I go back to when I was a kid, there are so many things I wish I could undo. But I have also learned that all of those things make up the totality of who I am. So even the ones that we could say are sources or causes for regret, I really don't regret, because those experiences make me who I am today. We are a sum total of our actions, our experiences, the knowledge we've gained. So everything I've done, everything that has been done to me, everything I've passed through helped to make me who I am today. So I own all of them, and I accept them, and I don't regret them.
Any political ambition?
Not for elective.
You are APC?
No, I'm not APC. Our parties. None of our parties have ideology that they believe in. The way they cross carpet shows that there's no conviction in our party members. So I don't belong to a party. One man that exhibited something that makes me proud is Governor Ambode. After what happened at the primaries in Lagos, a lot of people clamored for him to exit APC. Because it was obvious. I'm sorry, I'm not a politician, so I'm not going to be politically correct. He was robbed, badly robbed. People were beaten on the queues for the primaries. If you're voting Ambode, they beat you and take you out of that place. That was a disgrace to a city like Lagos.
Civilized.
A so-called civilized city. But that man made me so proud. He took it all. He was pained, I'm sure. But he remained true to his conviction that the party was superior to the individual. He told his supporters, I was one of his supporters, and I was very pained. He told his supporters, the party has spoken. Let's put this behind us and go forward united so that the party will win in Lagos. And that's because he believes so much in the Nigerian project. He believes in the Lagos project, the ideas for Lagos, the Lagos blueprint. And he knows that, yes, he knows that an APC governor will continue that blueprint. So that is a very rare type of politician, a politician with convictions. I wish the rest of our politicians would be like that. When our parties begin to have ideology and the members believe in the ideology of their party, then maybe I will carry the card of a party. But for now, none of them impress me.
It's been True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, and we have been talking to very beautiful veteran Nollywood actress by the name of Lillian Aluko Ama. Since she said there's Aluko there now, because me, I know Lillian Ama, and you must agree with me that we have been educated. I'm sure everybody, is at this point it's always difficult for me, especially when you are dealing with an actress, an actor, or an entertainer, because whatever kind of tax I give them, they do it. That's what they do for a living. They act. She can cry. Just sitting down. If I say cry now, she'll cry. Laugh, she will laugh. So she's about to perform her tax right now on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time. We won't tell you what the tax is, but if you are ready, we'll surprise you when we come back. Let's go there. It's still True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time. I am still here with the ever gorgeous Lillian Ama Aluko. She's an author, a producer, a veteran Nollywood actress, a say Babaist, and Ambodeist, and so on and so forth. But because she's an actress, these actresses know how to do whatever you ask them to do, like I said before. We are going to ask her to sing the old national anthem and the current national anthem. If you are ready, attention! Salute now. Start singing.
Nigeria,
we can't hear you.
I can't sing exactly.
Sing it louder.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. I can't sing.
Nigeria, our sovereign motherland. This is about remember the part. You try. Okay. The current one now.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith.
Oh no. Hey! She doesn't know how to sing Nigerian national anthem.
I can say the national
labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. No more Boko Haram.
I know the
peace and unity. No more headsmen. Peace and unity. You know the words. Oh, I sing it again.
No, I don't know how.
No, sing it.
I can say it. I can say it. It's okay, I can't sing. Everybody should know their limitations. That's why I'm not a musician.
Okay, say it.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland in love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom,
peace peace and unity. Yes, congratulations. Remember me, I taught you the national anthem. Yes, now you couldn't sing it, you sang it halfway.
Thank you.
All right, it's been True Nigerians, heroes of our time. And we have been educated. We have learned the national anthem for some of them who can't sing the national anthem anymore. And if you're a parent at home, please, rehearse it. Nigeria is our country. We have no any other country but Nigeria. Every time you sing the national anthem, you're actually praying for Nigeria. Together we'll say, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and bye.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawo, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. You know, that can be ridiculous. And at times, you know, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, Respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car or the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So, but by the time you click arrive, when the trip is, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate and I get to the gate and they say call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive because that's the estate. So having to navigate my way through that is his own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
River State High Court bars are making 24 orders from parading as lawmakers. Supreme Court gives governors 7 days to file defense to Nigerian governors' suits. Early results in South Africa's election puts ruling ANC below 50% and short of a majority. And pressure built on Biden to let Ukraine strike inside Russia using U.S. weapons. Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Now. President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the Wuye Flyover Link Bridge for public use. He described the project as critical to boosting the economic well-being of citizens living on that axis, including the surrounding communities. Tinubu seized the brief inauguration ceremony to commend the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, saying his commitment to birthing a standard capital city with adequate infrastructure was unrivaled. In his remarks, Wike said residents of the FCT had lost hope in the completion of the interchange bridge linking Wuye and Wuse districts, but now have a reason to rejoice because of the support from the president.
Our determination to succeed and extend happiness to teeming populations, bring about prosperity and value of immense proportion to our people is the goal of the government. And thank you for making a dream realizable. It is my great honor and singular preference to declare this project inaugurated. Once again, I commend the entire team.
We're happy. Let me use this local balance. Those of us who are from local area, they say, monkey the jump, monkey the jump. Now we're 3 near 3. FCT is performing. FCT is performing. It's because you are giving us tremendous support. All this we are working. It's because of your massive support. I know that could also create a problem for us. The kind of support you are giving us may create a problem for us, but it's a good problem. It's not a bad problem. So we are very, very happy. Because if you don't give all this support, all this wouldn't have happened. And I thank you very much.
And meanwhile, the Supreme Court on Thursday ordered the governors of the 36 states of the Federation to within 7 days enter their defense to suit the federal government filed to secure full autonomy for the 774 local government areas. The order followed an application that the federal government, through the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for accelerated hearing of the matter and for the abridgment of the time allowed for all state governors to file their response to the suit. In its ruling, a 7-man panel of the Apex Court, led by Justice Garba Lawal, said the AGF should, upon receipt of the processes containing defense of the governors, respond to it within 2 days. The panel fixed June 13 to commence full-blown hearing of the matter. And a High Court in Port Harcourt has issued an order of interlocutory injunction restraining the 27-member Martin Amehule-led River State House of Assembly from parading themselves as lawmakers. The order was issued by Justice Charles Wale of the River State High Court, Port Harcourt Division. This was with Victor Oko-Jumbo and 2 other lawmakers loyal to Governor Simeola Fubara as plaintiffs had Martin Amehule and 24 other members of their assembly who had defected to the APC listed as defendants. Governor Fubara, the state's Attorney General, and the state's Chief Judge were also listed. The legislative seats have also been declared vacant with effect from 13th December 2023, pending the hearing and determination of the substantive suit. That case has been adjourned to 1st July 2024 for mention. And Governor Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State says his administration inherited 34 uncompleted road projects worth over 225 billion naira from his predecessor, Nyesom Wike. Fubara disclosed this on Wednesday in Port Harcourt at a town hall meeting where he presented his scorecard to mark his 1 year in office. As he says, the 34 road projects his administration has completed 12, while others were ongoing.
From the onset, we believe that infrastructure is key to the sustainable development. Without adequate infrastructures, we strive in vain for a secure, safer, economical, vibrant, developed, and prosperous River State. As Petros, we are all looking forward to the day when all River States will be interconnected by roads and bridges, which only the government can make possible in partnership with the private sectors and our development partners. The facts and figures shows that we inherited 34 uncompleted road projects worth over 225 billion spread across 13 local government areas of River States. Out of this number, 12 including Oyibo, Okoloma Road.
And many people are reportedly trapped as a 2-story building collapsed in the Isaleko area of Lagos State on Thursday. The structure, alleged to have been defective, gave way following a fire in parts of Dusumu Market on Lagos Island. The Lagos Territorial Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Ibrahim Farinloye, will confirm the incident, said 14 other buildings were seriously impacted by the fire. He said emergency responders, including the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, federal and state fire services, the Nigerian Police and Fire Service of the Nigerian Ports Authority were already at the scene of the event. And tactical operative of the Benue State Police Command Operation Zenda, a joint police task force has rescued 2 farmers who were kidnapped in Zakibiam, Ukum local government area of Benue State after the sum of 23 million ransom were placed on them by the hoodlum. The State Commissioner of Police, Stephen Hassan Yavanet, who told newsmen while parading one of the suspected militia after 3 of his gang members and its leader, known as Dada, were killed in the rescue mission as an AK-47 rifle, motorcycle, chance, phones were recovered from the hoodlums.
So we had intelligence that there's a camp where some bad boys gang up. You know the man they call with the man with Dada? They say it's one of the bad boys that have been harassing and terrorizing that area. He has a gang that he has formed for himself, harassing farmers anytime they come out to want to go to their farm. He either kidnap them for ransom and or rob them of their valuables. So our men decided to go there and engage them, and they were able to neutralize 3 of them and got one of them arrested. That was what happened.
But we and Dada are friends. So how come you and Dada in the same place?
An unspecified number of people are feared killed after bandits attacked the Maro Junction Market in Maro Ward of Kajuru local government area in Kaduna State. Kajuru is said to be one of the hotbeds of banditry in Kaduna State. The police in Kaduna have confirmed the death, stating that while 5 people were injured, 1 person lost his life during the attack. However, locals say no fewer than 12 people were shot dead during the attack. And 2 soldiers have been reportedly killed by unknown gunmen enforcing the seat-at-home order on Thursday. The military men were attacked at Obi Kabia Junction in Aba, Abia State, by over 15 masked gunmen who also set their patrol van on fire. A trending video shows the assailants shooting sporadically before setting the military van ablaze. The Abia State Police Command and the military have not spoken on the reported incident as of the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has condemned the killing.
The lives of soldiers who were on their duty posts without any provocation were attacked by men of the underworld, and I want to condemn that. Also to urge security agents to go all out and ensure that those behind that are caught and they brought to book. It's unfortunate that this happened without any reason. So innocent people who are doing their lawful duty were gunned down. And the unfortunate thing is that this is going to act as a major setback to the peace process which the governors from Southeast has been pursuing. Been talking to federal government, been talking to security agencies and other critical stakeholders on how best to resolve the problem of food security in the Southeast. This action of today is going to be a major setback to that process.
And the president of Ohanese Ndigo, Emmanuel Iwanyawo, has distanced himself and the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, from the killing of soldiers in some parts of the southeast. He described the incident as saddening, stating that Kanu was not behind the rudder for the seat at home. Iwanyawo appealed to President Bola Tinubu to use his political power to free Nnamdi Kanu. He was speaking shortly after he visited.
Support. We have a group called IPOB. I call it IPOB. This group claimed a lot of things, but Nnamdi Kanu had dissociated himself. Even recently, there was a wild accusation against me as a leader of Igbos. IPOB is the only group that wrote against me. Nnamdi Kanu is not with them. And you see, we have got in the East today people telling people not to go to work on Monday. There is not one today. People should not go to school. Even I hear that soldiers have been killed. The truth about it, I discussed with Nnamdi Kanu. He is very sad and very bitter about it. He doesn't deserve the type of punishment being given.
Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has filed his brief arguments against the Abuja Division of the Federal High Court's decision, which dismissed his objection to his trial continuation. Mr. Kanu, in the brief over argument dated May 28 but filed May 29 by his lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, prayed the Abuja Division of the Court of Appeal to set aside the trial court's decision. The Federal Republic of Nigeria is the sole respondent in the appellant's brief argument. The IPOB leader has filed a preliminary objection seeking an order for some conditions to be met by the federal government before his trial at FHC could proceed. And the Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf on Thursday visited the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu at the office of the National Security Advisor in Abuja. The meeting, which lasted for more than an hour, was prompted by the recent happenings in Kano following the dissolution of 5 emirates by the Kano State House of Assembly through the repeal of the state emirate law and the subsequent restoration of Emir Muhammad Sanusi II by the governor. And as the controversy trailing in Kano Emirate tussle continues, the 16th Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, has on Thursday made his first appointment. And this was coming barely a week after he was reinstalled as the Emir. Sanusi, the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, approved the appointment of a new ward head of Kofa Mazugal, Hamisu Sani, in Dala local government area of the state. The Emir called on the new ward head to ensure peaceful coexistence among the subjects of the area and contribute his quota towards the development of the state as a whole. And the national chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has commanded the turnout of residents of the state for the ongoing continuous voter registration. Yakubu is in Benin City, the Edo State capital, to inspect the level of damage caused to the Commission's facilities by flood recently in the state. The INEC chairman commended the level of response by the residents of the state.
It's very difficult to quantify now. We are on the assessment. That's why on this leg of the tour, we have been joined by 3 critical directors responsible for voter registry, our estate works and transport at the headquarters, and our director of the ICT. So they will stay behind, do the assessment, and advise the commission. But let me seize this opportunity to assure and reassure Edo voters that it's unfortunate what happened in our office on Friday. We took a proactive measure to ensure that the continuous voter registration was not affected by calling for additional resources from the neighboring states. And whatever it takes, since INEC is one national body and we're only going to have 2 governorship elections in Edo and Ondo, will call for additional resources where it is necessary from the neighboring states, and that the elections will proceed as scheduled and will recover from this unfortunate incident.
A coalition of civil societies has cautioned the Osun State government to decline assent to a bill passed by the State House of Assembly seeking to increase emoluments of political office holders. And this is as the group decried numerous political appointments made so far by Governor Adeleke's administration, saying their appointments with salaries accrued and not beneficial to the state, but rather a financial burden. Executive Director of the group, Professor Wasiu Oyedokun Ali, equally called on Governor Adeleke to defend his promise on efficiency by explaining which fund is being approved to construct local government roads and why the councils themselves cannot do the same with their allocations.
We call on Governor Adeleke to decline assent to this obnoxious bill as it seeks to overburden the already overstretched resources of our ailing state. The governor must say no to this bill in the interest of the people and deploy whatever resources the state has to the welfare of workers whose salaries have already become seriously inadequate and the common man on the streets who is currently struggling to survive. Recently, however, the state government released a list of roads it has approved for construction, and we were shocked to discover that they are all local government roads. Why are the local governments not constructing the roads themselves? With whose resources is the state government constructing these roads?
I think in the same climb, the consideration for increments in remuneration of political office holders should be after other indices have been ticked. In a situation whereby we're having so high rates of inflation, where the take-home of an average civil servant cannot even take them home, where an average hard-working citizen of the country and by extension that of the state cannot feed themselves, consideration for increments in salaries or emolument of political office holders should be the least of concerns for now. Perhaps only after the minimum wage has been considered and has started being paid, when there is a reduction in the cost of living of an average citizen of the state, only then can a serious group of people, as so honored as the House of Assembly, should be thinking of considering increments in the emoluments of public office holder. And that's why we are calling on them to have a rescind in their decision or in their opinion on that bill. And if I thought the bill has been passed, the governor should deny assent to that bill until other indices has been taken care of.
And the website of the Student Loan Fund has received over 60,000 visitors since its launch. The managing director of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, Akintunde Sawyer, made this known during an ongoing press briefing in Abuja on Thursday. Sawyer also noted that over 90% of federal institutions have submitted the list of students, noting that only 2 federal universities and 2 federal polytechnics are yet to do so. Sawyer also noted that the scheme will be made available to students of state universities in the next 3 weeks. On June 12, 2023, President Bola Tinubu signed the Access to Higher Education Act 2023 into law to enable indigenous students to access interest-free loans for their educational pursuits in any Nigerian tertiary institution. And Programs Director of the Presidential Natural Gas Initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, says all states in Nigeria are expected to have at least one CNG conversion center in the next 60 days. Oluwagbemi disclosed this in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital, during the first handing over of the conversion site in the state of the technical partners, where he noted that Nigerians will begin to pay less for the cost of transportation in the next coming months. Michael Oluwagbemi noted that the CNG is far cheaper and better for the country, maintained that the conversion from PMS-compliant vehicles to CNG will bring down cost of transportation.
Because it is cheaper for you, it is cheaper for the country, it makes Nigerians more competitive. The president have made it clear that we are moving towards a clear gas future. And indeed, the president have not just said it. 100 billion naira was provided to the Federal Ministry of Finance about December of last year. And today, we are seeing the evidence of this expenditure in just one of the many sites that will be opened across Nigeria in the next 60 days. Kwara State is first to receive these sites. But I am confident that in no time, every state in Nigeria Federation, from Lagos to Maiduguri to Sokoto, will have at least one PCNGI site and multiple PCNGI partner sites to the benefit of all Nigerians.
And Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak said official vehicles within the coffers of the state government will all be converted to CNG.
Glad to have this facility in Kwara State. This is the first of its kind. Over 70% of our reserve is gas, and one wonders why we always depended on crude oil. We're immediately converting at least 20 government vehicles to CNG-powered engines in a test run. Eventually, all our buses, Soludera and other transport vehicles will be converted to CNG.
And President Bola Tinubu has been commended for strengthening the educational sector through the approval for the establishment of the National Open University of Nigeria in the local government area of Plateau, while giving Nigerians, particularly from the rural areas, an opportunity to break the shackles of poverty and ignorance. Former Governor of Plateau State and current Senator Simon Lalong disclosed these while commissioning the National Open University Noun Study Center Wase, a federal project conceived and attracted by the former Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Ahmed Idris Wase, and said the university will serve as a center of education for neighboring states like Taraba and Adamawa states.
On behalf of my senatorial district, that I remain very proud of Idris Majid. Very, very proud of him. Even when I was governor, I had cause to go there to commission so many of the projects that he did. The last project I did, I went there to commission the police college, very fine police college. I commissioned the police barracks, and I said I will go through the road that is constructed. If we have people like this in Plateau, we send and they bring back this. We don't mind sending them several until he retires and he's tired.
The reason why we are pushing for education in Wase and environment, this center will not serve for only Southern Zone. It will connect us to Taraba, who are our brothers there. It will link us to Gombe, who are our brothers there. I'm part of Bauchi. I want to believe this center is going to be helpful. Beyond the program that my VC has mentioned, by the grace of God, we shall give every support to make it one of the best in the country. The work has just started. I want to say, at the comfort of our doorsteps, inshallah, we shall write for doctorate degrees here in this place by the grace of God.
We invite all stakeholders to join us and him in this journey of community empowerment and sustainable development, especially in the area of security, securing lives and property. I realize and appreciate deeply the creation of the enabling environment by the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, and His Excellency, Governor Caleb Mutfong of Plateau State, in line with the renewed hope agenda of the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And Taraba State Governor Agu Kefas has initiated the distribution of tractors and agricultural equipment to commemorate his first year in office. The event was held at the TSTC Agricultural Mechanization Warehouse in Jalingo. Jude Nuhu Gandali tells us more.
Dignitaries from different political backgrounds in Taraba State gathered for this vibrant ceremony. They played a significant role in the introduction of the new technology-driven tractors acquired by the Kefas administration to commemorate his 1 year in office. Addressing the attendees, Governor Kefas emphasized that this occasion is not only about revealing the tractors, but also about instilling hope, progress, and a promising future for all farmers. He reaffirmed his dedication to revitalizing the agricultural sector and enhancing productivity through procurement.
For too long now, our farmers have faced numerous challenges, from inadequate tools to unpredictable climate conditions. Today, we take a significant step towards overcoming these challenges and harnessing the vast agricultural potential of our state.
The governor announced that the tractors are furnished with cutting-edge technology, signifying his administration's dedication to modernizing agriculture in the state.
These tractors, equipped with the latest technology, symbolize our commitment to modernizing agriculture in Taraba, and will continue to do more. This represents a new era where farmers will no longer be limited by outdated equipment.
In his welcome address, the State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Professor Nicholas Oliver Namason, emphasized that the agricultural implements serve as a testament to the dedication of the Kefas-led administration in improving agricultural production. He further highlighted that the tractors symbolize optimism, possibilities, and progress, as other speakers expressed their views on the developmental achievements of this present administration.
The tractors represent more than just machines. They symbolize hope, opportunity, and growth. It is in this spirit that we tag the entire operation, the Dr. Agu Kefas Agricultural Mechanization Project. As part of our commitment, we have trained 250 youths who will mount these tractors, operate them, repair them, and maintain them, because this will ensure their effective utilization.
You have done, you have removed 30% of poverty in Taraba State because it's only production. The remaining 70%, Your Excellency, you have to work hard. That is the value chain of what we are going to produce.
Taraba residents believe that there is a better future for farmers in the state, as the governor has made agriculture one of his priorities.
The Good Governance Advocate has commended President Bola Tinubu for working tirelessly to drive the nation's digital economy, fostering innovation and bridging the digital divide. The convener of the group, Comrade Mahmoud Abubakar, made this known at a press conference to access President Bola Tinubu's first anniversary. He also applauded the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, for keying into the President's renewed hope agenda by developing a vibrant digital ecosystem, empowering entrepreneurs and creating jobs for the teeming youth.
The Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, has demonstrated leadership in piloting the ministry's affairs, and the attendant gains that comes with purposeful leadership are evident. The emphasis on digital literacy is a worthy example that is guaranteed to revolutionize the sector for good. The Nigerian Communication Commission's activities also come in handy in repositioning the telecom sector for optimal productivity. The Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC, Dr. Aminu Maida, has also displayed a grasp of the issues in the industry, and his policy, initiative, and drive have been commendable so far. We, the Good Governance Advocates, recognizes the effort of the NCC in promoting indigenous content in the telecommunication sector. This is in line with the provision of the Nigerian Communication Commission Act 2003, which empowers the NCC to encourage local and foreign investment in the Nigerian communication industry.
And as part of an initiative aimed at providing free, comprehensive healthcare services to residents, the Lagos State government has launched the Alafia Eco Medical Outreach across its 6 health districts. Speaking at the launch of the program on Thursday in Lagos, Special Advisor to Lagos State Governor on Health, Kemi Ogunyemi, disclosed that the whole essence is to ensure that all citizens in Lagos have access to affordable and quality health care.
The Alafia Eco Medical Outreach is officially commencing, making the beginning of the initiative. This outreach is a crucial component of the comprehensive Eco Cares program, which aims to alleviate the challenges faced by Lagosians in accessing healthcare services amidst the current economic difficulty.
With regards to Alafia Eco, where the Ministry of Health was actually involved, what we did was we decided that we will have 4 units per district, making 24 units, and we will see 1,000 citizens per unit, which equals to 4,000 per district, times 6 is 24,000. And I'm sure we're going to see more than that. Absolutely, as you can see, there are quite a few people. This is just one of the units, and it's all across Lagos. It's the first ever. No other state in Nigeria has ever done such, where the state is actually giving free health care to all its citizens, as many that are sick as possible.
The special advisor also disclosed that residents who besieged the centers will access the services and medications free of charge.
All pregnant women still get antenatal care free. Delivery is free. Whether it's cesarean section or normal delivery is still free. And that has been on for some months. All pregnant women do not pay for antenatal care services.
There's an opportunity to register for LASHMA, Ilera Eco, and then they will be given 100 people in each of the centers that we're using. We're using 24 centers, 24 points for this outreach. 100 people will be getting free access to health insurance for 1 year. And those people are the people that we consider vulnerable. So there's a way they determine here, there's a questionnaire they will use to find out if you're a vulnerable person, someone who can afford treatment, who can afford access by themselves, and they will get access to free treatment for a year.
Beneficiaries were provided with complimentary checkups and treatments at various locations, such as Campus Memorial Mini Stadium in Igboshiri and Bariga Local Council Development Area. These services encompassed blood sugar and blood pressure assessments, HIV counseling and testing, eye examination, and the provision of free glasses.
We really appreciate and we want to give kudos to our governor, our performing governor, for deeming faith and believe in acts, that act is words. And at the same time, the assurance we are giving you is not about assurance. It's simple. You can see the number of turnouts. The program now that we are expecting 500 today for the first day. By now, the accreditation has reached over 400.
This is all from Mr. Selebu himself, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who has been very magnanimous and compassionate to provide for us free health services across the state. Particularly, we have free blood pressure checks, free blood sugar checks, we have free HIV counseling and testing, free eye checks, free eye glasses for those that need, free consultations and drugs. In fact, for those who require upgrade drugs, in another 2 weeks they can come to our facilities to get those drugs free.
The objective is to have 1,000 individuals attending each event in 6 health districts, resulting in a minimum of 25,000 residents of Lagos benefiting from the initial phase of the program. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Ondo State government will soon build a rehabilitation center to cater for people with mental disorders as a result of their abuse of drugs. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Banji Ajaka, gave the hint during the Mental Health Summit organized by Niger Delta Youth Council and Health Circle Initiative in partnership with Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC in Akure, the state capital. Ajaka, while speaking on some of the factors responsible for mental disorders among the youth, noted that the burden of drug abuse is on the rise and becoming a public health concern in Nigeria.
Mental health getting associated with drug abuse. We have found from our lectures or from this program today that between 50 to 80% of people who are into drug abuse, they also have comorbidity of mental health problems. So both of them can go together in 50 to 80% of cases. And you can see the various forms in which you can have this comorbidity, that is having misuse of drugs going along with mental health problems. It could be a situation whereby somebody is having mental health problems and because of that go into drug abuse.
The result of the call, the constant call from our youth and the society itself, that this mental health is becoming a disease that needed to be addressed. If you should stay away from addiction, that means it's going to reduce the issues of drug abuse today that we're having, that have affected our youth a lot, especially in the Niger Delta region.
Young people these days believe that
because most of this
if they want something done and the thing is not done their way, or they don't have the finance to do what they want to do, the best way they think is to go into drugs, which is very, very wrong.
A non-governmental organization has expressed concern over the high rates of unsafe abortion by women of reproductive age in Nigeria. The executive director of the foundation, Victoria Mba, expressed the concern on Tuesday and called for more public enlightenment against the practice of unsafe abortion. Victoria spoke of the public awareness to commemorate the International Day of Action on Women's Health. According to the foundation, 33% of women of reproductive age engage in unsafe abortion.
In Nigeria, as a whole, it has been discovered that if 1,000 unsafe abortions happen, that 33% of the people that have that unsafe abortion will die. So, and this has been, there has been an increase in the way abortion has been carried out among the young ones, especially the young ones. For us to destigmatize abortion and also give people, for them to know that there's a provision in the law that the provision in the law that in case of rape, incest, and when the mother's life is at stake, this person can walk up to the health facility and obtain his services in a safe way so that we can help reduce the unsafe abortions in different communities.
Yeah, the advance on pregnancy is just because it's on the increase. Where we have unsafe abortion is on the increase, and we need to educate the general public again. What are the consequences of unsafe pregnancy? And again, what are the challenges the young people are facing? You know, we are in the area whereby we need to sorosuke for them. They need to have people they can rely when they have issues and challenges within their peers. They can equally have that access to people to discuss about it. So we want to reduce that unsafe abortion. That's why we keep talking about access to women's health, especially younger people.
We should always have focus on whatever we do, and we should make our parents our best friends, because they are the ones that can tell us the truth. Any other person would not really tell you what your parents would do. And I advise our parents to be best friends of their children.
And in order to commemorate 2024 International Menstrual Hygiene Day, a non-governmental organization, Crisa Foundation, has donated 10,000 sanitary pads and hygiene kits to schools for a girl child to stay in school during and after menstruation. Chief Executive Officer of the Foundation, Rabi Adamu, says educating the male folks on the subject of menstruation will provide them with adequate knowledge to encourage the female gender during the periods. She advocates for subsidies of menstrual kits and the availability of products to improve the well-being of girl child, while calling on the government to put in mechanisms to ensure menstrual hygiene and a friendly environment in schools for girls' children.
We have to be very intentional. We want to be intentional about even the male students because we want to raise male champions in society. We want to talk to the male champions about menstruation, about menstrual hygiene. They need to understand this topic because it is very, very important. I mean, we do have condoms placed everywhere in society. Why not sanitary pads, which is even more important? A lot of girls are out of schools because they cannot even afford something as little as sanitary pads. We're calling on the government to, we're advocating for policies, to encourage the use of this product and to also make them readily available and very accessible to common people.
I will tell you that we have visited so many communities, and most of these issues are not just affecting people at the urban area, but most especially people at the young girls at the rural communities. So we are actually advocating for this period-friendly environment in such a way that at least even tax or subsidy can be reduced on this menstrual hygiene product so that at least people at the rural communities can have access to that. And statistics have been shown that only 39% of women have access to this menstrual hygiene product, most especially people at the urban areas. And most especially, even people at the urban areas are people that have come from a background that has very good income.
And some of the students who are participants say the campaign has exposed them to adequate knowledge that menstruation could be tracked and to take proactive measures on premenstruation syndrome.
When it comes to menstrual hygiene, I think the role I will play in that is that I'm going to support the ladies because I don't think it's easy for them because they're actually going through a lot. The pain, the cramps, the mood swings, there is so much going on about it. So the ladies, we have to just take care of them, we have to treat them right and understand them.
The country is very hard right now because I don't see the reason why condoms which we use for preventing pregnancy will be sold at cheap prices, and these pads that we need that is very essential because we didn't just bring this to ourselves. We are made for it, like this is how we are created. So this menstrual pad should be given to us, even if not for free, at least at cheaper prices.
Over 600 young girls drawn from poorest of poor communities have been given free sanitary pads for the next 2 months to help take care of their menstrual health and prevent them from infections, instead using dirty clothes, cotton wool or tissues as pad during the period. Aid Healthcare Foundation Nigeria visited a community in Makurdi local government area with prevalence of teenage pregnancy, sexual assaults, teenage prostitution, among others. HF coordinator Steve Aborishade, who said the exercise is in collaboration with other development partners to mark this year 2024.
Key challenges young girls have now is access to sanitary pads. Menstruation is a big deal. They have very little knowledge about it. They have very little awareness about what to do and what not to do. That is why we came to this community. We are asking government, to look at how they can support the well-being of our young girls by investing in their menstrual health, which is very key. And that's the effort that AHF have come here today. And we are demonstrating what we are asking by donating sanitary pads to all the participants here. This event is taking place in 3 states of Nigeria. It's taking place in Abuja right now, and it's taking place in Akwa Ibom.
This I will take to the floor of the House. Need to let the government know that they can come into providing these basic needs for girls. Is very, very important because most of the other means they use to take care of themselves when they have periods, very bad. They can bring a lot of complications, infections, and all of that. If government can key into trying to provide this basic need, I think it will help.
Some of the stakeholders caution the young girls to maintain a healthy lifestyle and stay away from what could undermine their health by having access to right information and poor and proper hygiene.
You have to take good care of yourselves. I'm sure you know what menstrual health is at this level. It's expected that you will know how to take care of yourselves. You advise your friends and the people coming behind you. Health, you have to be intentional about it.
That your hygiene or your knowledge about your menstrual health determines how well you live your life.
And some of the beneficiaries commended AHF Nigeria for the donation and the sensitization as very useful and rewarding.
We need government. We are calling on the government to help provide free sanitary pads for the girls to help them, especially during their menstrual time. Because I understand that the economy is hard. Most of them cannot provide this thing for themselves. But if the government can help to provide this, it will help to at least reduce the level of STDs, like the level of infection. Because most of these they use some things that are not supposed to be used because they don't have money to afford this pad. But if this pad have been made available, it will help.
Today I learned a lot of things, how to use menstrual pad, how to insert it, how to put it in the pants while trying to wear it.
Still ahead, Israel reopens Gaza food sales as Rafah raid chokes aid. Details when we return. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back to News Now, and I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. A very early count in South Africa's national election put the long-ruling African National Congress at just over 42% of the vote, raising the possibility that it might lose its majority for the first time since it swept to power under Nelson Mandela at the end of apartheid in 1994. With only just over 16% of the votes counted and declared, it was only a partial picture after Wednesday's election. The final results of a vote that could bring the biggest political shift in South Africa's young democracy were expected to take days, but the Independent Electoral Commission saying they would be delivered by Sunday. And the U.S. on Thursday imposed sanctions on 5 current and former Ugandan officials for their alleged involvement in significant corruption or gross violations of human rights. Among the officials designated were Speaker of Parliament Anita Among, who is accused of significant corruption tied to her leadership of Uganda's parliament. Others designated due to corruption allegations were a former Minister of Karamoja Affairs, Mary Goretti Kitutu, former Minister of State for Karamoja Affairs, Agnes Nandutu, and Minister of State for Finance, Amos Lugolobi. And from news outside Africa, the Israeli military has lifted a ban on the sale of food to Gaza from Israel and the occupied West Bank as its battlefield offensive chokes international aid, according to Palestinian officials, businessmen, and international aid workers. Army authorities gave Gazan traders a green light to resume their purchases from Israeli and Palestinian suppliers of food, such as fresh fruits, vegetables, and dairy goods this month, days after Israeli forces launched an assault on the enclave's southernmost city of Rafah, the People says. And the pressure is growing on U.S. President Joe Biden to allow Ukraine to use West-supplied weapons to strike Russian territory. A number of U.S. allies this week signaled they were open to this possibility after months of concern about escalation. And Russia's Vladimir Putin has warned of serious consequences, especially for what he called small countries in Europe. On Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Washington's stance on the matter would adapt and adjust based on changing battlefield conditions. He is currently in the Czech capital, Prague, for a meeting of NATO foreign ministers. And Ukraine has been struggling to counter a Russian offensive in the east of the country, while the city of Kharkiv has suffered weeks of deadly attacks, often launched by Russian from military outposts near the Ukrainian border. And Russia may lift the self-imposed restrictions on deployment of intermediate and shorter-range missiles and consider strengthening its nuclear deterrence if the U.S. stations such weapons in Europe and in the Asia-Pacific region. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said this on Thursday in an interview with the Rossiya Segedina News. That China shared this concern, and Lavrov also noted that Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping issued a joint statement during their recent meeting in Beijing, asserting that U.S. actions pose a direct threat to both countries and pledged to work more closely to counter Washington's behavior. Up next, traders reject allegation of indiscriminate hike in prices of food items. And that's in business news after the short break. Stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome to Business Reports. I am Justin Akadonye.
Dealers in food items in selected markets across Lagos State have refuted widespread allegations of manipulating and inflating prices of food items without discrimination. Instead, they attribute the soaring prices to the prevailing insecurity in various parts of the country, which has adversely affected the supply chain of farmers nationwide. In response to these accusations, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has undertaken fact-finding missions to markets throughout the country. During an interaction with the FCCPC mission, Alhaji Shehu Osman, the chairman of Mile 12 International Perishable Market in Lagos, emphasized that the escalating costs of food items are primarily due to the displacement of farmers by bandits, forcing them to seek refuge in IDP camps. Similarly, Taufik Olorunkemi, the chairman of the Ile-Ipo Okeodo market, informed the FCCPC officials that the major factor contributing to the rising prices of food items is the prevailing insecurity, which hinders farmers from accessing their farms due to the menace of kidnapping. Also talking business, in 2029, experts predict that Nigeria's e-commerce industry will grow at a CAGR of 11.82% to reach $14.92 billion. This growth can be attributed to various factors such as increasing internet usage, smartphone adoption, and a rise in young population. Eden Life, a Nigerian home concierge startup, recently opened its fourth outlet store in Oniru, Lagos State, marking a significant milestone in their national expansion. During the launch event, Orafi Riadoki, the business lead of Homemade, highlighted that there is still much to explore in Nigeria's food culture. Now, the total number of approved digital lenders in Nigeria has surged by 64.16% since April last year, reflecting the growing credit appetite of Nigerians facing weaker purchasing power and higher prices. According to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, the number of digital lenders rose to 284 in May this year from 173 in April last year. The FCCPC registers digital lenders under a limited interim regulatory registration framework and guidelines for digital lending 2022, which governs the digital lending space and ensures that registration and approval are prerequisites for companies seeking to operate. The Commission has two approval categories for lenders, which are full approval and conditional approval. The number of fully approved lenders grew to 232 from 119, while conditional approvals decreased to 42 from 54. Additionally, 11 lenders on the FCCPC's list are approved directly by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The growth in the population of digital lenders coincides with the growing demand for personal loans. Now, the Semi-Border Command of the Nigeria Customs has taken a firm stance against the mistreatment of women along this route. Now, the command strongly condemns any action that put at risk the safety and well-being of the vulnerable members of the border community who are engaged in lawful activities daily. It said any official from any organization found guilty of harassing women along this route would face severe consequences. Furthermore, the NCS reported a significant increase in revenue for the command from January to May 26, 2024, with a 272% rise compared to the same period last year. Addressing the media during a press briefing on the command's operations during this period, the Customs Area Controller Timi Bomodi disclosed that the command had generated 2.63 billion naira in revenue within the first 5 months.
On Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good night.
Domestic violence is a major global issue, but it is the least discussed and the least addressed form of gender-based violence in sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, a 2016 study done by the World Bank shows 51% of African women reported that being beaten by their husbands is justified if they either go without permission, neglect the children, argue back, refuse to have sex, or burn the food. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I'm Semenyu Shekoye and I'm joined by my co-hosts Orian Itangishaka and Ginny Niwa. Today we'll be talking about the grave and pervasive issue of domestic violence in Africa and efforts underway to break the cycle. Hello ladies.
Hello, hello.
Sadly, I feel like we know at least one woman close to us who went through domestic violence, and this can be physical assault, psychological abuse, belittling, humiliation, and even forced sexual intercourse. So do you know anyone? Have you come across one?
Definitely, and it hurts my heart when I think about her situation. A friend of mine, I mean, this was really bad because number one, she was in a country where she depends on him for papers, for legal papers, depended on him for financial resources, basically depended everything on him. So in that kind of situation, it's hard for a woman to just up and leave. Number one, she doesn't know where am I going to leave to go to. She doesn't know the resources in this country and all those things. So it's very difficult to even understand the situation that she's in because she seems as not able to even leave, even if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I am that woman close to you. I've experienced it. And I think the reason why, and you still, try to understand even years later. But in my case, it was a big one was the awareness. You don't even know it's abuse because it's verbal. You're very aware, as a human being, okay, if somebody, beats you up, it's bad. But when it's verbal, even culturally, it's hard to say, hey, this is wrong, because culturally, in African family, whatever, if your husband or the father of your children do something, well, he's the father of your children. So you always have that in the back of your mind, he's the father of your children. And it's so gradual that when those red flags happen, it's
you
hard
barely
to
notice it.
Yeah, you can barely notice them. So there was the verbal abuse, like you say in your case, the financial. When he told me, hey, you should stop working, I actually thought it was a good thing.
It's
wow.
cute.
Yeah, it's cute. It's nice. He's a man.
He wants to take care of me.
He wants to take care of me. But so, little by little, you become dependent. You have to ask. And of course, it's a game where, you're being called names, you're being lazy and things like that. And there's so many things. And also myself, how come, why did I make this choice?
You start blaming yourself.
Yeah, and even that, I even thought years later, because I was a college graduate, that I make smart choices. So, how can he be bad? So there's so many things that goes to your mind until the violence was in front of my children. And I say, okay, crazy, you need to go.
Yeah. Well, I share your point that assuming physical assault is the only way of, domestic violence. It's very common among a lot of women. I know a lot of friends who live with a lot of belittling, verbal abuse, and humiliation, thinking that he's the father of my children. He's someone who loves me, despite of ill, he still care about me. And also, as you said, cultural, religious reasons, a lot of women, live even through physical abuses, and sometimes even for lack of protection, legal protection, or not knowing that there is a possibility you can get help outside your home.
And I just want to add something. You said a good point, the love. If you chose this man, that means that at some point, not only you love him, but he show you love. So you always think that
person
he
is
can
going to come back to where
because he show you a nice, image of him.
Yeah,
so
exactly. And this is what we'll be talking about today. In December 1998, when a Kenyan police officer beat his wife to death for not preparing meat for his dinner, it sparked a nationwide protest and demonstration that led to the passing of a family protection bill criminalizing wife beating and other forms of domestic violence. Domestic violence is a type of gender-based violence that takes place in an intimate or family relationship and can also be referred to as intimate partner violence. According to the United Nations, most violence against women is perpetrated by intimate partners or close family relationships. But despite adoption of international treaties and instruments to better protect women against gender-based violence, United Nations reported last year that almost 1 in 3 women continue to be subjected to physical and/or sexual intimate partner violence at least once in their lives. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will discuss whether existing laws on violence against women are effective enough to criminalize forms of domestic violence in sub-Saharan Africa. We will also explore what more can be done to break the cycle of violence against women and girls.
Well, let's go to Nigeria, where the country is a signatory of several international treaties aiming to end sexual and gender-based violence against women. However, the problem persists. Now, some want new laws to hold offenders accountable. Timothy Obwezo has this report from Job's Plateau State in Nigeria.
Inside these walls in central Nigeria's Plateau State are women seeking refuge from sexual violence. Stella Kenneth was raped by her father in 2017 when she was 10 years old.
My father started touching my body, and one day he called me aside after our devotion, and he said, "I'm trying to teach you what life is, so no guy will come and deceive you. I love you." I was scared that if I tell it out, my father is going to beat me and I'll stop paying my school fees.
The abuse continued until last year when Kenneth told a family friend what was happening, and they reported it to the authorities, who arrested her father. She says the experience impacted her self-esteem.
When I came, I was not friendly. I was kind of rugged. Not like, what I mean rugged, not too that kind of socialize. Always kind of be like a bad person, like bad girl.
The non-profit Christian Women for Excellence and Empowerment in Nigerian Society launched in 2010 and says the Safe House is helping many survivors of sexual violence like Kenneth cope with the trauma. Violence against women and girls is on the rise more than 20 years after Nigeria signed the Maputo Protocol, an African charter on women's rights. Recently, the French ambassador to Nigeria, Emmanuel Bletman, said economic challenges in the country are driving the increase in the number of cases of gender-based violence. 18-year-old Kachola Musa says she was raped by her uncle 8 years ago. She says she's still afraid to report the case to her family.
I lied and I told them that someone wanted to kidnap me. So after then I regret it. I was afraid to report the case.
In December, Nigerian lawmakers called for a review of the laws to enable enforcement agents to take decisive measures. Janet Beatrice, the Safe House manager at Plateau, is all for a review of current laws.
For me, I think either life imprisonment or death sentence can even serve as a deterrent to others out there, because the gravity of this offense is a lifetime memory that has been created in the heart and in the life of the victim.
Beatrice says harsher laws and stronger enforcement could act as a deterrent and help women here feel safe. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Jos, Plateau State, Nigeria.
Well, before we get deeper into how legal frameworks are protecting women from domestic violence, let's try to understand the serious consequences of domestic violence on women's mental and physical health. With us in the studio is Mildred Muhammad, domestic violence survivor and an award-winning global advocate. Muhammad was married to the deceased sniper John Allen Muhammad and divorced him in the year 2000 prior to him carrying out the deceased sniper attack of October 2002 that killed 10 people. Later, John sought to kill his ex-wife and gain custody of their children. Ms. Muhammad is now international expert speaker for the U.S. Department of State and certified consultant with the U.S. Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime. She also published a number of books and memoirs, including In the Midst of Chaos, Home is the Most Dangerous Place to Be. Ms. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us, and it's always a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
I'm sorry, I will have to take you back a little bit to what happened. How did the abuse start? What were the signs or the red flags that he was an abusive husband?
Well, it all started when he came back from Desert Storm. And many military, when they go to a war, they come back, they're not the same. And that is what happened with him. So it's not always what are the signs, because you're asking victims to diagnose what this other person is doing to them. And so the signs are whatever you feel that they are, because everyone's level of tolerance is different. Everyone's level of pain is different. Everyone is brought up in a different home environment. So some people grow up with abuse in their home. So if you experience abuse in your relationship, it's nothing different.
How long have you been married to him? And
I was for 12 years.
12 years.
We have 3 children. And so once the abuse started, we had our own business. He had gotten out of the military, we had our own business, and he was having affairs. And I told him I wanted a divorce. He moved out, but he still had a key to the house. So he would come in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping, but I opened my eye to a slither to watch him walk into the room, go from one side of the bed to the other, lean over to listen to me breathe, and then leave out.
Oh boy.
That must have been terrifying.
It was. I had the locks changed. He changed my phone number without my permission. We finally went to court, got the restraining order, but we still had visitation with the children. So he had them on a weekend visitation, and he didn't bring them back. So it was 18 months before I saw them again.
Wow. And you see, the children, it's a difficult situation when children are involved.
It is.
How did it affect them? And for you, what was the turning point to say, I'm out?
Well, the turning point to say I'm out is when he said, you have become my enemy, and as my enemy, I will kill you. And after that is when he took the children on a weekend visitation and didn't bring them back. They were gone for 18 months. Couldn't get any help because we didn't have a solidified custody issue. It was that window opportunity between going to court and establishing custody.
Sort of a kidnap.
Correct.
Were there any moment where you felt like your life was really threatened?
As soon as he said that, oh yeah, my life was, I knew that. He was an 84th Combat Engineer. He knew, he was a hand-to-hand expert combat. He was an expert shot. So yeah, I knew, because his motto was, one shot, one kill to the head, never leave an enemy behind. He already said I was his enemy. He was gonna kill me. The problem was I couldn't get anybody to believe me because he was in the community. People knew him. They didn't know me because I was always at home. He was the one bringing the money home, like you said. So financially, I was dependent upon him. So when I tried to get help, he told me, he said, I'm going to fix it to where no one will believe anything you say about me. And that's exactly what happened. I went to tell people, which I call the touch test, where you're going out and I say, John is really treating me really bad. He's talking to me like, and they say, well, he wouldn't do that. You automatically took the side of the abuser. That's how fast it works. Soon as I talk to you and you say, well, John wouldn't do that, you took his side. Now you're going to go back and tell him, now I'm in trouble. So,
well, hearing her story briefly, what is your assessment of how she went through it and what was going on in her situation?
Well, it was never your fault. You didn't choose him. He chose you. Because you were a graduate, you didn't have much experience, and so he made it appear that you chose him. So once you stopped working, that was another way to isolate you from being able to use your own finances to leave. So when you say, well, I chose him and, I thought I was smart. You are smart.
Yes.
Okay? If he would have told you, hey, you know what I'm going to do is I want to be in a relationship with you. I'm going to verbally abuse you. I'm going to take away your finances. I'm going to make it difficult for you to survive. Would you have chosen?
No.
Exactly.
No.
So he lied. The representative showed up first.
Yes.
And then when he knew you were comfortable with him, then the real person came out.
Yeah.
So it was never your fault.
Thank you. We're here with Mildred Mohammed, domestic violence survivor and global advocate who is committed to help victims and survivors of domestic abuse and violence. It's now time for a break, but we'll continue our conversation on what more can be done to break the cycle of domestic violence against women. We also love to hear from you on social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And our handle is at VOA Africa. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Welcome back. You are tuned into Our Voices, and we are discussing the impact of domestic abuse on women and ways to protect them. While many African countries have made efforts to adopt laws criminalizing violence against women, challenges such as effective enforcement still continue. To learn more on how adoption of laws help solve the issue of violence and discuss ways to strengthen their effectiveness, we have invited Bilix Abdurrashid Shebi, the Executive Director of Women Aware of Rights Initiative in Nigeria. This is an organization that works closely with survivors. The organization was established in 2018 to help victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Ms. Shebi is joining us from Kaduna, Nigeria via Skype. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, how does the different laws and treaties adopted by Nigeria, how are they protecting women? I saw that the Violence Against Persons Act that was adopted in 2015 made a difference, but how is that helping, especially in protecting survivors?
The Violence Against Persons Act is very helpful now. It breaks down the different levels of abuse and how it's dealt with. So we have emotional abuse, we have financial abuse, domestic abuse, physical, rape, sodomy, unnatural offenses, and all that, all broken down into different segments of it. And then it has also prescribed what amounts to the offense and the punishment for such offense. And in Kaduna, it has been domesticated, so it makes it very easy to get a conviction against perpetrators of this act for the survivors.
So are women aware of the legal framework, and do they feel protected?
Generally, I would not say a lot of women are aware, but the women in the urban area mostly are aware. However, because of religious and social cultural backgrounds, you find women not being able to just speak up, even though they know they're just a phone call away from getting help. But you get women saying, oh, I don't want to lose my family. I don't want my in-laws to hate me. I have kids with this man. And if for any reason I report that this is happening to me or happening to any of my kids won't have a very bright future because their in-laws will judge them, judge me, and all that. So we don't get women coming out. So, but then between 2020 and This in 2024, there has been a rise because we have been doing a lot of awareness against domestic violence. In fact, we did a campaign themed "Don't Hit Me, Let's Talk." This campaign was to urge women to speak. They had a right to be heard without being abused, you know. So this has gone a long way, and it's not so difficult to prove to the authorities why you're doing this, because you have the Violence Against Persons Prohibition laws, VAPP, the acts already aiding CBOs and CSOs like us to actually go into the street and do a lot of awareness. There isn't a month that we have done awareness and not gotten a rise of women that would come out to say, oh, I have been going through domestic abuse, either by in-laws or by the spouse, and then there hasn't got. The major problem is usually, and why they wouldn't even want to go out, is what's next for me? Where do I go if lodging something is taken and something?
Ms. Shebi, let me interrupt you a little bit as we go first. I know that culture and religion are very strong on the continent in terms of this situation, but we'll come back to that. Before we continue the conversation, let's listen to women from the continent. Our reporter, Daniel Tonga, talked to women in Lusaka, Zambia, and we have Sylvia Moyo, Cosmas Chilisha, and Hope Mukwinda, as well as Cosmas Ngwende in our Your Voice segment, and we'll come back to discuss that further.
I think the main reason why domestic violence is so much in Africa is, number one, because of poverty, two, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and just superiority of a certain gender. Society nowadays looks at a woman who is divorced as somebody who is weak. So one will want to live in a relationship just to prove to the society that they are okay, whilst they are being beaten every time. And no one wants to voice out most of the time. Those who are in abusive relationships, they never want to come out of it because they think as if like when a man is beating you up, then he loves you more than anybody else.
I think domestic violence happens in the sub-Saharan Africa due to, number one, a man always wanting to be more dominant than the woman. It comes with economic power most of the times, where a woman is less wealthy and the man is actually more dominant in terms of that, in that manner. So they end up beating a woman or abusing a woman because they are the ones that are providing. Men themselves need education, and maybe we need to have a lot of counseling sessions nowadays, and we need to start targeting a lot of men. It also has to border with mental health. I think sometimes men feel to be strong and they can't attend counseling sessions. They feel that you will be less of a man if they attend these counseling sessions.
One of the deadliest crimes ever committed are crimes of passion. Now the issue is that how do we stop it? So how do we stop it? There must be an understanding from a man where it is said that live with women according to knowledge, in the sense that they are the weaker vessels.
So why domestic violence is so prevalent? Most of the times it's because of patriarchal structures, which is basically men having upper hand in homes, and then also things to do with toxic masculinity as well. So we have a culture or norm that states that a man is the head of the house. Yes, it is, but then there are situations where a man can do what he wants to the woman, especially if they're in a marriage setup. So the first thing is to strengthen legal frameworks that criminalize gender-based violence or domestic violence rather.
We all have equal rights. We all have the right to say no to something that you're not consenting to or consenting to. And that initially is usually deemed as the beginning of differences between people that are married. We need to talk about these things. We need more sensitization conversations around communities, especially where we come from.
Are cultural and religious leaders being effective in helping in the situation of abuse in homes, especially towards women?
Honestly, not really. because we have cases where we have had to involve, cultural leaders and religious leaders, and the only thing they're going to tell you is that, okay, the good book say you need to be patient, so you need to stay in an abusive environment. And I always have, a backlash from people when I say, no, you don't have to stay. There is nothing making you stay. None of the books say that you have to stay in an abusive relationship. So you have a right to choose to not be abused. So it's just wrong when cultural and religious leaders come out. Though we have a few of them that would come out and really speak up against it. But then, everybody is concerned. And one thing they keep saying is the kids. What is going to happen to the kids? What's going to happen to your home? But then I always tell women that if for any reason you die as a result of abuse, you're going to be alone. So you need to speak up and do something about it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Shebi. Just before we end quickly, coming back to the legal framework, can harsher punishments like capital punishment deter domestic violence or abuse?
Unfortunately, capital punishment only happens after the victim is killed. And so anything prior to that, no. Because the reason why John was given a death penalty wasn't because of what he did to me. It was because he killed multiple people, although I was the intended target. They did not allow me to testify about the domestic violence or abuse that I had encountered, as well as him kidnapping the children. I only testified in the sentencing phase. And so unless the person is murdered, then that's when capital punishment comes in.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Well, this is where we end our show. We would like to thank Ms. Mildred Mohammed for joining us for this very insightful conversation. Be sure to watch our voices on VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. Last but not least, we thank our Voices editorial and production team. We will see you again next week with another exciting program. Be sure to continue the conversation on our social media platforms. Until then, thanks for watching. Good day.
Women played a crucial role in the Sudanese revolution that eventually ousted President Omar al-Bashir. Women are also instrumental in the establishment of a new country, South Sudan. They are now calling for an end to fighting and hostilities that have persisted in both countries. Today we hear the voices of many women in Sudan and South Sudan who are advocating for peace and stability. Hello and welcome. I'm Oriani Tangishaka and this is Our Voices. In studio with me, of course, are my co-hosts, Simenyesh Yakoye and Jeannie Niwa. Ladies, the case of Sudan and South Sudan, it's women who are, complaining about their voices not being heard. And it's very similar to many countries that are going through instabilities, isn't it?
Well, just to touch on that resistance, Sudan is resistant. Women, to me, they're a great example as women standing as one. Compared to other countries, I'm from the DRC, we don't see the resistance, women being in a resistance or opposition or marching as one, just, like we see in Sudan. So to me, they're a great example. But as far as them having a voice, I understand that totally because they're not in leadership position.
That's true. I agree with you. Like, these women have been, key in these revolutions, and they had an important role in shaping some of the historic events both in Sudan and South Sudan. However, in my view, once these revolutions are done, like any other civil societies, women are also pushed out. You know, they are the ones organizing rallies, protests, demanding justice. But when it comes to, you know, formal peace negotiations or government formations, we don't see them. But, you know, any economic development or social development or sustainable peace cannot be attained excluding women. In fact, I think it would reverse even any progress made.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, what we're talking about is that sometimes we see systematic repression of women in the negotiation at the decision-making table. And that's what we're talking about today. How can their voices be heard so that they can contribute to the changes in their countries? Well, let's look briefly at histories of these two nations, once one country called Sudan until 2011. In Sudan, a war that broke out in 2023 rages on between the army chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, commander of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Thousands have been killed, including between 10,000 and 15,000 people in a single city in the western Darfur region. The UN says that this conflict has already displaced more than 9 million people. In South Sudan now, according to the Times News article, despite the new nation being born in January of 2011, after 22 years of resistance against Khartoum, conflict caused by ethno-political wrangling and competition amongst the elite over access to power and financial resources have persisted. On today's program, we will hear what women in both countries have been experiencing and what solutions they propose.
Yes, that's right. Now let's begin in Sudan, where women of various backgrounds recently gathered in Nairobi to discuss the brutal war that has ravaged their country for the past 10 months. With no end in sight, they feel their voices have been silenced and they yearn to contribute to resolving the conflict that has killed thousands and displaced millions since April 15. VOA Nairobi Bureau Chief Mariama Diallo was there and has this report.
Women in Sudan were a big part of a revolution that helped end 3 decades of autocratic rule by former Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir. Their push for a transition to a civilian government was cut short when war broke out 7 months ago between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary unit. Thousands are dead, millions are displaced, and there is no end in sight.
Since April 15, voices of civilians and voices of women has been completely, I would say, sabotaged. We didn't have a space to tell our story or to speak about our suffering.
Hala Al-Karib is with the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa. She says her organization convened a 2-day summit in Nairobi because it's important to bring Sudanese women and civil society groups together.
We have participants who came from conflict zone and they have endured living under fire and exposed to all kinds of violence for the past 7 months. It's really critical to listen to their stories, to listen to their experience, and to listen to their positions and views.
Some participants spent 3 to 10 days on the road to reach Nairobi, including Nidal Usman Musa, who runs the South Khartoum Kandakat grassroots organization.
We have faced much obstacles, displacement, refugees, rape, violence. We missed our job, our children missed their education, and also we missed our voice in this war.
Alawiya Bahr El-Din, a former social worker, now a refugee in neighboring Chad, had to leave her home of El Janaina in West Darfur, where about 700 people were reportedly killed earlier this month after clashes between SAF and the RSF, according to the International Organization for Migration.
This is so difficult. The situation there is so difficult for women, believe me.
The fighting in Sudan has made it hard to reach certain areas, says Nadal Fadul, who's with SUDRO, the Sustainable Development Response Organization. She's based in the United States. Fadul says it's imperative the women unite toward peace and how to sustain it, so the reality on the ground doesn't happen again.
So we're talking about people with diabetes, for example, not able to get insulin to treat their diabetes. We're talking about kids with malaria not able to get anti-malaria treatments. We're talking about women not able to get simple menstrual hygiene products to be able to go through that with dignity.
Others participating in the conference as a show of support included the Netherlands Chargé d'Affaires to Sudan, Burish Ramsuk, now living in Nairobi, who said the challenge for these women is to develop a political strategy for getting a seat at the negotiating table.
There's an extra hurdle for women to be taken, and that is not only to formulate their vision, what they want for women in Sudan, but also to be heard. And I like the spirit this morning where it was said, you do not wait until you get invited, you just go, you take it.
Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
To look closely at the situation in Sudan, where major war is happening, we have in the studio with us Ms. Sama Salman, a Sudanese strategic analyst and president of U.S. Educated Sudanese Association. She will help us understand the situation and the role women can play to find solutions. Ms. Salman, welcome to Our Voices.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sure. Can you please tell us what are the main concerns or the main issues for women right now in Sudan?
Yeah, as you know, Sudan is experiencing an extremely tragic war at the moment. And for women, it's extremely devastating. And so I would say there are three major concerns. The first is, as we know, the displacement crisis in Sudan. Sudan has the largest number of displaced people in the world. And women form the majority of refugees, Sudanese refugees. If we look at, for example, Sudanese women crossing from West Darfur into Chad, women form 90% of these refugees. The second crisis is a security crisis. Women are being raped, they're being kidnapped, and they're being sexually abused. So women face extremely challenging situation and sometimes terrifying circumstances.
Yeah, definitely. And as UN says, 9 million people, that's a lot of people
Yes.
to be displaced. Now, when we look at a situation like the summit we just saw in Nairobi that just took place recently, what can we expect from these kind of summits? Are women organized strategically enough to bring them to the negotiation table when the time comes?
This is a really important point. And what we know about women's participation, political participation, is that during Sudan's revolution, women formed at times 60 to 70% of protesters. When it comes time to negotiate and political leadership and political decision making, you'll see women's participation at less than 10% at these tables where decisions are made. So historically, women have not had the same investment into their capacity, the capacity of women's organizations, and they're just starting to catch up.
Okay.
I was also reading an article on The Guardian where it was referencing that during the 2005 negotiation between North and the South, women had a part in preparing, technical documents. But when it came to actual formal discussions, women were forbidden by the government to even board a plane so that they can take part in these formal negotiations. Now, 20 years later, what has changed? How would you evaluate women participation?
Unfortunately, not much has changed, and you'll still see a very similar situation. You'll see it in, the optics of some of these congregations, as you mentioned, in Nairobi, in Addis, in Cairo, in Kampala, where you might see one or two women in a room that is really the majority comprised of men who are, at the forefront of these negotiation processes.
So how has that impacted, bringing a lasting peace in Sudan?
I think that this has really been detrimental in many ways because women are the social fabric of Sudan. you're seeing a very critical moment in Sudan's history where Sudan is starting to fracture along ethnic lines. I mean, Sudan has always had these problems, we know, since independence and throughout its many wars and up to today. But in order to keep Sudan together, for the hope that we have to keep Sudan together, it's the women who are keeping the social fabric intact.
And I guess the question is, I mean, especially that you have the U.S. Educated Sudanese Association. What is the education like? Perhaps they're not really, I want to say educated, but what's keeping them? Is education one of the things that maybe keeps them from being at the leadership positions, at the leadership level? You know, is that something that plays into the factors?
I think that it's structural. I think that in terms of the way that governments, positions, political parties are organized, you see a lot of times that women, it's very difficult for women to come up through these organizations. Even though you have political parties in Sudan, you don't have the meritocratic. It's more of lines of succession in some of these political parties. So you'll have maybe, you know, politicians where some of their family members or their sons, you know, take over, or friends, or, and Sudan is also very, you know, male-dominated, patriarchal society. So you have a situation where really the culture has historically said that it's women's role is really in the home, which is very important.
Yes.
Those roles are extremely important. But at the same time, you have a separation in society where women are not invited to the table.
Decision-making, that's a good important point to make. But unfortunately, we'll have to stop here. But thank you so much for joining us, Ms.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, we are going to continue shedding the light on the situation in Sudan, and it's time for a break now. When we return, we'll shift our focus from Sudan to South Sudan, where ethnic tension has often caused the loss of life. As usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, and use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. Today we're discussing the ordeal that women in Sudan and South Sudan have been experiencing 11 years after they were promised peace, after their countries became independent and sovereign. We have the pleasure of welcoming Nyakan John Gile, co-founder and executive director of South Sudan Women United, SSWU, to tell us what the voices of some Sudanese women are saying in finding solution of the instabilities in their homeland. Thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Gile.
Thank you so much for having me in your show.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have you.
Yes, thank you. This is a great question.
Actually, the frustration. I mean, I really want to dive into what, the women were promised peace. And now the frustration is what from women in Sudan?
You know, when peace was enacted, there was no provision that protects the women. The peace that was enacted has different sort of how women should be included in the process making. Now, what is happening is later on, our women realize that they're not given enough seats where decisions are making, where decisions are made that are affecting their well-being. Insecurity has been a big issue for our women, realizing that since the beginning of our struggle, women have been the one to suffer a lot. And this suffering continues because there are not enough laws to protect the women. Women are facing rapes on a daily basis. Children are dying. There is no system that protects them.
When you talk about they're not given the space, are you talking about quotas? They're not satisfied with the percentage on the quotas?
Well, even though the government has given us 35% in the decision-making seats, it's still, we're not seeing ourselves that this is enough for us. 35% quota is not enough, especially when the percentage of the population is mainly women. The high percentage of South Sudanese are mainly women. So we should not be given only 35%. So that quota should increase.
And there is also a question whether those women filling those quotas are effective enough in influencing policies.
Absolutely.
And we'll continue this conversation. But first, let's go to South Sudan and hear the contributions of women as to what would their desired solution be. We hear from Yika Marina Moga from Women for Justice and Equality Organization, Grace Ayen from Africa Initiative for Rural Development, and Juba resident Joy KG Raphael.
Women have been able to encourage the men to reconcile, and also women have been taken up to communities to solve issues. For example, in the courts, as we know, women are a bit soft. They tend to reason out things easily and then slowly by slowly. So with this, they have been able to come up with ways that they can talk about peace in their communities and how to reconcile different communities. With this, even they've come up with ideas that if we tend to intermarry within our communities, at times the peace comes in because the conflict tends to reduce. If you find that your neighbor marries off your child, automatically the peace comes in. So women have been able to do that in our communities and our country as South Sudan.
When 2013 war erupted, women sat down. They called for arbitration meeting. They called for the meeting, and in that meeting, they were having some difficulties because Nuer community were hosts in the POC, and when they were released from the POC, there was no mean of getting water. So women sat down, then they discussed on where they can get back to normal, because by then they were sharing things like a borehole. Then when war erupted, everything were stopped. Then when they sat down, they got back to normal.
Women have played their role in the mediation of peace, because women can say, even though if they are not invited, they had that there's peace process there, they can come in. Some of them are cooking, but they have to, when they are serving the water, they have to listen. What are they saying? In the end, then they come together, then they raise their voice. That's why we have peace in South Sudan. And that's why women say we are tired, we are tired, we are tired, we need peace. We need our children to go to school. So this is the voice of women. And the women are organized also. Their parliamentarians are organized, the women in civil society, they are organized, and in the areas they are organized in making sure that there is peace, in total peace in South Sudan, because they are tired of war.
Yeah, women are tired of war and they continue to call for peace. But in addition to what we just heard, how are women expressing their frustration with the structural, excluding women, and how are they trying to make themselves have a seat on the table?
Well, women are the social fabric of our country. And if you give them a chance to express their views and you give them a chance to be part of the decision making, they will be able to participate in the peace. They will be able to make reasonable judgment because we women are, we're simple to understand things. We're not like men. Men have a different way of viewing things, but when you give a woman a chance to express herself, peace will endure. Number one. Number two, if you give them the opportunities for them to have things to do, give them economic opportunities, that is going to engage them. Instead of thinking of poverty, now you'll be thinking of what can I do to improve my life? What can I do to improve the life of my children? Secondly, if you engage the communities together, you bring the communities together and tell them, we are one person, we are one community. Let's not talk about war, let's talk about how to move the country from this point to that point. So I think this would work.
Tell us a little bit more about your organization, South Sudan Women United. I mean, we heard Ms. Yika, I think, she was talking about having a soft voice. So women are maybe invited, but how can you help them having a stronger voice so, things can be concrete?
Yeah. South Sudan Women United was established shortly after the conflict that arose in 2013. So the main idea was to bring South Sudanese women together and let's heal together because we were going through trauma at that time. We later realized that, okay, not only that we're going to heal ourselves through trauma, now we can be the voice for the voiceless. We have the opportunity here in diaspora. We have the platform that people back home don't have. We can be the voice to talk on their behalf. We can be the advocate for them. We can create network that can focus on how to bring women out of poverty.
Economic empowerment.
That's right.
And so what about the organization part, which they need to really organize themselves and to push the door into the decision-making tables? How is that being structured on the ground or in the diaspora?
Well, you can only do that through organizations like ours or civil society organization in the country. You realize South Sudan came out of this war, and women were completely affected by this. So we're still behind. We're not into the point that we know what to do for ourselves. But if we're given the opportunity to be on the table where decisions are made, then we can reason and tell the decision makers that here we are and this is what we want. This is where an organization like South Sudan Women comes in to be an advocate for people who cannot be.
What about political parties? Are political parties something that women are very much involved in to be able to go up the ladder?
Well, when it comes to political parties, South Sudan is basically a one-rule party. It's now we're trying to divert to different parties, but we have one mother party. And women, from the beginning of our struggle, women were just behind, just to take care of men or to take care of the house.
To support them.
So we're not really fully engaged in the politics. It's now that after independence that now we're taking part in the politics. So it's going to be a long way for us to be part of the political arena, but we're there. I mean, you can see from the 35% that have been given to us, so you can see that few figures are taking political poses, and that is good for us. That is the start.
So the economic and the educational structure need to prepare women to better be, a decision maker. So if you had to speak directly to women in South Sudan, what can you say to them?
I will tell them that to be strong, South Sudanese women have always been resilient, and we have to catch up with the rest of the world.
Okay, that is amazing. That's great, and thank you so much for being with us and for advocating for your homeland. That is our show for today. Thanks to our studio guest, Ms. Sama Salman, a Sudanese strategic analyst and president of the U.S. Educated Sudanese Association, and of course, Nyakan John Gile, co-founder and executive director of South Sudan Women United. Last but not least, thanks to our editorial and production team on Our Voices. On behalf of VOA, thanks for watching. Until next time, cheers.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
This is TW Conversations. Today's woman just having fun, sharing her ideas and all those things that bother her. And no holds barred, no sides, just any of these ladies that you think is being crazy, that you think is being lovely, great, you just identify with them. And today my friends and I are going to be talking about finding purpose and the journey it takes to get there. Aren't we ready for the show today? Yes, we are. Oh, everybody seems like, aren't we ready for the show today? Yes, we are. So if you stay tuned, we're back with our conversations, and I will sit down right this time. I had to find a comfortable position. Yeah, but we're back shortly. Okay, before we start, I think I would like to switch.
Woke up on
Feels more
Sunday
comfortable.
morning.
You come this way.
Told my daddy I'm leaving home.
Yeah. You guys,
Going off to
you know the song by Daria Kalari?
tomorrow. Even though I don't know where to go. Daddy says, son, don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool.
This life in the city is
You need to bring the song down. I mean, I had to start with that song. Ladies, you guys know Daria Taladi's Pray For Me. Yes. You know, it's like when you're setting on a journey to purpose, really, you need prayers as much as possible. What do you think? As I say, welcome back. Oh, we're getting into the groove immediately. And I'm going to start with Rosie, because she's right next to me. Getting on the journey to purpose, you can understand what Daria Talade did in that song, asking Daddy, I'm going to the city, you need to pray for me, because I don't know where I'm going. Is that kind of like what happens to us in life?
I think in life we're often challenged at different times, and we keep asking ourselves, why are we here on earth?
Mm-hmm.
Why have we been put on here? What is your impact? What are you going to leave behind? And we question ourselves, but our purpose changes, I believe, as we travel through life on this journey. So based on experiences, based on things that impact us, we start questioning and reaffirming.
We do that early? Do you think people do that really from like Chisom's age? Do they start to question, or they just get on with it? They just live?
I think that almost happened to me, because I remember after NYSC. Well, at some point, when I finished, there was a phase that I had to go through that. Maybe I should put it that way. Because I know when I finished NYSC, it was my sister's wedding, so we all went back to Calabar. After
older
that,
sister.
Older sister's wedding. And then I realized that, okay, everybody had gone after the wedding. What's next? I was trying to get a job, and I'm like, you know what? This Calabar is not working for me. I just carried my bags and I went to Lagos. And my dad was like, you're just going to Lagos. What's going to happen there? Because I just left and I just went. And somehow, in a few months, I got a job, and here I am. But that exact thing happened to me.
I wonder it was purpose that was driving you, though.
I just know that I shouldn't have been there. I don't know. I just felt like
that's how... I should have been in the Efok land.
Any longer than that. I was like, you know what, maybe just try. And I guess that as I've grown older, I've also realized that, you know what, just be doing something. Somehow it will fall into place.
I don't know about purpose. One thing I know for sure is that first how that we talk in this place, she will first listen to all of us before she comes in. You're the gentle one in the house.
Well, I don't know. The thing for me about purpose is I don't think... I've never seen myself like, okay, this is what I want to do, this is why I'm here. Because I just feel as if I'm questioning God. Because there's no way God is going to talk to me and say, oh, Sauda, this is my vision for you. So sometimes, even in my business and in my life, in my marriage, I always try to be a bit flexible. I don't want to be the one saying, God, this is what I want, and this is exactly what you're going to give me.
Does it have anything to do with religion? I don't know. Does it have anything to do with your faith?
I won't be able to answer that question, because I think about it in the religion. I'm biased in one way, because everything is about religion. So me praying to God and say, God, I'm like coming here, I'm like, I have to do this, this thing must work. I'm like, what's wrong with you? God is the best of planners. He sees everything.
I submit to his will.
So you cannot actually say, this is my purpose. He never told you that. You assumed it, you took it, and you're telling God to bless you.
Do you agree, though? But you're young. I keep saying this, but don't worry. You know, ignore me. Because you are at the point where we assume that the young ones have no purpose.
We haven't realized it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, some of us haven't identified what our purpose is. On the other hand, some of us have. I think I'm one of those people that I'm on my right journey to purpose. I think it's it's majorly from the experiences that I've had before that is enlightening me more on the path to go.
What are those experiences that made you so wise? So wise and so sure.
Till 90, I know. And you turn. You know, I found out that in phases, like
Rosie already said.
Rosie said, purpose differs, they change at a point. I think the assignments under the purpose actually changes, not the purpose itself. So I think your purpose, I think my purpose in life has to do with humanity, and it could differ at some point in time. I could do humanity.
No, I think humanity is broad, if you ask me.
Yes.
There's so many expressions of it in different things.
Yes. So, like she said, yes, like Rosie said, purpose actually differs. No, the assignment under the purpose differs, but not the purpose itself.
Is that what you're saying?
I think ultimately you must be at a place of balance, of peace.
But
and
what's
of
purpose
ease.
then?
So when you are achieving your purpose, that is when all is aligned. Because you're at peace with yourself, you're able to impact, you're able to drive change. But your soul is at one, literally, with the universe. So if it is around, and I know, Chisholm, you do stuff
backwards.
Okay.
Okay, purpose, yes. Instead of searching for purpose, there's a saying that goes that when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable.
Absolutely.
So if you say to yourself, okay, if I don't know what my purpose is, I may stumble on it accidentally and abuse it, even myself.
I
So
think
that
that
should
could
drive you
come-
to try to discover what it is so that you don't misuse the opportunities
Well, I
that
think
present
purpose
themselves.
could come from identity. Identity is very important. A lot of us have misplaced priorities because we haven't identified who we are as a person.
I keep hearing this,
if we have
this little rat telling me that a lot of us have. How does a 20-year-old know what their identity is?
But early, you know, at her age, I was going to disco and tizo. You know, and just it was just nice fun.
Yes, I
didn't
have
really do
fun
anything
in my
serious.
own way. Like I like to chill in my own way. I don't.
What is the thing that gives you peace, like Rosie said? What's the thing that gives you peace and makes you feel is not paying the bills? Because a lot of people have said that my purpose is to do humanity.
Are you sure you're Efak? And you're not
Ibro. My husband has rubbed off on me.
No, but I wonder if purpose is necessarily where we drive our financial
revenue from,
independence from.
Okay.
You'd have someone who is aligned and the purpose and that drive is generating an income. But there are others who may use their income to drive that purpose.
Yes.
So I think we could look at it in different ways. But ultimately, are you doing something that fulfills you and causes you to feel that I am having an impact in this world? I am giving something to this world and I'm leaving my presence in the sands of
Okay,
time.
ladies, let me just say this. We're talking abstract now, so maybe we should define purpose as we understand it. Okay. And I'll start with Saudat, because I don't know how easy it is for your purpose to be disconnected from your faith. Because I, as a Christian, I believe, when I ask myself, what drives me is love of God and love of man. So everything else I do is centered around that. And it's only with age I got to that point. At 17, I was telling God I want to be able to wear jeans at 40. You know what I mean? You know?
Yes, I can relate. I can relate because I have to ask. When I pray, I will just pray for clarity. Why am I here? Sometimes I go like, use me. This, what I'm doing, I want to use it to serve you. So I define my life, my marriage, my business and everything. It's always as if I'm serving God. So my purpose as a Muslim, I tell myself that I'm a Muslim. I'm now a Muslim by choice. I'm a Muslim by birth, but it got to a point where I became a Muslim by choice because I could understand it. I had read the Quran. I knew what was, what
As
it
different
said.
from what you meant as a
and I
child.
could relate it to what I'm going to do. So when people say, "Oh, this is why God put me here," I'm like, I never am able to relate because you get people that have done something for so many years, and maybe because someone had an accident. Because of what happened at that point, it changes them and they start focusing on something else.
Absolutely. Like people who end up having children with disability, for example.
Yes.
And they start a new life path.
They start an NGO, they start something that is totally different,
So that sometimes in the middle of your pain, you actually find your purpose.
Or your experience, not necessarily pain.
Well,
the joy.
A lot of,
But does it come out of pain most times? I think it's pain that actually kicks you in the butt.
Yes, because I can't relate with a woman who is believing God for a child, because I had babies easily. But a woman who has spent 10 years waiting on God for a child can sit with somebody who has spent 5 years and is, discouraged, and she understands the path.
If you look at it differently, some of us stumble upon it.
Okay.
Sometimes it gets pointed out to you.
Yeah.
You don't even know that's what you're about. Then someone says, you know what? I went through an experience when I lived in South Africa. And because they're very akin to why did we go through this? And I found out at a point, a friend said, you know what? We all wouldn't be here if it wasn't you as always connecting people.
What was the experience?
My experience was one of being almost like the fulcrum.
And it was
so
too much for you.
different types of... At the end of my stay in South Africa, one of the things that motivated me leaving South Africa was I felt spent. Emotionally, I had been drained. That's how I felt.
You were
because
everybody's
I was always
ear.
in the middle of it, but in for positive things. But ultimately, I was done. And I wanted
As a
to come
Christian,
home.
there's something that has been, a lot of people have preached about it, and it's always like, don't waste your pain.
For you, your father, your parents were pastors, and so have you become a
My
Christian by
mother,
choice?
my mother's pastor. I grew up in. I didn't have a choice. As in,
so but now
just
it's
wear
a
your clothes and be
choice.
going.
Is it a
Now
choice?
it is a choice. I've come to realize that I understand the religion better, like she was saying, and I believe that I now know why I'm a Christian.
And that's
you know, and I feel like
thing
my
we have in
purpose.
common. Because my father was a bishop in the Methodist.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. So I grew up
initially
in a
you're
man's.
compelled to go to church. Well,
Initially,
I'm going to church.
initially.
Yeah. So yeah, but I feel like don't waste your pain is one message that has really touched me, because I feel that everything you go through, that's the way we're everything you go through is for a reason. So when you go through some sort of pain or when you go through some sort of experience, how can I pass it on? How can I pay forward?
I wonder though what kind of pain you could have experienced that made you so wise. Because I mean, you're here worried about humanity, worried about this. Something must have happened to you that made you worried.
Yes, growing up, I think the society painted a picture of how...
You are still growing up.
I'm still growing up. I'm still growing up.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So anyways, growing up... So growing up, the society painted a picture of how a woman should be, how a woman should grow up and become. And there was a lot of issues about self-esteem, bullying, self-confidence.
Were you bullied?
Yes, I was.
But you went to an all-girls school, if I know.
Well, yes, I did.
That was high school or...
That was high school. But then bullying doesn't only have to be physical. It could be very emotional.
Wow.
Yes, especially when people just look at you and think that everything is all right. Nobody knows what's going on in your mind. Nobody knows the words people say to you actually means a lot.
Okay, I guess that's why your purpose became talking to the younger ones to help them build up a self-esteem.
Yes, one of the major reasons.
Okay, so it's on a phase. I must take a break. I'll take a break and... okay, no. Let me let her land, right?
Sure.
So, so because this bullying, you didn't tell me quite if the bullying was from your fellow classmates or the bullying was from just being in the world. You keep saying society.
Yes, school was one. I mean, they did not have to, like I said earlier, it wasn't physical, but through their words and through
Let me
their
just
actions.
make it easy for you. This girl had to drop one class.
Yes, I had to repeat.
Absolutely, she had to that, and that changed her.
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
I had to
secondary
repeat.
school must have been.
And that period where I had to repeat, a lot happened. It was a moment for me to decide if I wanted to keep seeing myself as a failure or if I was going to move ahead. And I think the point where I had to repeat was not just it was things that came with it. You know, the fact that your juniors became your mates and your mates became your seniors, you know, and people who used to be your friends just sort of looked at you like, hello, dumb, you know.
So how did you get out of that? I mean,
That's a lot to deal with.
You know, she said something. She said, everything happened for a good reason. That's how most of the...
I don't know which one. Okay.
And, you know, because I believe that strongly. So when I'm in pain or when stuff happens, I try not to go too deep into that pain. I go like, okay, cry as much as you want to cry and now ask yourself. I believe strongly that when something happens, you need to have clarity and go like, what is this for?
Did you ever feel that kind of pain that made you change?
Every pain is change.
Pain of childbirth.
But
you still went back to the labor room.
You don't want me to tell you the story of that. I did because I knew I didn't want one. But my mom was with me in the first one, and I looked at her. My mom had 5 kids, and I'm like, why did you do this 5 times?
So she was asking me why I did it 6 times.
You all know that story, I think. But, you know, I was so upset. I could only do twice. Honestly. But every pain, you know, so that you made a statement, I can't quote you, but, you know, it's like, don't waste your pain. There's something. There's always something. You fall down, you have an accident, your child dies. Yes, we all have to, but you have to find out, you know, sometimes there's a hole there. If you do not acknowledge the hole there, you fall every day. So you must know whether you have to fill it up or whether you have to go around.
Perfect point to take a break. Anybody who's wise will know they have to put an advert in this magazine, in this show, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take a break so that we can put those commercials in it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our lounge. We've been having a lot of fun during this break, but then we want to bring another angle to it. What's the place of your skills when we talk about purpose? Is it very important? How important is it?
Well, whether there's difference between skills and passion is what I should be asking, really. Because, I mean, you, for example, clearly you had computing or web design skills, and you decided to use that to do the business that you're doing, but is your business related to purpose?
I don't want to talk about purpose. I just want to talk about the passion I have.
So
because this purpose thing, it can change tomorrow. So today is the passion I have for women. I just don't like hearing that, you know, women can do this or men can do that. And the only thing disturbing women is because they have to take care of the home. It's something you can outsource. So for me, my passion is, you know, making sure that the woman can go to work.
Can be who she is.
Can be who she wants to be
aspects.
without the excuse of, oh, I had to go to the market to shop. So the skills I had when I started was to design a website. But by the time I found out in the business, I found out it was way beyond just putting a website up. You are managing women, and you know how we are. You have to manage.
How are we?
You know, everybody has their own life. We might eat eba, and we might make eba in our own. Everybody has one special something. You know, they want to talk to you. They want to, you know, you just have. So many skills have to come in apart from
along the way. You develop more skills to make it easy.
Your passion, you have to train. If you want your passion, if you want to follow your passion to maybe start a business, there are some skills you need to have to run that business. So it's not passion you're going to use to run business.
Is passion and purpose the same?
For me, not necessarily. I think I'm more passionate than purpose. I'm passionate about people, especially women. So things that pertain to us, I like to, when we had a confectionery company, people will come to pick their wedding cakes. So a couple will come. So we'd end up spending 2 hours to counsel. Because even picking the color of the cake, my family wants red, his family wants blue. Then she will look at him, what do you mean they want blue? Okay, so I'll say, calm down. Couples always left finding out something that they didn't know about each other. So we helped to even them out. We told them what it was going to be like when they tried to merge both their lives together.
As for you, it was
so I found out that
women.
I could talk to people easily, you know, and so I still do now. I counsel sometimes from my experiences and from other things that I've learned and read about over time. People find it easy to talk with me about them, and I can do that.
I can see how to...
Yeah, for me, I think they're interrelated. Passion, purpose, and skills. I mean, what's the essence of you doing what you're doing? What's the essence of you trying to counsel someone? That's because you're passionate about what you do, about your cake business and all. But the reason why you're counseling and the reason why you're going an extra mile, it's because of your uniqueness. And that uniqueness comes with your purpose. You don't want to have bad cakes. You don't want to give people bad
service.
Or even if it's what you do now, which is script
so you don't want to, you don't want to give people bad service, and that's the purpose of why you're passionate about it. And the only way you can do it better is when you improve on your skills. So you're probably doing more things to get better
at being.
No,
I
see
skill or natural ability.
No, but you see,
sometimes your skills are a natural ability.
Sometimes.
No, but you hone it.
Yes, you hone it. You have to train it. Yes, you have to train it. Yes.
True. I mean, I admire people who are doing things that are their purpose. When I, you know, read up stuff on Chisom and I find that she engages with these younger women and brings them up to, you know, questions them, challenges them, guides them, then I think, why can't I do stuff like that? But to each one, their own.
Yes.
So how do you...
Passion,
passion and purpose, I think, are related. Now, what is it driving me to do? I look at my skills, and I think I'm fortunate that I have an opportunity to engage with people as employees, and I have a role to play.
As an HR...
But as an HR head. But then the fortunate thing is that I am all about unlocking people's potential. And that's what drives me. And so my purpose is opening the door, helping that person open that door and walk through it.
Even if
it
becomes spent in the process.
even if I can't hold myself back. So I'll be the one who'd be overworked. But I'll be like, yeah, but we can do this. But I get the energy from it as well.
Let me try and come in there. You mentioned something. You said you like what she does, and you think, why can't I do that? You see, that's what happens when we copy. A lot of people copy. You know, you see